He who thinks in terms of catching mice will never catch lions. Andrew Stonewall Jackson. Sit down, dear reader, and read a story only a fool will tell. That's how Andrew Stonewall Jackson candidly assesses this frank and gutsy story of his life, a life that starts in the savage jungle of Detroit's ghetto. As in any jungle, the unwritten code of survival is all that counts, and by the age of 16, Jackson had passed the acid test of the streets. He became a thief and graduated to a major league pimp. Jackson's story is ruthless, a tale such as few have dared to tell. Dedication. To those whose paths of life have crossed with mine, and who have helped to make my life as rich and as colorful as it has been. Chapter 1. Yeah, it was the summer of 1967, and I was once again awaiting transfer to the world's largest walled prison for a new bit, 18 months to 2 years. The jail was packed, but I was one of the lucky cats who had a bunk of his own and who no longer had to fight the big humpback rats that prowled the jailhouse floors and freeloaded in every cell on the tier. Some nights, when it's extremely hot, the man doesn't have to lock up. But this night wasn't quite warm enough for the night out thing. Well, it didn't matter to me if the doors were opened or closed, because I had got my bit and I had 2 great books to read. One of them was Pimp and the other was Trick Baby, both written by a fine black writer named Robert Beck, who wrote under his ghetto pseudonym Iceberg Slim. And I found upon reading them that Brother Beck and I had a good deal in common. I was getting all wrapped up in this book Pimp when the music on the radio was overpowered by the signal of the jail's transmitter. Monotoned, monotonous, squawky police calls. This kind of ish went on all night long, and it was still going on when we had our morning meal. Detroit's Wayne County Jail was suddenly overloaded with black men, and when I found out what was happening, I could have killed myself, because for the second time in my life, I felt like I had been robbed. During the race riot of 1943, I had been on my way to Jackson Prison, and now in 1967, I was in county jail, once again on my way to Jackson Prison. Wow. Oh Lord, my God. I thought, what had I done to blow the chance to get myself over the hump? The big heat was on, and that night, and the next 3 nights to follow, police sirens, ambulance sirens, and car horns pitched a bitch. Many of us watched the activity from our cell windows the first few nights of the big heat. One night, we saw the police stop 3 white fellows in a car, pulling a trailer. Stopped them right in front of the jail. They ordered the white guys out of the car, put the cops' rub on them, then asked them to open the trailer. From the actions of the white guys opening it, I thought they were as clean as the Board of Health. But when the police emerged from the trailer, they were carrying 3 submachine guns. We figured that the cats were on their way to pull off some shit in the ghetto, then split back to where they came from. But since they were popped right in front of the police station, all the police had to do was walk them into the joint. Yup, the summer was getting real hot. We got a blow-by-blow description of the action from every who came into the joint. And, my dear reader, there were many. The jails throughout the city of Detroit were filled. The beach house on Belle Island was also being used as a prison compound. One of the federal prisons, and even Jackson Prison, was used to lock up for all the police were arresting on a lot of bullshit meatball charges. The who really got over big during that long hot summer are now well-to-do or rich and in business for themselves. Yeah, had I been on the stem during the big burn, I'd be one of the many that got over the hump. The police were knocking off all the competition on the stem, and I would have cleaned up had I been out there. But I wasn't. I was in county jail with a long stretch ahead of me and 2 good books to while away the time. Chapter 2. Since Brother Bob's books proved to me that my life story could be told, and since it should be told honestly, in the raw, nitty-gritty fashion, I'm going to tell it like it was. So sit back and be prepared to read a confession that only a fool would write. Most of the people you'll read about are still with us, so the names have been changed to protect the innocent and the guilty. My head wasn't ripped off by a bitch when I was a child, so I'll use the age 13 as my starting point. Anything that happened before then was the usual ghetto kid-ish anyway. To start with, I like to set records in divine order about my name. Most of those I know think Stonewall is just a ghetto handle, but it is indeed my true name. I was born on Ford Street in the city of Detroit on the 22nd day of May in 1921, which makes me a Gemini. And the reason my mother gave me the handle of Andrew Stonewall Jackson was because I was born with a veil over my face. And the doctor told her that I was going to be a great man one day. Well, after you've read my story, you could be the judge of the doctor's prophetic powers. As far as yours truly is concerned, old Doc missed the boat. I never got to know my dad. He died when I was about 6 months old. I was the baby of the Jackson family, and there were 4 of us. The oldest was Charles Bernard Jackson, who was named after my father, who died while in Jackson Prison in the year 1945. Next came another brother and a sister, and then me. After my father died, my mother married a grand and wonderful gent who also died in the summer of 1945. To be quite frank, I'm not from a close-knit family. We were just a bunch of people who had the same address. And me, I was the kind of brat that spent every moment of every day thinking up ways to con somebody. It was usually my mom and stepfather that I'd end up conning. My stepfather had a barbershop on Rivard, near Division, for as long as I can recall, and my mother spent all her free time squatting in the barbershop. We lived on the 2nd floor, above the barbershop. I think she was just hung up on that barbershop bullshit that the guys rapped about, or she just liked being around my stepfather. Anyway, whenever I caught her in the shop, it meant it was righteous for me to slip up and get a few bucks from my stepfather's fat bankroll. Well, this is how the set was this day. Pop was chopping the stud's mop, and Mom was in her favorite squat behind the stove, which meant the time was kosher for me to do my famous Jimmy Valentine thing. After taking the back way up, I did my top-notch soft shoe bit into the bedroom. I looked where the bankroll was the last time I copped a taste, but it wasn't there. It had been moved, and it wasn't the first time this had happened. It just meant a few more seconds of hunting. After finding the fat BR, I removed a few pound notes from the center of it and placed it back in the same way it was when I found it. After copping, I did my raffle kind of thing and made my exit out the back door and slid down the roof to the alley. Now, should the chips be missed, No one would ever know I'd been in the pad. I spent the bread on my little puppy love and smoked a lot of pot. No one said anything about the bread, and the whole sting was clean and righteous. One night, about a week later, there was a show going on in one of those storefront churches. It cost a dime to get in, and the attraction was some fake magician sawing a woman in half. But I was more attracted by the box they kept the admission money in. The church was a block from where I lived, which to me meant that I didn't have far to go once I copped the box. I paid my admission and sat down. The old bat on the door who rode shotgun on the money box, really a cigar box, never did act like she was going to give me the chance to take it. All the while I was looking at the phony act up front. I peeked back at the door to see if she had moved, but she wasn't moving. I was starting to feel that this was going to be a dry run when I looked back and saw the old bat step over to rap with another old bat. The box was just sitting there, waiting for me, unguarded. I got up and headed for the door, noting that everything was still in divine order. I picked up the box and split, coolly, in fact. I walked home with it in my hand, not bothering to hide it from view. When I was walking home, I felt like I pulled off a real big caper. I entered the barber shop and I took a count on the sting. $9 and some change. After putting the bread in my pocket, I went upstairs to eat. My dad was sitting up there in the front room like he was waiting for me. "Hi, Pa," I said. "What you doing up so late?" "I'm waiting on you," he said. "What do you want?" I said, approaching him. "I want that money you stole from me today." I knew he was young because I hadn't beat him that day, so I said, "You got the wrong cat. You got the wrong cat, Pop. I ain't stole nothing from you today." He reached over and touched my pocket, and when he felt all the change, he said, "Yeah, boy, then where did you get all that money you got in your pocket?" "Oh, Pop," I said, "that's just some money I won in a crap game. I could get lucky too, you know." "Boy," he said, "that's what's left of the money you stole from me today." Well, to make a long story short, he took the money and beat my ass with a razor strap. I felt like I'd been robbed and had my ass tagged for nothing. I got up the next morning with my ass still sore, and I went to school. On my way to school, I usually made 2 stops. One to pick up my morning pot so I could be high throughout that school bit, and the other to steal a few things from the Eastern Market for my little puppy love. Reefers at that time cost 2 for 15 cents, or you could cop a crescent for 2 bits. The crescent was the bomb. It had a filter with cotton in it, and there was about 3 good pulls to it. It also had a stamp on the moon and star on it. After picking up the things for my puppy love, I went by and picked up my morning crescent and rode my bike onto Russell's school where I smoked it. When I got to school, I gave my love her things, and when she reached for them, she looked at me real hard.
"Stony?"
she said.
"What's the matter with your eyes?"
"Nothing that I know of," I said. "Why? What's the matter with 'em?"
"They're just so red."
I knew they were that way from the weed I've been smoking, so I just said, "I went swimming last night at the Brewster Center, and you know that stuff they put into the water make everybody's eyes red." We stole a kiss, and she went to her class, and I went to mine. For some reason, I was higher than I'd usually been after smoking one of those crescents. But still, I was my usually clowning self during school, always pulling off a lot of simple, dizzy, silly shit. This day, I concealed myself in the clothes closet. I heard a teacher calling for me. She called a few times. Then suddenly, the closet door burst open, and the teacher said,
"Andrew, come out of there this minute."
I came out and took my seat, and a few pals in the room pointed to the fink who had crossed me. He was a little again who lived around the corner from me, and since I didn't like him anyway, I planned to get even with him. The pot had me so high till I was laughing at everything. I was even laughing when the teacher told me to get under her desk. But after I was under the desk and she sat down, the laughing stopped. I had never been that near to a woman's legs before in my life, and oh Lord, did they look good. As I looked at her real pretty legs and her lovely knees, all kind of shit was going through my young mind. Here I was, getting a close-up view, and I'd never been this close to a grown woman's legs before. Wow, what a tasty thrill this was. The pot I had smoked caused me to have many, many ideas. The teacher was a fine bitch. She was young and jacked up like a black goddess. As high as I was still doing everything I could under that desk to keep her feet from touching me and praying that she'd forget I was under there. If she forgot about me, I thought perhaps I'd get a chance to see her big thighs, and she just might open up her legs. She kept moving her big ass around in her seat, and seeing this, along with all the shit that was going on in my mind, caused my every time she moved her big ass, my heart hit the wall. So I pulled it out and started the wheels. Oh Lord, my God, I thought. Please make her open her legs so I can see that thing of hers. And just as I thought that, she opened her legs to rub the inside of her thigh. My God, did her thighs look good to me. I started to pull my wheel faster, and it felt good. Then, suddenly, she opened her legs wide, and when I dug that fat puff at the top of her thighs, I had the desire to kiss her knee, and I swam out. She was so fat at her cave that she looked like she was wearing a fighter's protection cup. Yup, my dear reader, she had the fattest love nest that I've seen to this day. Yeah, the old teacher must have been wearing an afro between her legs then, 'cause God knows, fat as that thing was, it couldn't have been all love nest. But if it was all her thing, she really had a money getter. I cleaned myself off with my hanky, and to this day, I've wondered if she knew what she was doing, or whether she really forgot about me being under that desk. I know one thing. It was that day that I learned where my place in school was. Under the desk. The next day, I set the clock ahead in the classroom. We were all ready to go home when the teacher learned the clock had been set off key. She asked us all to sit back down, and after we had all been seated, she asked,
Who set the clock up?
After she'd asked 3 times, the same little fink that crossed me the day I was put under the desk stood up and pointed at me.
Andrew?
She said.
Why did you set the clock up?
You mean to say that I set the clock up just because that little Robert said so? I said indignantly.
Well, Andrew, Robert has never told me a lie before, so I've got to believe him.
She said. Well, there was no trip under the desk for me this time. Instead, I was told to bring my ass to the top dog of the school. When I got to his office, he gave me the same bullshit about there being just one more time and I'd be sent to the more school for boys. The next day, I got even. While we were changing classes, I ran up the line till I got in back of the fink Robert. I walked along behind him till we got to the top of the steps. Then I placed my foot in the center of his back and sent him skidding down the stairs, his chin catching each step. Some of his chops were knocked out in the ride, the teacher sent me home, and Robert's mother was called to come get him. That night, his mother brought him by the barbershop to show my people what I had done to him. The little was wrapped up like a mummy and looked as silly as he ever looked. His old lady and my old lady talked about it for an hour. Then his old lady took the mummy by the hand and split. My folks quizzed me about it but didn't do anything to me. You see, my people and his people didn't think much of each other. The next morning, I got to school. I was told that I was being sent to more school. I was to report there Monday morning and was given the school's address. The address I was given sent to school was on Alger off Oakland, which was on the north end of Detroit. I got up that Monday, went and copped some pot, got on my bike, and smoked when I went out there. The Moore School was known for misfits, and I could tell from one look at the that went there that this school was a bitch. There was no female teachers, and if anyone was put under the desk, it wouldn't be a treat like at Russell. After I was checked in, I found that there were a few faces I knew. The fellows behind those kisses all smoked pot, and this meant I had someone to smoke with every day. This school was a bitch, all right, but it didn't change any of my old ways. I was still a that stayed in a lot of ish. My first year at this prison kind of school was truly tough. I had been getting cracks on my ass from damn near all of the teachers in the joint. In case you ain't hip to the Moore School, let me pull your coat to the cracks on the ass bit. Whenever a kid did something that was bogue, you were never told to get under the desk. You were, however, told to bend over and touch your toes and take a number of cracks on your ass. Since it was an all-boys school, that meant all the teachers were men. The slab of wood you got tagged with was indeed a tricky piece of timber. It was a good 3 feet long, about 5 inches wide, and at least an inch thick. At the end of it was about a dozen holes. Now dig this. The holes are there for one reason, and that's to suck up some of the meat of your already tight ass when it comes in contact with it. And when it's pulled up from the tag, the meat that was sucked up in the holes is released, and it causes a second sting. I call it a speedball tag. This kind of shit went on for 2 years with me at the Moore. Then one day, I was told to bend over and touch my toes for some kind of bullshit that I'd done. I was supposed to take 10 cracks on the ass. The teacher was huge. He was well over 6 feet and weighed between 300 and a ton. Well, I just about had it with the cracks on my young tender ass, and I was ready to be sent to BVS, Boys Vocation School. So I stood back and looked up at this giant and said, "Sir, I'm not going to take any more hits with that plank." "Stonewall," he said, "you mean you refuse to go along with the rules of this school?" "Yeah, that's what I'm doing, 'cause I'm not allowing you to lean on me with that tricky stick no more." The old guy surprised me. He didn't say anything about me being sent to BVS. Instead, he said, "How old are you, Stonewall?" "I'm 16, sir," I said. "Well," he said, "if you're 16, you don't have to take them because you're old enough to quit." "In that case," I said, "I quit, sir." All of the fellows in the classroom were looking on as he opened his desk drawer and got a streetcar ticket and gave it to me. I picked up my lid and split. As I rode my bike home, I thought to myself, damn, here I am, a 16-year-old kid, and out in the streets of Detroit. What was I going to tell my folks? What the hell was I going to do all day? I had no eyes for gigging anywhere, so just what was a young, peppy like me gonna do? I rode my bike, thinking this kind of ish till it was time for school to be out, and I went home. Chapter 3 The first thing I did when I got home was give my dad the streetcar ticket. I didn't tell him I had quit school. "What do you got for me to do?" I asked him. He looked over at one of the two men who were waiting and said, "Say, Tom, do you mind if the boy works on you? I'm learning him how to barber, and he needs to practice."
Hell no,
Tom said.
I don't mind. He's a lot better barber than you are.
Old Tom took a squat in one of the chairs, and I went on to chop his nappy mop and shave him. And at the same time, I had to smell his goat breath. I chopped the mops and shaved the mugs and cuffed the boots of about 6 hicks before the shop closed. I got about $4 for the work that I had did. I then cleaned up the shop and knew I could never be a barber because I really dislike the smell of a lot of fellows that I worked on. The breath of them smelled like bedbugs, and their bodies smelled like 100 armpits. It was a damn shame I had to feel that way, because I was a true barber when I was 14 years old. Oh well, that's life, I guess. The next morning, my mother woke me for school, as she always did. I got up, got dressed, had breakfast, got my going to school money, which made me have quite a taste for a kid of 16, and I split. For a week, I hit the stem in the morning as though I were going to school. I found it a real bitch being in the street all day without anyone to rap with, no one to steal with, no one to look off with, no one to do a damn thing with. Yeah, I found that I was the loneliest kid in the city of Detroit. The one morning when my mother woke me up for school, I point blank told her that I had quit a week ago. She told my dad, and my dad told me, "Boy, if you're old enough to quit school, you're old enough to take care of yourself." Well, I f***ed around and didn't take a job as a barber in his shop, so he hit for my house key. You know, it's hard to give up your twister when you know you ain't got no place to sleep. So it goes without saying that I didn't give it up. But one night, while I was in deep slumber, they beat me for it. I didn't miss it till I came home that night and found that I had no twister to get in with. I knocked on the slammer real hard till I got my mother to stick her head out the front window. She looked down at me and she said,
Well, son, what do you want?
"What do you mean, what do I want?" I said. "I want in, Mom. I'm sleepy."
Son,
she said.
Now that you done quit school, you're on your own.
"But Mom," I said, "I ain't got nowhere to go, and I'm beat for sleep. Drop my key down."
I'm sorry, son, but it's your dad. He says you'll have to take the job to come back. Son, take the job.
After I told her I didn't want to be a barber, she left the window. I went to the rear of the house and got a 5-gallon gas can and filled it with water. Then I went back to the front and called her to the window again. As soon as she stuck her head out, I started to dump the water from the gas can all over the front of the house. When she saw this, she said,
Wait, son, what are you gonna do?
"Mom," I said, "if you don't drop my twister down, I'm gonna burn the whole damn house down." She broke a record leaving the window, and in a few seconds, my key hit the ground. I picked up my key, took a match from my pocket, lit it, and tossed it on the pad. When nothing happened, she said in amazement,
Son, you're crazy.
I went in and got some sleep. When I woke up the next morning, I gave the old man my key, setting my own young ass out in the street. Now there I was, a 16-year-old lad in the street with nowhere to sleep and no job, just a young clown in the street about to pass the acid test of being a man instead of a boy. Well, I did the cat thing with some pals. I slept in a lot of cars. I spent nights with a lot of different sissies, and I stayed with my older sister till her husband started to give me those freeloader looks, which caused me to split. I slept at all 3 of the movie houses that stayed open all night. In fact, it was after the movie janitor woke me up one morning at the main movie house for cats who had nowhere else to sleep with his unforgettable words, "Change aisles. We're going to clean here." that I found it impossible for me to get my stumps on because my feet had swollen up so much. Yeah, it was that day in my life that caused me to pass the acid test as a man. A brand new world was about to open up for me, and believe me, I moved in on it. I walked out of the show, and while standing on Woodward Avenue, I looked straight out Alfred Street. Then I looked up and down Woodward Avenue. Then I looked down at my big fat ankles, and I really dug what I was wearing for shoes. My dear reader, all I was wearing for shoes was a heavy pair of Stetson Spats. Then I pulled my bankroll out, took a reading on it, and found that all I had in the world was $1.27. After I ate, I'd be on E. It was at that moment in my life that I told myself by nightfall I'd have me a room or be in jail, 'cause God knows this wasn't my way of life at all, and I'd have to change it. I went to a restaurant a few steps from the show and had breakfast, and after paying for it, I had $1. I spent all that day walking over the city of Detroit on the lookout for spots that could be beat. I also looked for righteous spots where I could beat a car. Since I was teeved on Hastings Street, I knew just about everywhere something hot could be sold. I only had to steal it. Hastings Street was my stem, and I knew it backward. I watched the stopping tricks, and I watched where the trick would park his car, which was always a few blocks away from where he was going. They always parked that far away because they planned to hide their bread in the car, and you can't take it from me. I've taken off some real righteous stings playing behind, so I got a make on damn near every trick that came to Hastings to get his nuts out of pawn. I had a make on every on Hastings from Adams to Harper, and I played behind them all. One night, I was beating a trick's car when one of the girls dug me. She ran after me and screamed real loud that I had snatched her purse. So you know I had to pull up stakes in a hurry. I didn't know then, but I do know now that no wants anyone beating her tricks unless it's herself. Damn, I'm getting ahead of myself. During my walk around Detroit, I spotted a good car to beat, but it was daylight, so I couldn't do it then. I killed time and prayed that it would still be there when night came in. When it got dark, I walked over to where that bird nest was, and it was still there. My prayers have been answered. The car was still as plush with goodies as it was that morning. I went to work on getting in. I sprung the window and made my entrance. When I had as many bags as I could carry, I closed the door and split. I walked 3 blocks to my pop man's pad, and I knocked on the door, hoping no one would be there so I could take care of my business without other eyes seeing it. When Dickie let me in, I dug that I got my wish. No one else was there. After I got the bags in his pad, I said, "Look, Dickie, hold on to these bags till I get back."
"What's happening, man? Where did you cop?"
he asked.
"Just hold them till I get back,"
I said.
"I'll break it down for you then, righteous?"
Dickie held the sting, and I split back to the bird nest to get what I left. When I got back to it, I found everything was still kosher, and this time it will be a lot easier because all I had to do was just open the door and cop what was left. I copped the bags and headed back to Dickie's pad. This time, just a few doors from his joint, I dug the rollers round the edge of Winder from Brush Street. I stepped into an alleyway with all the bags and prayed the police wouldn't see me. Everything was cool. I'd see them before they saw me. After they passed me, I stepped out and walked a few doors to my man's pad. Once I got into the pad and opened the bags, I knew I had hit pay dirt. There were vines, sport coats, slacks, and ladies' coats and dresses. Dickie spent $200 with me, and I gave him a lady's coat, a vine, a man's sport coat, and a pair of slacks. I laid these things on him for letting me use his pad as a drop. We sat around and smoked and rapped till it was time for me to carry some of the things to the cleaners and have them altered to fit my makeup. I took 5 vines and 5 pairs of slacks across the street to the cleaner, and this was the start of my wardrobe. I went back to Dickie's, picked up one of the vines and told him to hold the rest of the stuff, and I'd see him when I saw him, and I split. I took the 2 bills Dickie spent with me and went shopping for all the things that were needed to make up as many outfits as I could. After that, I went by my sister's and rented that room she had allowed me to cat in till her guy started leaning on me with his eyes. After I got the room, I put all the stuff that I had bought into the drawers. I copped 2 lids, 6 pairs of socks, 4 ties, 4 shirts, 2 pairs of Stetsons, some shorts and undershirts, some cologne, and everything else I needed. Then I went to the barber shop and got my mop laid. I would have gone to my dad's shop, but I didn't want him to dig me till I was together, and I mean all together. How about that? Only that morning I said to myself that by nightfall I'd have a place of my own, and it all came to pass. I left the barber shop, picked up the 5 pretty vines that I had left for alterations, and went home to get sharp, taking a long needed bath. My sister and her husband were out each time I went to the pad. They didn't see me when I came in with any of my things, and now, as I stood in front of the mirror looking at that fine young looking back at me, I said to myself, "Huggin, you got to pimp." So all I had to do was get a girl. I was only 16, but I felt like an adult. After standing in front of the mirror, making love to myself, I left the pad to give the girls a chance. I was on my way out when I ran into my sis coming in. When she saw me, she stepped back and looked at me. She looked at me real hard, as though she had never seen me before. As she looked at me with a sort of smile on her face, she said,
Boy, do you know I thought you were Willie? What did you do? Where did you get those things? I know you stole them. I don't want the law coming to this house, so don't give this as your address.
My sister was an 18-carat square who really feared the police.
Have no fear,
I said.
I wouldn't do nothing that would put you on the spot with the law.
As I walked off, she stood looking at me, shaking her head. I knew she was happy for me, even though she acted like she was upset on how I had got the new things. Chapter 4. As I walked down Hastings Street, I felt proud of myself, and I decided I was going to give my sister one of those dresses and a coat. God, but I felt good. I felt like a king. There I was, just a punk kid, a few days short of being 17, and I was as sharp as any nigga twice my age. And I had a few bucks in my kick and some more coming the next day. All I wanted to do was to see my brother Willie. The only thing that was different between my brother Willie and me is that he was a notorious thief who didn't want a pimp. Me, I had a desire to be a real good thief and a major league pimp too. I was tight with all the old heads because I was Willie's brother. His name was famous in sporting life up till the time he died, and then he became a legend. When I hit Hastings Street, I felt like a real big man in town. I walked down the stem towards my brother's hangout, which now is an expressway. When I got there, he wasn't on the scene and nobody knew what he showed. There named Sweet said to me,
Man, where did you get so sharp? What kind of sting did you rip off? I thought you were Willie. Man, I gotta call you Little Willie the Barber, 'cause you look so damn much like him.
Then I was surrounded by all the Major League Mac men of that time, and all of them was calling me Little Willie. From then on, I was tagged with the handle Little Willie the Barber. And I confess, I really kinda liked it.
But what really sounded good to me was when one of them said, "Little Willie, you look like a that's got 3 or 4 on this edge." Then another pimp said, "Little Willie, you can pimp. You got everything it takes to be a good pimp. You're young and thin, you nice looking, and God knows you're a lot sharper than most that's pimping on this corner. And Daddy, I really don't want to see you hemmed up with any of my girls, or I think I'd blow your knot off or break your legs or something." He smiled and we shook hands, and then he said, "Don't let no bitch Georgia you. Don't shit up till the bread is right. In short, Little Willie, sell that." Now that was the kind of talk I liked hearing. It was indeed my inside story, so to speak. After kicking things like that around with the city's biggest pimps and players and smoking a lot of good pot, I went into the hat shop to get my stumps shined. While the cat was cuffing my boots, my brother came in. He looked up at me with a big smile on his face and said, "Damn, man, I heard about how clean you are from all the fellows outside. But Daddy, I had no idea you looked this good. Hit me to what happened." "Yeah," I said. "As soon as the cat gets through cuffing these brand new Stetsons, I'ma take you somewhere and put something on you." The shine finished, we stepped outside. My brother was an addict, so I hit on him if he wanted a fix. He said he was all right. I asked him to come and make a move with me. I told him about the sting I had taken off and how I had some new things for him. He said cool, so we walked over to Dickie's pad.
"Hi, Willie,"
Dickie said.
"I see you're here with the famous Stonewall."
"Hey, guy," my brother said. "I damn near didn't know who he was so clean." "Dickie," I said, "set the things out so my brother can't light his pipe." Dickie went in and got the shit and spread it all out on the bed so my brother could see it. "Willie, baby," I said, "there should be at least 3 vines and some slacks that'll fit you. The sport coats are all large." As Willie was looking the things over, I dug that things weren't kosher, so I hit on Dickie to set the rest of the things out.
"Stonewall, I set all that belongs to you out. The other things I'm keeping, 'cause I could have had gotten busted with them things in my pad."
My brother asked me what was missing, and I told him a vine, 2 pairs of slacks, and a lady's coat. "Bring them other things out," Willie barked.
"But Willie,"
Dickie said,
"I plan on keeping them, 'cause he left them here all night."
"Hold on," I said. "I took care of you for the use of your place as a drop."
"Yeah, but that was, as you just said, last night. These things could have gotten me in a jam."
"What did you lay on him last night?" Willie asked. When I told him what I gave him, Willie said, "Dick Daddy, I think you were overpaid last night. Set the rest of the shit out."
"Willie, if I set it out, I'll feel like I was a sucker."
Those were the only words that were spoken. The very next thing I saw was a long, shiny pistol in my brother's hand. And with it pointed at Dickie, he said, "Set all the fucking whitish and set it out real quick." And my dear reader, he said it real business-like. I looked at my brother's face, and it was real hard-looking. That gun looked good to me. I knew I had to have one as soon as I could get it. The respect it got was remarkable. Dickie set the things out in a hurry, and Willie said, "Are those the bags the things came in?" "Yeah," I said. "Those are the bags." "Well, Dick, you can have 'em as a bonus," Willie said. Willie sent me to get a cab, and when I got back, I went in and hipped him that it was out front. My brother had suits, coats, and some dresses, holding them in a cradle-like grip in front of him with the gun under him. I picked up the things he couldn't handle, then my brother said to Dickie, "All right, guy, I want you to walk to the cab with us." When we reached the cab, I got in first. My brother, still eyeing Dickie, slid in next to me, and the cab pulled off. I watched my brother good from the time he pulled the rod till the cab pulled off. and I gotta cop out. My brother really knew what he was doing. He never took his eyes off Dickie. He was like a cat. When Dickie went to get the rest of the things, my brother was right behind him. And when he reached in the closet, my brother put the pistol at the base of his head. He was like a cat, and I enjoyed everything that went down in Dickie's room. I knew I had to hurry up and get me a .38 just like the one my brother had. Willie had the cab take us to his pad, and after we got inside, I said, "Man, don't you think Dickie will send the rollers around here? After all, you did make him look like a true sucker." "Stonewall," Willie said, "Dickie don't know where I live, and very few niggas in this town can say just where I hang my lid. Look, since you're now in the streets and going for yourself, I want to hip you to something, and I hope you never forget it. The fastest traveling news in the world is telegraph, telephone, and telenappy-headed. So, man, do your best to keep anybody from knowing too much about your business. I mean, things like where you live, or where you're going, or when you'll be back. And Stoney, see to it that your woman is the same." Willie picked himself 3 vines, 3 pairs of slacks, and a sport coat. I took the one lady's coat and 2 dresses to give to my sister. Willie took the things that were left and got a good price for 'em. When I offered him half the chips, he iced it, saying, "Now that you're in the streets, you'll need cookies in your kick, and always try to keep some there. Look, baby, I gotta go get straight, so I'll dig you later." Now that my bankroll was in divine order, I went to see some of my old school pals. For some reason, I got a bang out of fat mouthing with 'em. One oddball pal of mine, named Ray, had also quit school, and he was also a thief. We hooked up and started to steal together every day. During the time we were hustling together, we did wonders, but he was married and had to be home with his wife and son at night. He never knew that I knew he was really kinda hung up on his wife and son, but being hung up or not, we made a big buck together, right up to the time he died. And even while he was in the hospital, the guy was sneaking out every day and going downtown to make him a buck. He showed me how he got in and out of the hospital without the hospital staff being wise to him. Yeah, Ray was the first and only cat that I've ever done any real hustling with. Oh yeah, I've made bread with other fellows many times, but Ray, well, it was an everyday thing with us. I'm sorry he died so young. He missed seeing me when I really started pimping. This thing of being a major league pimp was eating at me like a cancer. I was still hanging out at Napoleon and Hastings with all the town's top-notch pimps. A pimp by the name of Walter got pretty tight with me, and me and him started to hang together. We made all the pimp parties, went to most of the big fights at Madison Square Garden, took off a few of the runs at the Derby, and we rode Hastings through all the bars and tried to pluck girls from him. He was, indeed, my mellow fellow up till the time he passed. But while he was still around, I soon started to drive for his wife and 2 other boosters. Chapter 5. Walter's girl was the only one that had a pimp for a man. The other 2 boosters I drove for were outlaws. We went to many cities and towns during our work and made plenty big bread. Since I was getting 1 vine out of every 4 from the 3 girls, my wardrobe was now twice as large as any nigga's on the edge. And my bankroll was likewise. All I needed was a good girl. During the time I drove for the girls, we had to spend the night in Chicago, and since all 3 of the girls were with us, this meant I had to sleep with one of them to save the bread. 2 of them looked like apes, so I picked Walter's rib to sleep with. The big ape of the 3 wanted me to sleep with her so that she could Georgia me, but I turned thumbs down on that and went to bed with my man's woman. I was young, all right, but I wasn't young enough to go for the red card and allow a big black bitch like her rip my young ass off. So me and Walter's rib hit the sack. I knew that if I went to bed with the ape, the only thing that would have happened was me getting and not get a dime. But with my man's woman, at least I end up with some chips if any sex went down. After we were checked in, I sent the bellboy out to cop some light green. When he got back, I tipped him and got higher than I'd ever been in my life, from smoking, that is. I put what was left somewhere in the room. I say somewhere because when we got ready to check out that morning, I tore the room up looking for it, but I was unable to find it. And now that I write about it, the thought just hit me that the chick might have been the one that copped it. You see, none of the girls liked me to smoke while I was driving. And now that I've had that thought, I'll hit on her the next time I see her, and I see her every day. While we were in the bed, we rapped, and I felt her little thighs. She rejected my advance. I kissed her neck, and she moved away from me. I till she said,
"Freeze it!"
I kept toying with her till she stopped fighting me. I rolled her over and kissed her, and she finally returned the kiss. I tenderly rubbed the insides of her thighs till I reached her goodie box, and she opened her little She began to while holding me real tight and sucking my tongue like she was starved to death. I knew that I was in the winner's seat, and I knew the thing had to be played kosher. Since it was my man's rib, it had to be done right. Not only did he have to be kept in the dark, but the two ribs she worked with had to be kept asleep. This meant my first bread from a woman, so I had to handle it right. I slid Bucky's up first, and at the same time, I sucked one of her cooling it on the sound so the girls in the next room wouldn't get hit. Well, I knew the fox was worth the chase when the set was over. We reached an understanding that, from then on, I was to get half her take. It was also understood that she had to work a few more stores so our man wouldn't get hip, and that she had to carry 4 vines instead of 3 so the other girls wouldn't wake up. Well, we lived a long time with our adult understanding without Walter or the girls getting hunched to our hold card. Things went swell. I was young and getting as much bread as any sport in life. While I was ripping and running up and down Hastings trying to catch a pluck from all the boss, there was a girl named Ruth who had been watching me and had allowed herself to become sweet on me. Every time I see her standing in front of her mother's house, I'd speak to her while I talked to her mom. I had no idea that this little had let herself become so wrapped up in me till one night while I was standing on the edge of Napoleon Hastings when her kid sister came up behind me and pulled on the tail of my coat. When I turned around, a very little girl looked up at me and said,
"Stony, Roof is standing down the street and wants to see you, right down there."
She pointed.
"There, by the fish place."
I took her by the hand, and we walked a few steps behind the bar to where Ruth was standing. Ruth was quite young, quite cute, and seemed quite scared. Before I could say a word, she said,
"Stonewall, I know it is wrong for me to come here where you have your ladies working, but I just had to talk with you."
I thought to myself, how about that? I have the rep of having a girl on the corner, and I don't have a rib on the edge. And the only rib I do have is half of Walter's woman. I gave her little sister a buck and told her to get herself something on her way home. Then I took Ruth by the hand and we walked over to the Eastern Market. We sat and rapped for about 2 hours before I walked her home. I can't recall just what we talked about, but I remember knowing from her actions that she wanted me for her man. Damn, I thought, just what I needed, but it was too young for me to touch. Why did she have to be so damn young? Why couldn't she be a ready-made mud kicker? Well, I thought, I guess that's life. But if that little yours so shit, I'll be the youngest pimp in the city of Detroit. This kind of thing went on for 2 or 3 weeks between Ruth and me. And each time she came by, I'd take her to spots where the fellows wouldn't see me. Then on one of the nights, when her little brother came and got me, I walked her over by the Robinson School, and as we stood under a streetlight, she looked up at me with those big, pretty eyes and said,
Stonewall, every time I come by to see you, you're always walking me to some way out of the way place. The first few times, it was the Eastern Market, then it was the arcade show, and now it's over here on this dark street. Tell me, Stonewall, don't you ever feel like you want to do something to me?
I looked down at her, and I no longer saw her little Ruth. I did, however, see the little woman, Ruth. She was young, it's true, but hell, I was a teenager myself. She was built like a woman. Her hips were round and full, her breasts were plump and erect, her legs were very shapely. So I looked into her eyes and said, "Well, Ruth, since you asked me, I might as well tell you like it is. Yeah, baby, I felt like doing something to you ever since we took that first walk to the market. And now that I look at you under this light, I feel like doing it now."
Then, Stonewall,
she said.
Please hurry and do it.
I asked her if she'd been before, and she said she hadn't, but that she knew how it was done. Then I asked her if she'd never done it before, how come she knew how it's done.
I've seen my older sister while she was doing it,
she said.
Oh, Stonewall, why do you keep asking me a lot of questions? Come on, Stonewall, and do it to me. I've been wanting you to have me for what seemed like a lifetime, but you never looked at me when you came by the house. The desire got so great till I had to send my baby sister to get you that night. Oh, Stonewall, let's stop talking and wasting time. Come on and do it to me.
When she said that, I jumped to attention, and I had to have her right then. I pulled her into a doorway of the school and took off my suit coat and placed it on the steps so she could lay on it. She took one leg, and I dropped my pants to my knees and I asked her, and she did try to place it, but I've always been quite large, and I guess it was that and her newness that made it After much delay, I finally cracked the newness, and she screamed with pain, so I froze it.
Please, Stoney,
she said.
Don't stop. Just take it easy. It hurts, but oh Lord, my God, it hurts so good.
I put it to her little by little, while she screamed little by little till she had it all. Then I started to sock it to her, and she got under it each time till our hips were moving on cue. We both wanted each other so bad till it only took a few seconds for us to climax. And believe it or not, it was with each other. And if this kind of thing has ever happened in your sexual life, you know without a doubt that it's a thrill beyond all expression. We got up and used one of my hankies to clean up with. We still wanted each other, and since I'd gone that far with this little dog, I figured I might as well take her home and really tie the knot. This could be my first catch, I thought, and if it is, I will be the youngest pimp in the city of Detroit. I already knew that any man should want any bitch that wanted him, and I was lucky enough to have a that wanted me. So with the thought of the mileage left in the hen, I went for broke. Chapter 6. When we got to my pad, my sister and her husband were asleep. We went into the bedroom, undressed, and got into bed. We went at each other's nuts like two insane people. I did the same things again, and something that I hadn't done to Walter's woman. Ruth was unable to compose herself. She screamed and hollered so loud that my sister woke up and came to the door.
Stonewall, what are you doing to that woman?
Nothing, sis. We're just playing around, I said. I told Ruth to be cool. My sister went back to bed, and me and Ruth got back to where we left off. I was merely when she suddenly blew her cool once more, and my sister was back at the door, knocking and shouting.
Boy, what the hell are you doing in there?
I ain't doing nothing but kidding around, sis, I said.
Then open the door,
she said.
And let the lady tell me that.
I opened the door, and my sister saw Ruth sitting up in bed smiling.
Oh my God,
sis cried.
Boy, what are you doing with this? will have you put in jail for what you... Please, Stonewall, take her out of here and don't ever bring her back to this house.
Okay, sis, I said, as soon as we dressed. Ruth lived about a block from my sister, and my sister knew her mother as well as I did. But we knew her in different fashions. I knew her as an ex, and my sister knew her as a real good woman. When my sister left, we got back to it and finished our thing like two deaf mutes. Then we dressed and split. As I walked Ruth home, I thought of what my sister had said.
And don't ever bring her back to this house.
Shh. The woman could get up under her, and she had a on her that was good enough to have prayer meeting in. She was young and had all that mileage left in her. And even more important, she wanted me. When we got to her pad, we stood out front and rapped till we had reached an understanding that she was going to be my rib. We talked some more, and when we kissed goodnight, she held on to me so tight that I thought if she had been any bigger, she'd have bust my ribs. The next day, after she got out of school, I was to pick her up and take her to Napoleon Hastings and put her to work with the other girls on the edge. The next day, when school was out, I went by her house and picked her up. I spoke with her mother, who had always been cool with me, and I said hi to her dad. I knew her mom understood sporting life, and I think she understood me. Still, she knew nothing about my plans for Ruth that night. I think she thought we were just two kids that were sweet on each other. She did know I was a thief because she had done business with me a number of times. She also knew my brother Willie a lot better than she knew me. Plus, she was once a herself. The thing that had me so uptight was the fact that Ruth was so mad. When you look at it as it really was, you gotta say we were both teenagers. And I was just a few months short of 17. As far as adulthood was concerned, she would be a woman when she hit 18, while I couldn't be considered a man till I was 21. So look at it with an open mind, and you gotta go along with me being right all the way. And as I'm rapping to you about it, I find it's because of me hanging out with all the old heads that made me feel that I was too old for the girl. Damn. All these years I felt that I was bogue, and now that I really think about it, I've got to come to the conclusion that me and Ruth were righteous for each other. I took Ruth to Napoleon and Hastings, and I broke it down that this was her edge. I told her where to take her tricks, and I told her how much to hit for. I gave her codes to her game in every detail. Since she was too young to enter the bar, she had to use the hat shop to break for cover. When I showed up with her, all the fellows thought I was nuts. I asked a girl that I was tight with to help her in cutting her teeth on the edge. She said she would, and called me a dog. Well, Ruth was on the edge now, and I was indeed the youngest pimp in all Detroit. I really felt like a giant. I had my own pad, I had my own girl, and I was young with my own bankroll. Yeah, everything was getting silky, and I doubt if any nigga anywhere could ask for anything more. I learned during my time spent with the old pimps that it was bogue for a cat where his rib did her gig. So I was about to split when my brother Willie walked up and said,
Stony, man, I'm hot. I gotta blow town, and I gotta blow quick, Daddy. I'm going to the Apple, and you know New York is dead full of with a gun, so I'm leaving my piece with you. You're sure to need it.
He gave me the gun, and I asked him what had happened.
Man,
He said,
I caught me a real live one, and I gotta pull up.
Willie, baby, I said,
I got some bread. You can get any part of it, and man, if you want it all, just say so, and you've got it. Nay, old dude, I don't need chips. Shit, man, long bread is the cause of having to set it. I want to lay something on you. Like I said, the beef was a fat one. Look, Stony, I told my land prop that you'd be taking over my apartment, so it's your pad.
Here's the twister. The rent's paid up for a month. Damn, I said. Life's a bitch. Just when I get my rib, you gotta pull up and can't see little Willie pimpins. Yeah, Willie, life's a real son of a bitch. Well, since I can't grease your kick, you go for broke until our paths cross, or I'll make the apple cool goofing and crazy wailing, and I wish you nothing but roses. Thanks, Stoney, and you be cool and make the fox worth the chase in whatever you do. Well, old dude, I said, you can make book on that. And you know that address of yours, so should you find life a bit uphill, drop me a line. He gave me that long gun he had pulled on Dickie and told me he hoped I never had to use it. We kissed each other and he split. Although I went east many times when he was there, I never ran into him. He was always out of town somewhere and I failed to see him. After he left, the next time I saw him was in the world's largest prison in the year of 1944, and less than a year later, Willie the Barber was dead. Once Willie had pulled, I told Ruth I had a move to make and that I'd see her in a few. I went home to drop the piece Willie had put on me. When I got home, my sister and her husband were in the kitchen rapping and eating. I spoke to him and went on into my room and laid the gun to rest, but before I did, I dug it real good. I toyed with it a few minutes in front of the mirror and then placed it in the closet. On my way out, I stopped at the kitchen door and wired my sister that I'd be moving soon. She thought I was moving because she had told me not to bring Ruth in her pad anymore. After she said I didn't have to move for that reason, I said, nah, sis, that's not the reason I'm moving. The reason is because Willie just gave me his place, and you know it's an apartment.
Gave you his place?
She said. Sis, he gave it to me because he's leaving Detroit.
Leaving Detroit? What's he doing that for?
Who knows? I said. It could be for any number of reasons. You know how Willie is. He might have done anything.
Yeah, he's done something.
She said.
And I'll bet it was something wrong. His apartment is too well furnished. Well, Stonewall, the room will always be here if you ever need it. I never intended to rent it to any outsiders. By the way, what happened when you took Mrs. White's baby home?
Sis, I said. In the first place, I'm keeping the room to use as a resting place when I need it. And in the second place, when I took my girl home, I didn't see her mother. I just kissed her and split.
Your girl?
She said in a shocked tone.
Do you mean that you're going with that word?
Yeah, sis, you just caught the right dice, but you got one word wrong, and that's when you said, going. Sis, my love, Ruth is my woman, and at this very moment, she's catching them on Napoleon and Hastings with the rest of the girls.
Stonewall, you are insane, and you better remember what I said about her mother putting you in jail.
Yeah, I said, but you can't make an omelet without eggs. You know that. Fate was kind to me that night. Just when I needed a place, my brother picked up some heat and had to split, and I was left with an apartment neatly laid out. And his gun, the gun that had fascinated me so much that day in Dickie's room, and to top it off, I had set Ruth on her first night as a mud kicker. And you can believe me when I said she was the youngest, finest bitch in all Muddo. Yup. All this had happened while I was just a few days short of being 17. Yeah, fate was indeed very kind to me, and you'd have to live it to really dig where I'm coming from. Everything was roses. I was contented, and life itself was silky. Chapter 7. When I got back to the edge, all the cats and their ribs started right in on jiving me about my young tidbit catching them, and I went right along with it. By that, I mean, whenever someone is pulling your leg about something and you want to ice it, just go along with them, and they'll soon freeze it. While I was being bullshitted, I said, yeah,
Stonewall Jackson started out young in life, seeking fame, and he's still young and smart at the game. Yeah, he got a rib on the edge. Her tricks may sometimes feel their till she comes to work after she gets out of school. So you can call me School Days if you want to, 'cause as long as I'm the one that checks her trap, I'll be anything you come up with. As I was about ready to end my spiel, my man Walter cracked, "Go on and pimp, Stoney. To hell with what any black I say." Well, I soon got the rep of being the youngest pimp in Detroit, with the finest, tastiest bitch on the stem. And I was getting backdoor stuff from a man's rib. Ruth's first night's tap was understandable, and I set out to do just as Walter said. Pimp, and to hell with every nappy-head son of a bitch in Detroit. Life to me was on the kosher side for the following 2 months, and then Ruth hit me with the bomb. The little bitch out of the clear blue told me one night that she was going to have a crumb crusher. After she hit me with the curse of life, I said, "Look, sweetheart, how do you know you're not uptight?"
Not only do I know, I also know when it happened.
"How long you been hit?" I cracked.
Last month when my womanhood didn't show, I thought about it. And this month when it failed to come forth, I knew for sure.
Damn, I said to myself, this is a drag. Just when we're about to get things in order, you gotta come up with a crumb crusher. Damn, what a bogue hand for fate to deal me.
Stonewall, it's not right for a father to call his kid a crumb crusher.
Look, sweetheart, you don't have to force the brat on me. I'm sweet on you and I want you, so don't push on it.
Daddy, I ain't forcing you into nothing. The baby's yours.
Come off it. The kid could belong to any one of the tricks you had. I cracked.
Honey, that's when you're wrong. Can't you recall telling me when I first hit the bricks to always use a safety? Well, I've been doing just that, and no other man other than you has ever had me without one. You told me that the same day you ran everything else down to me. Like, never go to a trick's pad, like getting the bread off the top, baby. It was that day you told me a lot of things, and I've been doing just like you told me.
She said. Yes, sweetheart, I know. But right now, we gotta find a way to get this handicap out of our lives. I got a cousin that's hip to the route of getting something like this out of our way.
Oh, no, you don't. I want this baby, and I want you to stop thinking about killing it.
She said. Look, little mama, we can't have a crumb crusher now. We're too young for that kind of thing. There's too many places to go, too much life to live, baby. In short, it's a handicap to people like us. After we do a little living, we will have a house full of kids, righteous? Then on the other hand, what will your mother say?
Daddy, you're doing a lot of rapping, but you ain't saying a damn thing. As far as my mother's concerned, I doubt she'll say anything. She knows more than you realize. She knows I'm hustling on Napoleon and Stony. She herself had a kid when she was younger than me.
Damn. It seems life can also carry a club and deal a man a bogue hand when it wants to. Well, I said to myself, I can't be tagged with this. Me having a kid will cramp my game. No wants a cat with a family for a man, and since this really planned to have the baby, I had to get me a fall guy to take the weight off me. I thought about it for a week, and at long last I came with a patsy. So one night, after Ruth and me had gone home and had eaten and smoked a little pot, I said, "Look, baby, can you recall that old fellow that was forever trying to get you to come in his pad whenever you passed him on your way to school?"
Yeah, Daddy.
She said.
But I never did, because you said not to.
Yeah, sweetheart, good girl, I said. But the next time he hits, I want you to go in and see what he wants. And keep it in mind that it's business all the way.
try to let some of the folks in the block see you go into his pad with him. And this time, I want you to ice the rubber and let him get a shot of pure honey. After you've done it, let me know about it, and I'll take it from there.
She agreed, and fate was kind to me, 'cause the very next day, the old crab hit on her. She did as I told her, plus the old crab gave her $30 for the trip. I let a month or two pass, and I told her to tell her mother about it. She hit Mom, and he went to Jackson prison for aerial snatch. After the old fellow went away, she said,
Stony, we both know when I have this baby that it's ours, even if someone else did get a bum rap for it, don't we?
Sure, sweetheart, we know, but let's keep it between us. No one should know, not even the girls or fellows on the edge, righteous? Ruth had now become large enough for the world to know she was pregnant. The fact that she was pregnant caused her to steal many dates from the other that gigged on the edge. Damn near every man likes a bitch when she's big and young at the same time. This makes it a double tree. Some men also get a bang out of having a girl that has a mustache, or a girl with hair on her legs, or a bitch with pleasure-bent legs. Bow-legged will even upset. As a man, I feel deep down in my heart that a female with pleasure-bent legs, a mustache, hair on her legs, and pregnant could make a man walk a mile over hot coals with no stumps on to cop. The aforementioned rundown and a true analysis in this little tidbit of mine. If you're a man, you know what I mean. And if you're a female, watch out for girls with these assets. Ruth worked like this till it was time for her to drop the baggage that she'd been carrying for the past 9 months. She had her kid, a boy whom she named after me, and her mother loved it and took care of it like she would her very own. Everything was once again back in divine order. Mom was looking out for the kid, which gave me and Ruth our freedom. I had stopped driving for Walter and his wife's mob, till one day he hit on me to help his wife beat a fur store.
Stony,
He said,
Ruby got a fur store that's a bird's nest on the ground. If someone could get the sales girl off there for a few minutes, that could give us time to cop. Stony baby, I'm asking you 'cause no one in Detroit can get 'em the freedom they need but you. Thanks for the bullshit about me being the only one,
I said.
but there's just two things I like to know. Where's the spot, and what's it worth to me? The spot is in Gary, and if it turns out righteous, you got 4 bills coming from me, and 4 bills coming from the ape. I know you're macking now, and we both know 8 bills will buy a lot of cocaine or take care of anything else that's bugging you. Righteous,
I said.
I need the chips. What time will she be ready to split? As always, Stony, that'll be up to you and her.
I went into the hat shop and called Ruby. When she picked up the phone, I said,
Hi, baby. This is your honey dripper. Walter just ran down that Gary run to me, and I told him it was righteous. Must be some way out mix. 4 bills for me to drive and store? Well, you know you'll have to hit another spot along the way, sweetheart. You know, to take care of our thing.
Don't worry about our thing.
she said.
Just tell me about that schoolgirl, you cradle robber. I heard about her stealing all the tricks while she was big. Damn, man. What kind of guy are you to have a girl that young out here hustling when she's about to have a child? Stony, you're a cold-blooded man.
Honey, hush. You know better than anybody the kind of man I am, baby. I'm your kind of man. The kind of man that's been letting you put the Georgia to him. And 9 to 5 says you're gonna wanna rip me off tonight, too.
Georgia, you?
She said.
That's a laugh.
Yeah, you animal. You got at least 10 years on me. As far as my girl's concerned, bitch, you're older than black pepper, and you've been ripping me off for a year. And it ain't but 4 years difference in my age, and that little, as you call her, she's close to me, and I'm 17, so feel free to call us both teenagers. But with you, hot mama, it could be said that you're ripping the cradle off.
All right, Stoney, that's enough of that bullshit subject. I want to know what time you think we should get together.
She said. Like any other trip, we gotta get there at lunchtime. So call the ape and be ready to split at 6. We blew a kiss and hung up. I then went by another young pimp's pad. I'll call him Chuck. Chuck had 2 girls kicking mud around city of Detroit. He was teased on the street of broken dreams, the same as I was. Me and Chuck sat around rapping and smoking and kicking sad and his all over Detroit. I told them nothing about the trip I was to make in the morning. We got in his packet and rode up Hastings, stopping at all the bars where the good ribs gigged, trying to catch, but it turned out to be a dry run. I had him stop by Ruth's. When we got there, Ruth's mother gave me a grand greeting and said hello to my man. I asked her where my girl was, and she said she was in the bedroom. I asked my man to cop a squat, and I went into the bedroom where my rib was. "Hey, Red," I said. "How you feeling?"
Hi, stranger.
She cracked.
I was wondering when you'd be by to check out your girl with the sore.
I leaned over and kissed her, and then sat on the bed. I was all wrapped up in my thoughts on just what a tender, sweet little bitch Ruth really was, and I kind of felt lucky to have such a with so many miles in front of her as my very own. As I was having all of these thoughts, she said,
"Is Chuck the one that's been keeping you from me and your baby?"
"Sweetheart, get this into that pretty head of yours," I said. "Chuck or no one else could prevent me from seeing you or my son."
Have you seen the baby yet?
She asked. "Yeah, I saw him. And baby, he looks just like you,"
Bullshit.
she said.
You know damn well he looks like you.
After bending each other's ear for a while, she asked me if I was hungry, and I told her I was hungry enough to eat a wet mop. She got up to fix me some grits, and I embraced her and sent her out of the room with a soft slap on her tender ass. While Ruth was fixing the food, I was rapping with Mom. I found out just how much her mother understood this thing called life. After learning of her mother's vast knowledge of life, I said, "Mom, I want to move Ruth in with me, and I swear I'll take as good care of her as you and your husband have." Mom was a real trooper. She went along with what I asked, saying,
"Stonewall, Ruth really cares for you. In fact, she's been stuck on you since she was bothering next. I am a husband like you too, so please take good care of her, Stonewall. Treat her kind. We give you both our blessing."
I was so thrilled till I kissed her all over and promised to care for her till death do us part. Chapter 8. That morning when I got up, it was 5:30. By the time I reached Walter's pad, it was 6 a.m. The ape had been called and would be ready and waiting. We picked the ape up at 6:30, and by the time we hit the highway, it was 7 a.m. sharp. We had 5 hours to get there, so we could forget about the sweat of being there at lunchtime. It was a cinch. While rolling along at a pace within the speed limit, one of the girls wanted to stop and eat, but I iced it because I didn't want to blow the lunch hour, and I knew we can always eat after we reached Gary. The big Buick easy rolled us, and we reached Gary at 10:45 a.m., which meant we had some time to kill before hit time. We went to a restaurant, a place we ate whenever we were in town. After we ate, I checked to see if my prop was in the right pocket and found it was cool. We then went to a bar to kill some more time till it was righteous for us to move in on the sting. We reached the store at 5 past noon, and I parked the car while the girls went in. I anchored in the car for 10 minutes, then I went on in to play my part. When I entered the store, I dug the team of thieves in the rear of the store and saw they really did need help. It was my job to get them the freedom they needed. The store was made to order for the part I had to play to get them that much needed freedom that they had to have in order to sting. I double-checked my prop because I didn't want to blow my part. I was a true master at it and got a bang out of doing it. It was always thrilling to me when everything came off like clockwork. I motioned to one of the lovely salesgirls, and when she came, I laid the con on her.
Good afternoon,
I said.
Has a lady been in the store today with a set of twin boys?
Twins? Oh no.
She said.
I'm sure there hasn't been anyone in the store with twins today.
This is Carson's, isn't it? I said.
Yes, this is Carson's Furs.
Well, I'm in the right place anyway. My name is Dulaine, Marcel Victor Dulaine, and I was to meet my wife here today. She's been paying on a mink coat here for quite some time now, and today is the day she was to pick it up. She had a few other stops to make, and I was to meet her here and the kids here at Carson's and take them home. Is it all right if I wait for her?
Why, of course. Please have a seat.
I looked toward the rear of the store and saw a salesgirl staying too close to the two girls with the larceny in their hearts. She was being overly helpful. Yeah, they needed freedom badly, and they needed it right away. I called the salesgirl and said,
You know, I've always wondered just what it was about a mink coat that caused it to become an obsession with the female sex. May I look around while I'm waiting for my wife?
But of course, feel free to look over the store,
she said. I thanked her, and I walked over a display of minks in the center of the floor. While I was looking through them, I suddenly gasped out loud and grabbed my chest. When I had the attention of the clerks, I fell over a rack of minks and other furs and lay seemingly helpless on a pile of furs that must have been worth $50,000. Everyone in the store broke a record coming my way to see what had happened and to give whatever aid they could. This freed the girls so they could hit without sweat. The sales manager bent over me and started to unbutton my shirt and loosen my belt. I motioned for him to get the pills from my pocket. He reached in my kick and came out with my prop, then sent one of the salesgirls to get some water. While she was gone for the water, the two crooks walked up and stood over me, which meant they had copped. Then they split to the car to wait till I came out of my thing to meet 'em. The salesgirl returned with the water, and the manager gave me 2 pills. I got up and shucked a while, stalling till the store was back in order. After I'd bullshitted long enough, I told the salesgirl, I'm quite sorry about what happened, and I'd like to ask a favor of you. Please don't mention to my wife about my heart. I've kept it from her, and I beg of you, please let it remain that way. When she comes, please tell her I was here but had to leave on business. And above all, I'd like to thank all of you for your warm concern. She agreed with what I had asked, and I split. When I got to the car, the girls were nervous and wanted to hurry and get out of Gary. 45 minutes out of town, we stopped for gas, and so the girls could answer nature's call and also clean up the pieces they had stolen. All tags have been removed from the furs as soon as they got in the car, and they dumped them out of the car window as we rolled along the highway. All they had to do now was put them in bags while in the ladies' room at the gas station. The ape went into the ladies' room first, leaving me and my half of rib alone. She told me she wouldn't have to make another stop to ready me up, 'cause she had got me a mink stole. I took it and put it in the trunk. When the ape came back, we headed for Detroit. Since my half a rib didn't have to make another stop to ready me up, it meant I'd be back in Detroit long before 10 p.m. And if I wanted to, I could have shortened it even more, but since we were riding with $40,000 worth of minks, I moved the wheel within the speed limit. At 6 p.m., we reached Motor City. It hadn't been a bad trip at all. 2 mink coats at $14,000 each, and a mink stole worth $750. Yup, not bad at all. 8 bills from the girls and a mink stole for myself. My man and the outlaw had the real bread, but think how much an hour that came to. When we hit Detroit, I took the ape home and waited till she came out with my bread. And as she gave it to me, it looked like it hurt her to her heart. I then took my half a rib home and walked up with her to see if Walter was home. But he wasn't, so I told her I'd dig her later and I'd catch him on the edge. I drove by my pad and set the stove down, and then I went by Napoleon to dig my man and get my cookies. I dug him in the hat shop, drinking with some of the fellows, and pulled him out of earshot of the gang.
Everything came off silky and kosher,
I said.
Your rib is at home waiting on you, and the sooner you get home, the sooner you find yourself $14,000 richer. If you have any sweat down in that Charlie, take it to Ruby at the restaurant. She's been bugging me to get her one, and you know there's no sweat for your money. Come on, run me home,
he said.
I like to dig what a Charlie like that looks like.
When he got in the car, he gave me my bread with a smile on his face. It kind of made me feel like a real asshole. He paid me with a smile, and I was laying his rib. Well, what the hell? I thought the bitch was laying me. When we got to his pad, he asked me to come up and have a taste. I iced it by telling him I had business elsewhere, and I split feeling great. My bankroll was fat, and I had a mink stole that would bring me another few bills. Yup, everything was roses, and this was the night I was gonna move Ruth in with me. You know, she was to be the very first female that I'd ever lived with, and take it from me, I really liked the whole idea. Well, I moved Ruth in with me and gave her a twister and told her not to let even her best friend know where she lived, because her friend might tell her man and he might tell his pal, and the next thing we know, the city of Detroit will be hip. I told her to let it be hush-hush to everyone but her family, and I told her to tell her folks not to let any swinging know. I was playing behind what my brother Willie had hit me to. Let no huggin' know nothing about you. I was feeling swell about life. I was just 17 and was already getting me a taste of the silky life. And I swear I was happy beyond all expression about the whole damn thing. I took my rib to her edge, kissed her, and set her out. I then went by Chuck's pad to rap, smoke, and enjoy the life of 2 young pimps. Chuck had two brothers who were quite young and thought me and Chuck to be the last word and pimped them. They used to peek through the keyhole and watch us while we smoked and rapped. One of them is still around today and doing a little macking himself. I think the world of Chuck's young brother, but I doubt if he'll ever become a true pimp because Joe Chink is riding on his back. Still, he might, because he's in one of those methadone programs that has come into being within the past few years. Whether he makes it or not, the little is and always will be my mellow fellow. Me and Chuck smoked and rapped for some time. Then I cracked, "Chuck, baby, now that we got our heads in order, let's ride and see if we can't pluck off a hunk of cheesecake. We both know we can't win $1 million in the dime crap game, so let's hit the street of broken dreams and the valley. Who knows? This might be our night. God knows we can't pluck a bitch here." So we split, and that night, we both copped a girl. Time moved swiftly. Ruth had been staying with me for close to 6 years, and my other two girls had been doing it like it should be done. Chuck, Walter, and me made all the pimp parties. We went to New York to a few fights, and we'd made about 7 derby runs together. It was now the year of 1943, the year of the race riot, and I had Ruth from the time she was By now she was 18, and I was 22. And if I said the years weren't silky, I'd be telling a big fat mouth lie, 'cause God knows the years were quite tasty indeed. Then one night at a party, the fellow started to jive my man Walter by telling him things like,
"Stoney's been getting as much money for driving your woman as you."
They no doubt had been jiving him like that before, but for some reason he never came to me with it. But this night was different. He said out loud that I must have been making it with his woman, and that her last baby girl looked more like I did than it did him or his woman. The fellows were forever asking his woman why she waited till she was as old as baseball before she started to have kids. Hell, I'd even cracked the same thing to him and his woman. It was just a cracking wise kind of thing, and it meant nothing. That is, till this night. I felt getting a bit heated, so I ordered another blow of cocaine and a round of drinks, and I split. When I got downstairs, my man was right on my ass, along with another top-notch pimp who I'll call Bump. My man was quite high and came into me with a lot of words that would have made a cat fight. But I didn't want to fight with him for 2 reasons. He was my man, even though I was laying with his woman, and he was just too cool for me to fight with. Any other time, I'm sure he could have beat my ass, but this night, I could have beat his ass with one hand and blindfolded. So I just walked in the street while he was on the sidewalk alongside me with Bump. He was trying his best to knock me out. He was swinging helplessly, trying to hurt me, and Bump was walking alongside of him, just looking. Finally, I said, "Bump, baby, take him home." I told him to take him home for a whole block, from Hastings to St. Antoine, and all he did was nothing but walk alongside my man. By the time we reached St. Antoine, my man was so tired he had to go home. Before the Bump took him, I looked at Bump real hard and grim, and that was the first of 3 times that the Bump and I had differences. Elsewhere in his book, you shall run into him. Remember, the first time was when he didn't make a move to freeze this thing between my man and me. I feel
deep down in my heart, that bump wanted to see my man beat my ass. I'll always feel that way. It wasn't long after that when Chuck and I got busted while trying to rip off some diamond rings. The whole thing happened because we were both consumed by the desire to get a top-notch front that will cause us to be two of the youngest Major League Mac men in the city of Detroit. It was my thought that a cat had to have something big to hit for something big. You see, if a cat hits on his rib for $1,000 and he ain't got nothing worth $1,000, the bitch can tell him he couldn't need it. He just wanted it. But if a cat pulled up sharp, wearing diamonds, and driving a brand new Cadillac, he could need $1,000 for a number of things because he would represent 25 or 30 without saying a word. He could tell a bitch he needed, not wanted, 5 or 6 big ones without her saying,
"What do you need that kind of money for? You ain't got nothing worth that much."
And my dear Rita, there is a big difference between needing and wanting. And like I said, a cat with a front like I just mentioned could need the bread for any number of reasons. Well, anyway, me and Chuck failed on that diamond caper. Chuck, however, got away and I was arrested. I went to court, bond was set, and my little tidbit raised me. While out on bail, I told Ruth to have Chuck till I got back. She wasn't for it, but after I showed her where it was best, she accepted it. I told Chuck to look out for her and see to it that I get some bread every week. I copped out to attempted larceny and was given 1 to 2 years in the state prison at Jackson, Michigan. Chapter 9. After reaching the prison, I dug just how huge the joint really was. And you could take it from me, there were indeed close to 6,000 stories in the house of many doors. When I got a quarantine, I found a lot of cats that I knew and had missed seeing on the stem, and many more that I didn't know, but who knew me through my brother Willie. And all during my bit, I was tagged as Little Willie the Barber. I was there 9 months, and here are some of the things that happened while doing my bit. I was the first black man that ever worked in the kitchen, and the first black man that ever lived in 15 block with a 24 unlock. 15 block was the hole on base, but I lived upstairs over the hole. The prison was indeed a large playhouse when I got there. A lot of cash was in motion, and any game you wanted to play was there. Many, many big well-off men were there, and I worked with a gent that owned a large hotel. The prison yard on all holidays was really jumping. Gee, I wish I could tell you about some of the people that I met, but I can't. But believe me, I met some men that were worth millions. And I met a lot of police that were doing time. But where they went after they were there a few days, I swear, I really can't say. But I can say that most of them had to pay rent. I mean rent like you do on a street. Now that really is a bitch. In prison and gotta pay rent. Wow. During my many trips to the Apple, I never once saw my brother, but I read in the prison paper that he was the first man to enter the joint in the year 1945. If you're wondering how I was still in prison in 1945 after telling you I only did 9 months and got busted in 1943, well, I was out on bail for a year. I sent him a care package while he was in quarantine, and the deputy allowed me to visit him. Willie looked the same, but one of his legs had become longer than the other one and a great deal thinner.
When he was released from quarantine, he was put in 12 block where all the sick men had to stay. I knew he was uptight when I came by one day and asked him if he wanted some nutmeg, and he iced it. A bit later, he was put in the hospital, and because I was his brother, I was allowed to visit with him as often as I wanted to. He ran it down to me that he had returned to Detroit after making all the states and got busted in the valley after a bartender who was also dead called the law. He got 3 to 10 years. I could dig how drugged Willie was because his leg had gone bad on him. He was a that walked fast by nature, a that stayed in the fast flight even when he wasn't going anywhere. Yeah, he was a real speedy guy, and I knew this thing was growing between his thigh and hip bones, which was causing one leg to become longer, and it wasn't as large as his arm. On one of my visits, he talked of killing himself. I did my best to get him to get that kind of thinking out of his mind, and I hate to confess it, but I feel that I failed. He gave me a very touching message to give to his longtime girlfriend, Anna, a girl he loved for a number of years. I told him I'd give it to her as soon as I saw her. The message was so touching that I read it till I was able to recall it word for word. Then I said,
Willie, you too big to be talking about offing yourself, man. Be anything, but please don't be a nut. I can't help it, Stoney,
he said.
But man, I can't see me as a that gotta wear a block for a stomp.
He reached down and got his shoe and said,
Man, dig this.
He held his shoe out for me to see. It was the kind of shoe that people with club feet have to wear.
Ain't that a bitch?
He said.
Me, Willie the Barber, gotta walk the rest of my life on a block like this. Take it easy,
I said.
Your steplad didn't have no leg at all, and a stump so short he couldn't wear his wooden leg. Baby, he ain't like me. He can live with one leg. Stoney, you know he ain't in our kind of life anyway.
Man, I said.
You're Willie the Barber. People all over these United States know you or know of you. What do you think they'll say when the word gets out that you offed yourself? Look at this,
he said.
My damn leg ain't as big as my arm. Willie,
I said.
The doctors can start the circulation back into it for you, and it'll be the same as the other one. Again, this is the penitentiary. These beasts ain't got no idea how to help a man get rid of the claps. Man, you know what's happening, so come off it.
At that moment, the hack mentioned for me to leave, so I told Willie I had to split.
And Willie,
I said,
if you rob this world of the great Willie the Barber, again, I'll never forgive you. So stick and stay old, dude. I'll dig you tomorrow.
And I split. On my way out, I noticed the hack didn't lock his cell door. And I knew when a man's cell wasn't locked, it meant there was nothing could be done to save the man in the cell, and all hope had been given up on him. I never asked the doctor if he had something that was killing him. I guess I really didn't want to know about it. I sat down that night and wrote my sister. I told her to come up and see Willie as soon as she could because I felt he was going to leave us. Within a week, she was up to see him and had to be taken inside the walls to the hospital, and this time it was no fix. It was indeed a sick visit. When she was through seeing Willie, she had me called out for a visit with me. When I reached the visiting room and saw who it was, I started to turn around and walk out. She nor anyone else in my family have ever come to see me when I was in jail. I knew she was visiting me only because she was at the prison to see Willie. And I also knew if I turned down a visit from my family, the parole board wouldn't like it. So I had to visit just because of that reason, and I also could learn what Willie had to say. After I sat down, I said,
"Well, sis, what did Willie have to say?"
Everything he said during my visit with him
she said.
alluded to him not caring if he lived or not.
Yeah, I said.
"I know. Did you talk to any of the doctors about him?"
Yes, I did.
She said.
And one of them told me he had a lung that was just about gone, and that's why they feel he's going to die.
"Well, it seems like we're going to lose old Willie, doesn't it?"
Stonewall, I can't stop the doctors from thinking like they do, but I want you to stop talking like that. He just can't die.
"Bullshit. Sis, we both know you don't care one way or another what happens to Willie or me."
Boy,
She said.
how can you think a thing like that?
"Oh, sis, come off it. You know I've been in jail a number of times, and now I'm in prison, and you nor anyone of the family has never come to see if there was anything you could do for me. One of the times I was in jail was just a few steps from where the old lady and the kids lived, and damn it, not one of them came to see me. Sis, the only reason you're sitting there right now is because our brother is uptight, and you came to see about him. 9 times out of 10, you would have felt real shitty if you hadn't called me out. So let's stop bullshitting each other. Let's cut this visit short. I'll hip you my mail on how Willie's doing."
My sister started to say something, but I motioned for the hack, letting him know our visit was over, and he let me out. Then he let her out. About a week after that, a friend that worked in the hospital told me in the breakfast line that my brother had just died a few hours ago. I sat my tray down and asked one of the guards if I could go to the hospital and see if it was my brother that passed that morning. He said I could, so I split. When I reached the hospital, they were taking a body off the elevator, all covered up. I asked the fellow to drop the sheet so I could dig the face. He turned the sheet back, and sure enough, it was Willie. I wired my folks, and they sent for the body. I made arrangements to be taken to the funeral. I found the right hack to take me as far as hacks are concerned. The day came for me to leave for Detroit. I was dressed out in a truly bold front, and the information desk gave the hack my detail that concerned the way I was to be taken, and it read, "Cuffed all the way." Like I said, the prison was a real playhouse, and my watch was in pawn. I got it out, and I was now ready for the trip home. In 1945, trains ran to Detroit from Jackson. They now, however, don't make the run. After the train pulled off, the hack said,
"Well, Stonewall, if I remove these cuffs, will you be cool and not give me a hard time?"
"Oh, man,"
I said.
"come on and off the cuffs. You know I ain't got but 4 months to freedom the right way."
He, like I thought, took 'em off when we reached Detroit. After getting off the train, we copped a cab to take us to the church. And when I entered the church, I saw members of my family that I hadn't seen before. My aunt, who was my dad's sister, put an embrace on me that felt like a bear hug and damn near took my breath. I motioned to some of my folks to come set me free, and after they had freed me, I looked at all my family sitting in church with their crocodile tears. The only tears that were for real were my aunt's. Yup, hers were in no way crocodile. She was as legal as today. Bullshit grief, I thought to myself. Every one of these black-ass phony bullshits again could be stars in Hollywood, sitting around like they really lost something that was dear to them. I planned right then that I was going to beat as many of these assholes as I could. After the service was over, we all went to the cemetery, and while we all stood around the grave, I asked one of my cousins for a few bucks. She didn't hesitate to fulfill my pitiful request. She opened her purse and came out with her bankroll and was about to peel off a few bucks to give me some butts. and I grabbed it all out of her mitt. She reached at my hand to take it back, and I shook her up by saying, "Watch it, cuz. The man might think you're giving me a gun." Wow, did this bitch forget about the chips? She stood like a frozen mummy. It was clean, and I learned my M.O. was righteous, so I did the same thing to damn near all of them. Well, Willie was laid to rest, and when we split the cemetery, I had close to 4 bills. After dropping the last of the family off, I hired the family car to take me to a few places before we went back to the joint. I wanted to go by a bar that my other brother managed before he died, which was September 13th, 1971. In the family car with us was Ruth, who looked real sickly, and I felt she was up pretty tight. My man Chuck looked like he was still batting 1,000. A fine black bitch, who I'll call Diane, tightened the hack's life out, and I enjoyed all of Ruth. I had begged for a few more dollars, and I had copped some pot from a pal at the bar. All the fellows knew I was coming home that day, so they had everything ready and waiting. While I was at the bar drinking, the hack moved in and said,
"Stonewall, it's getting close to our time."
So I said so long to all the fellows, then me and the hack set out for the prison. The family car took us to the station. Once we were on the train, I went to the men's room and pushed the heroin in my ass, but I had to blow the cocaine because it couldn't stand the heat of my body. Since I had the boy in a balloon, I wasn't worried about it. I had saved my hanky that I wiped Ruth's ass out with after we had our taste of because I had a real freak of a and that I was gonna sell a smell of it to after I got back in the joint. I also pushed a pot in my ass that was in another balloon. The cocaine was hitting me real fast when I sat down next to the hack. I pulled out my chips and counted him $30 for him to put in his kick, and I gave him 2 bills to put in my account and 2 bills to give me later in the joint. Now that my business was in order, I sat back and gave some thought to the fact that my brother Willie was dead. I thought of the times me and him did some money making together. The one time that amazed me most was the day we were downtown in Detroit looking for something to steal. We were on Gratiot and Broadway when we dug a short that was filled with all kinds of bags. There was a policeman standing in the center of the intersection directing traffic, and as good a thief as Willie was, I knew he didn't plan to hit the car right there. However, he told me to walk to the corner and wait for him. He should be driving by to pick me up 10 minutes after he talks with the law.
"Yeah,"
He said,
"if everything turns out like I hope, I should be by to get you, so wait."
we both dug the twisters in the car, but to break into it where it was parked was damn near impossible. Not just because the policeman was there, but more so because of the many folks that were walking to and from different parts of downtown Detroit. I didn't know what he had in mind, but I did know he knew just what he was doing, so I went to the edge and waited for him. From the edge where I was standing, I saw Willie approach the officer. They rapped a few minutes, and then the officer walked with Willie to where the car was. The next thing I saw was the officer help my brother spring the vent window, then Willie got in the car. He said a few words to the officer from the car window and drove down to pick me up. Believe it or not, Willie told the policeman that he had locked his keys in the car and asked him to help him since he had those thick gloves on. Yeah, Willie was a real motherfucker. He knew what he was doing, and he did it well. He was the reason that I learned a great deal. From my brother, I learned about life, I learned about people, and so what I learned is to place no faith in tomorrow. So I say to you, the clock of my life may then be still. Yeah, my dear reader, that's just what I learned from the passing of my dearest and most worthy brother, Willie the Barber. When I was back inside the prison, the hack gave me my 2 bills, which made me have an even grand. I had left 8 bills with a pal before I split. Time moved right along. I was doing good with my schoolwork, and Ruth was real righteous with my bread. Then one day I got a letter from my man Chuck, and in it were these words.
Well, guy, your first pluck passed the first of the week. It was TB. That took her out.
This was a shock to me, even though she did look a bit tired when I was home to bury Willie. Still, I made a few plans that concerned her and me, and not long after that, my stepdad died. This meant that 1945 had been a cruel year for me, and I'd have to make it from the jump or less. Soon after that, everything changed, and it got tight like that. A little later on, my time was up, and I split. But as far as prisons go, Jackson was a real sweetheart to do your bit. I was called and dressed out, given $30 of my money, and told I could pick up the balance from my parole officer when I reached Detroit. I, along with 10 other men that were splitting the scene that day, were taken to the bus station. When the bus for Detroit came, only 5 of us got on it, which meant the others were going elsewhere in Michigan. Things sure looked good to me as the bus rolled on toward the Motor City. When the bus stopped in Ann Arbor, one of the fellows that left with me moved into me and said,
Stoney, give me some bread on a bottle. I'll cop while we're here, and we can get cool.
I did. He did. We did. Now with the taste in me, I was really feeling swell all the way to my town. When the bus pulled into the station on Washington Boulevard, I walked into the drugstore to cop some straights, and while the girl was getting the smokes, I enjoyed the sound of female voices and the smell of perfume their bodies were throwing off. When I stepped out on Washington Boulevard and looked at all the stores that I once got my things from, it was then that I found getting out of prison gave as much of a thrill as cocaine and spending money did. Yeah, getting out of the joint gives you a kick that's far beyond expression. I was on E as far as having long bread was concerned. I had a little over $1,000 that I'd managed to leave the joint with, but had only butts of it on me. The bigger part of it had to go to my P.O. before I could get it. I had 6 months to do on paper, so I made my arrival report and got a blow-by-blow of the do's and don'ts ran down to me, which meant nothing to me at all. After the blow-by-blow, I stepped out of the Cadillac Square building, feeling swell. I was told by my P.O. that my money would be in from the joint within the week, so this meant I'd have my grand when I knew my pals would have something going for me when I saw 'em. Since I wasn't gone long enough for the fashions to change, and I still had all my things at my mother's home, I was blessed. I still had fronts I had never had altered, coats and shirts that I never had on. So as far as having things to wear was concerned, I was in top-notch shape. Yup, I was in as good a fix then as I was when I split the scene. My only hang-up was the fact that I had lost Ruth, and this meant I was now in the streets, whoreless, and God knows something had to be done about that, and done in a hurry. And once you get a taste of getting it off the dresser, like I had done for so long, you know that getting it off the dresser was indeed the righteous way of life. And I felt at that time that it was my way of life till the lights of life went out. I went by the old ladies and got clean and gave her a few dollars, kissed her, and split. I hit the old edge and saw a lot of my old pals, who all gave me the usual bullshit you can give a guy when he's just out of the house of wax. Everyone told me to get my desire from the bar, and most of them told me how sorry they were about me losing Root and my brother. All in all, the Edge was still a major league set. One thing had changed. The Greek no longer owned that hat shop. It was now owned by a one-time pimp, but it had the same name. It moved to the west side, and the one-time pimp is now dead, and may God have mercy on his soul. I had been in the bar drinking with the mob for damn near 2 hours, and I was damn near drunk when I split. I walked 3 blocks out Napoleon to my man's pad, and when I got there, his mother let me in and gave me her warmest greetings and then told me Chuck was in the bed. I entered the bedroom and slapped him on his ass as hard as I could. He turned over and reached for his pistol at the same time.
Ice it,
I said.
It's I, your guy, Gemini.
He forgot about the gun and gave me one of those warm, true pal greetings, really from the heart. Not one like everybody else, but the embrace of a real friend. After the well wishes were over, we rapped, we smoked, and we took a toot of boy and girl. At the time, tooting the boy along with the girl was called Pineapple. Chuck had the same 2 girls, but had had a few hits and misses while I was away. He told me some of the misses he had was because of his taking good care of Ruth while I was away. It seems some of his girls just didn't understand his loyalty to me. And believe it or not, he wasn't bitter or grim about it. He was just a real righteous again. After he'd given me a blow-by-blow of how life had been with him since I'd been away, I said,
Say, old dude, where are the good girls gigging now?
Daddy,
he said,
a lot of prize ribs are working the edge of Columbia and Brush. Puppy Love is behind the bar. Her dad owns the place.
Chuck,
I said,
is there any fair game on the edge or anywhere in the city?
Stoney, my man, there are herds of them all over the town.
Then, partner,
I said,
get your black ass out of bed and let's do a little stampeding on the herd. We might just be able to cut out a few head. I guess you know I'm starved, damn near to death for a bitch, in far more ways than one.
He got up, dressed. We took a few more toots of Christine and Henry, Pineapple, and Split. He was still on wheels, but this was December of 1945, and he was riding in his 1942 wheel. As you know, because of the war years, they stopped making cars in 1942 and didn't make any more till 1946, so my guy was as up-to-date as anyone else. While we were looking the spots over, we ran into an old buddy of mine. We pulled up on her, and after a few minutes of rapping, she slid her big, tasty ass in the car. She rode with us till we covered the rest of the bars, and then the toots were wearing off, and I was starting to suffer the feeling one has when cocaine wears off. If you've ever used cocaine, you know what I mean. And it was then that I was cracked on Chuck.
Baby, I said, the cocaine has split on me, and I'm up kinda tight. Baby boy, let's go back to your pad and get some boy. I gotta shake this fucking feeling.
Before he could answer, the pal of mine said she had some in her pad, and she also said it was the bomb. Chuck drove by her pad, and the 3 of us got out and went in. After I had the fix of boy, it caused me to want to get my nuts out of pawn. And since I knew Chuck was beat for DOS, I told him I was gonna lay and numb from the pressure they were under. He said he could dig it and told me to stop by his pad after I make a 3-base hit. After that crack, Chuck left, and me and the pot got right to it. I had a good year's run without real. Plus the horse gave me a prize and to have when he's about to pick us out. And God knows this was indeed a choice black bitch that knew the right way of putting that good tight again on himself. After we got started with our Saturday, it took but a few seconds for me to register from her soft, tender chops, embracing my I had the arresting desire, but the codes of the game wouldn't allow it. So I straight f***ed her 3 times, and she took her one drink from my When the party was over, she said,
Stony, honey, I sure wish I could afford you. Damn, but you know how to put shit. I ain't jiving. You always have been hit to where it's at, Stony Daddy. I swear, you truly know what's happening.
She went on to say,
maybe one of these days I'll get you.
She was saying all that between kisses on my if a bitch ever made love to a by hugging, kissing, and placing it, this one did. Then as she and looked up at me, I said, why sweat it? The way things been going between us for the past years, you been getting this treat stick for nothing.
Yeah, I know, but just how often is that? Why, hell, we only f*** when we run into each other, and then you gotta be in the mood for it.
Chapter 10.
Like it is right now, just out of the joint and your nuts feel like sandbags. Then I'm the girl, Stony.
She said.
One of these days, I'm gonna get off stuff, and I'll be able to have you for myself as my man. And Stony, believe me, I'm gonna get Joe Chink off my back. God knows I am, and as you say, that ain't no stage jock.
You know what, baby? I said. A guy could take that as a real big thing. But I'll just say thanks, and I wish you all the luck in the world, 'cause mama, that monkey could very well turn out to be a ape. We blowed some more boy. I sucked her tongue and left. I patted her ass and left for the edge that Chuck had told me about. It was time for me to get another good catch, and I found this edge full of fine I stood in the corner and had the chance to dig 'em all as they beat a path from one bar to the other. Although the bars were in the center of the ghetto, the ribs that worked them looked like starlets, well-dressed, clean-looking, and smelled like Paris. Lucked with them, all with the hope of a catch. Then one night, while I was in the bar talking to my puppy love, a young Mexican boy came in bleeding from his mouth. I took him to the men's room and tried to help him as much as I could. He told me some Mexicans had robbed and stomped him. I went to the bar and got some towels to wipe off the blood that had covered his face. On my way back to him, a bitch that I'd been fucking with stopped me and said,
Is he alright?
I told her to call the police so he could get to the hospital. She did. They came. He went. Now back at the bar, where she was sitting, sipping, and shucking, she said,
It was nice of you to help the boy. You know, when I first saw you, I didn't think you had any heart at all, but your act of warm concern proved me to be wrong.
Say, girlfriend, I said, you mean you had that kind of feeling about me without even knowing me? Gee, I thought I was a fair-looking cat myself.
Oh, you are?
She said.
But in a sinister sort of way.
Say, I said. What do you say we introduce ourselves? My name is Stonewall. Friends call me Stony, and I've been told I'm God's gift to all females.
Yeah?
She said.
I bet you are. Now, if God's gift doesn't mind, I'd like to buy you a drink. And my name is Marie.
Well, Marie, you buy me a taste as righteous, and perhaps I'll be able to hip you to something else you can buy me. My man owned a hotel that was just a few feet from the bars where these righteous mud kickers did their gig. So if I got lucky and ripped off any of these gold mines that did their thing on this edge, I'd be a top-notch fix. It never has mattered to me just what kind of girl I copped, as long as I copped one. She could be blue, green, yellow, or polka dot. I know monkey man makes monkey woman, and I know I'm far from being a monkey man. And I also knew A cat ends up like he starts out, and my start was gonna be,
sell that.
if a bitch was getting meatball bread when I got her, I changed that by changing the spot where she was working, and as you read this book, you'll learn that every bitch I've had in my life has been a true money getter. And although I have had a habit close to 30 years, I never had but one girl that was my woman that used drugs. And this girl was the only one that has ever seen me take a fix. And if you think that was easy, try it yourself. Also, you will see where I've lost 2 top-notch girls because so-called friends told them that I was a dope fiend. And at the same time, I swear I wasn't. I was, however, a guy that had an insane cocaine yen. And that, my dear reader, is far worse than a horse habit because it costs 10 times as much bread. Well, that was the start of Marie and I. And as time passed, I found out that Marie wasn't kosher for a that wanted to pimp in life. Don't misunderstand me. Marie was a but she was then, and still is now, a true bullhole. Yeah, Marie, as pretty as she is, was a fake, a fairy tale of if there ever was one. She's a good girl for a meatball pimp to have. She could keep him with a few bucks in his kick, keep him clean, keep him with a bed to rest his head and food to eat. But the bitch just wasn't a in the full sense of the word. You couldn't keep your things in the pad, and if you did, you had to keep them out of eye shot of her tricks. This bitch had never had a trick that was a trick. Every damn one of them was her sweetheart. And you had to play hide and seek. God knows was a bring down to me and to the game. During the time I had her, I spent my every moment looking for a way to get out from under this bullshit way of life. Believe me, it's a bitch not to be able to go home when you want to. Or if you're home relaxing and get a phone call from your rib and she says,
Get ready to get up. Johnny is coming by to spend a few hours.
hell, we had a 4-room house. Why did Johnny have to have the whole damn place? Take it from me, to have Marie for your woman was a simp's life, not a pimp's life. And my dear reader, I thought of myself as a stomped-down pimp. Everyone thought Marie was a top-notch girl, but the only reason I kept her was to keep my name in the game, which is important, because it helps you to have a better chance to pluck. No doubt about it, Marie was catching them every night, even if her way of doing it was bogue. You see, getting your first girl is the hardest, and once you've done that, the rest is easy. Having Marie caused me to have one very important thing going for me. Since she was so choice, it kept my name and me in striking shape to pluck a bitch every day of the week. And who knows, she could be worthy and well-founded. Time passed, and one warm day, I woke up feeling swell. I got dressed in a new white suit, white Charlie Chan Panama, and a pretty orange sports shirt. I stopped by my man's room and picked up a Zulu stick of boo, and then I stepped out in front of the hotel to smoke and ready myself up to peck. While standing at the rear of the hotel taking long pulls on the Zulu, a car pulled up with New York tags on it. It was a cat that I seen before when he came to Detroit. He was a guy that kept a lot of good girls, not because he was a hell of a pimp, but more so because he kept fine apartments for the girls he had. This time it looked like he was gonna lay a while, because he had 3 Spanish-speaking girls with him. When the car stopped in front of me, I said,
"Hi, guy, you're back. And this time it looks as though you plan to stick and stay."
Hi, Stoney.
he said.
Yeah, I'm back. Come on and give me a hand with these bags.
"Hold on, old dude,"
I said.
"Don't do that to me. This is a hotel. They got bellboys for that kind of shit."
He got out of the car and went to get a bellboy. I leaned over and looked into the car. The girl that sat next to him asked me for a pull of the Zulu that I was smoking. I gave it to her and said,
"Sure, love. My name's Stonewall, and I never seen 3 gems like this before.
The girl that I given the boo to said,
Thanks. My name is Kareem.
and she introduced the other 2 girls as Carmen and Lupe. I knew right then that Carrie was gonna be mine from the way she looked at me. It was odd to me then, but later in life, I came to find this kind of girl was no way out thing. If you stood and just looked at me, you would have taken them for any other that you happened to meet on the street. They were as black as any Negro you ever seen, and yet these black girls couldn't speak anything but Spanish. If you ever lived in New York City, you see them standing on street corners looking like a bunch of black nappy heads singing, but when you spoke to any of them, you found they were from another world. Yeah, she looked at me like I was duck under glass, and I hawked her likewise. The 3 of them were all Cuban, and the 3 of them were dreams, a treat for any guy. I dug the cat that came out of the hotel with a bellboy and began to unload the bags. My man that owned the hotel was in the office, and he was hip to me and liked my hungry desire to be a pimp. I went to the desk with the cat from the apple and told my man, "These are friends of mine from New York. Do the best you can for them." Corrie was the first one to get her rooms, and Ted, yeah, I'll call him Ted, he was somewhere in the hotel sitting the other 2 girls down. I was in the room with Corrie, the treat of the 3. As she was getting herself straightened out, I said,
"What caused you to leave the apple?"
To tell you the truth,
she said.
it was the only way we could leave Ted.
What do you mean?
I mean, we all want to leave Ted, and since he was taking a break from his cab business in New York, we had him bring us here to work. We knew he'd have to return to the Apple to check out his cab business, and when he goes, so do we, but in another way.
How long do you think it'll be before he leaves for the Apple? I asked.
I hope it'll be within the next 3 weeks.
She said.
3 weeks? Baby, that's a long damn time to wait for freedom. You know what, Kareem? You can shake him now if you wanna. And when I say now, baby, I mean now.
Leave now?
She said.
Nah, that's impossible. He'll kill us.
Nah, baby. He can't harm you if you go at it right.
What do you mean, go at it right?
Look, Kareem, all you gotta do is tell me right now that you wanna be my girl and be willing to tell him the same thing. And I'll make book on it that I'll take care of all the details thereafter. Nothing will harm you.
Stonewall?
She said.
When I first saw you standing up in the street smoking and looking so good in this white outfit, I said to myself that you had to be my man. Stoney, you look so good to me. So good.
Then that's that,
I said.
We feel the same about each other. All you gotta do now is hip Ted to how you feel.
Well, we rapped a while about it, and after about 20 minutes, I got her to forget her fear. And once I told her that no man hits my girl without killing me, she said she'd do it. With those words fresh in my mind, I went to my room and got the same pistol that my brother had pulled on Dickie close to 10 years ago and returned to the room before Ted got back. Curry and me waited for him to show. You see, by the codes of the game, I was 100% wrong in fronting my life off for a girl that hadn't given me a dime. But from the looks of her and the spots I could get for her to work, I felt sure the fox would be worth the chase, and most important of all, if things worked out right, I'd be able to split from the fairy tale I've been putting up with. If Marie had been a real I'd have hooked her up with what I had in store for Curry. But like I said, Marie was a fake, and nothing could be done about it. My man Chuck had her for a minute, and he too found her to be a hard nut to crack. The one thing I think she'd have been great at was being some guy's wife. When Ted came in the room, I said,
"Hold it right there, Ted. We gotta reach an adult point of understandable contact with each other."
So,
he said,
we got something to understand. Why must I have to stand right here to understand it?
Well, Ted, I'd like to have you right where you are, just in case you got a lot of fool in you and won't accept what has happened.
Okay, man.
he said.
Run it, whatever it is.
Ted, baby, I said, you showed in town a little while ago with 3 girls. Now you got 2. Corrie here has said she wants me for her man. And as you know, I'd be a damn fool not to accept her. Ted, she's gonna tell you the same thing, and when she does, I want you to keep in mind that she is my girl now. And baby, I'm like you or any other, and I can't go for anybody punching on my girl. With that fresh in your mind, Corrie is gonna pull your coat.
Then Corrie, with fear in her heart, said,
Ted, there's nothing more I can add. What he just told you is fact, and I am his girl.
Ted didn't see the pistol that I had, but I'm sure he felt I was dressed. After she had hipped him, I said,
Now, the understanding has been reached. We can act like 2 damn fools and die about it, or we can act like 2 adult men that know how this game is and part as friends. The move is yours, Ted.
He looked at me, and he looked at her for what seemed like hours, and he surprised me. I thought there was going to be a smell of gun smoke, but Ted was a man. He was drugged, but he accepted it like a trooper. Since I learned from my brother that day in Dickie's room not to relax around any guy that I had trouble with, and since I didn't know just what was going around in his head, Ted was watched every second. I told him he could get his bread back from the room because I wasn't going to move her to another spot. We went back to the desk together. He went to get his bread back, and I went to set Corrie down in another room, and all the time we were there, I was hawking Ted like a cat hawks a mouse. And if he had made any out-of-the-way move, I'd have shot him right there. Since Ted only had to pick up his chips, he was taken care of first, and then my man, who was behind the desk, said,
Do you want the room on the same floor, Stoney?
Sounds like a good idea,
I said. And as he was putting the room number on the slip, he looked up at me and said,
Stoney, he just took some money out of that fellow's life, so watch yourself.
Thanks, pal, but you're wrong when you said I just took money out of his life. The girl was gonna pull up anyway. I only accepted her. You know, Gus, I heard some say they stole a girl from someone, but I know better. No man can steal a girl from someone else. The girl has got to be ready to split herself. And Gus, when she is ready to pull up, nothing in the world can stop her. Nothing. Just remember some of the things I told you up in the joint and give thanks to God that you don't have to live as I do.
Yeah, I can recall. I can recall everything, but you watch yourself anyway.
Thanks, Gus. Thanks a lot.
After I checked Corrie in a suite of rooms just 2 doors from Marie, I found the fox was well worth the chase. I hadn't fronted my life for nothing. Corrie gave me 6 bills that she had for escape bread. Oh Lord, my God, was I happy, and how everything was shaping up for me now. I could stop being a big-time simp and start being a first-class pimp. Marie got the wire about my new girl before I had a change to hip her. I placed Corrie on the same edge where Marie was working. It was Corrie that turned out to be the busy girl of the edge. Marie did everything she could to keep the pace with Corrie, but it goes back to that old saying,
you can't take a jackass and make a racehorse out of him.
And that's just what the case was. Corrie was just a born mud kicker in every detail, and Marie was as I said. She was just a good sweetheart for some trick. There wasn't a bitch on the edge that was as busy as she was, and I had the bankroll to prove it. She was hunched to everything about the ways of men, and as far as she was concerned, a trick was nothing more than a trick, and any that has a girl in the streets that's catching them gotta truly care for a girl like that. I felt deep down in my heart that I could now sit back, relax, and enjoy the silky life and get my family of 4 girls in order. I've never wanted more than 4 girls. I felt that any more than 4 would be a crap in my style. It would just keep me too busy, and I wouldn't have the time to be free. That is, unless I had a top-notch bottom girl to check the traps for me. Chapter 11. Marie had a habit of f***ing with me late at night out in the streets because she knew I was on paper and couldn't stand to be picked up for cracking her head. I got her off my ass by telling her that I put Corrie on her if she ever put me through any more changes, and I'd make her kick her big funky ass. This made her ice f***ing with me. And since she knew Corrie wouldn't work without having her blade on her, she knew it was wise to get off my ass. I had Corrie 3 times in my life, once in Detroit and twice in New York, and I'll bet I bought her 800 blades during the times I had her. Most of the times was because we left the house and forgot her blade, and I didn't want to go back just to get it, so I'd buy one along the way for her. One night, I came by the edge looking for her, and I was told the nearest words any cat with a could hear, and that was,
"She's busy."
Those 2 words are priceless to a pimp. It means money is being made. And my dear reader, as you read this book, you shall see just what a money-making little bitch Corrie was. Or perhaps I should have said is. Although she is what you might think of as being old, but bear in mind, she is like rare vintage wine. She has mellowed with age and is as lovely as ever. I know. I saw her 2 weeks ago in the Apple. While sitting in the car waiting on my prize pluck, I dug her step out of a small hotel on Bush with a trick tagging behind her after a good drink out of her tasty ass. After she had dropped him at the bar, she came to me and I said, "Hi, Tidbit. How's everything going?"
Might be good for some of the mud kickers, but I find it nothing with a big N.
"Baby," I said, "everything's fine for us both. Sweetheart, I got things worked out for you to get down at some of the top hotels in Detroit. I've already tightened you with all the right bellboys, and you can start work out of one of them tomorrow night. And from that one, you will go in the rest of them one by one till you've made them all. And Corrie, with your class and swiftness, you can cave the bellboys and save the 4 out of 10, the 8 out of 20, the 12 out of 30, and etc. Damn near every bellboy in Detroit wanna be pimps anyway, so all you gotta do is make 'em all think you're their rib." Well, Corrie went to work in one of the small hotels, and in them all, she spent a year working the hotels and the bellboys too. When the end of the hotel thing came, I believe she was back in the hotel where she started. When I say the end, I mean the places got hot. The vice started to bust a lot of girls, and a great many bellboys got pandering raps and ended up in Jackson doing that 20-year thing. One of them is now on the West Coast writing on a black-owned newspaper. I was lucky Corrie had missed the big crackdown, so I put her on her old edge. She knocked them dead wherever she worked. Most of the tricks were black, and a girl like Corrie was a true treat to 'em. A black man is deaf on a girl, and most black tricks can really hurt a girl if she isn't wise to 'em, and Corrie was really hip to handling a black of them with his old his house and his ability to on after he's walls his mouth. Yeah, this kind of shit can wear out a girl before her time. But like I told you, Corrie was hip to a man's every move, and none could get by her. A pal of mine, who I'll call Jim, had a girl working in the house in Mansfield, Ohio, when I got hip to it by making the runs with him. I got close to the land prop and was able to get Corrie a shot at the house. The house was a 50-50 place, and all the tricks were black. It was because of my start in that house that I was able to get her into damn near every town in Ohio. She worked out of Akron, Canton, Cincinnati, Lima, Dayton, Fostoria, Hamilton, just to name a few. And I moved to Cleveland to be near her, and I was still getting the butts from the fairy tale in Detroit. And believe me, every dime that I got from both girls was running in my arms in cocaine, and I'd have to come off it with horse. Then Carrie received word from her mother that her big brother was in a jam in New York. She was close to all her people, so I could dig her wanting to go to New York and see what she could do for her brother. When I got to Lima, she told me about it, and I gave her the green light. I hit on her if she had enough bread to make the trip, and she said she had the 7 bills for me and asked me if it was cool with me, it would be enough. I gave her 3 bills, which made her have an even grand. I told the lamb prop when she returned, she will be coming back to Detroit. So we had a taste, and I helped my girl pack her things and put what she wasn't going to take in the trunk of the car. I took her to the station and sent her on the trail for the apple. We kissed and we split, going different ways. She was going to the Bronx, and I was going back to Detroit. When I returned to Detroit, I told no one about Carrie going to New York. Instead, I just returned as I always did after checking my trap. I had damn near fired Marie, since Carrie had enriched my life so famously. Marie and I only saw each other when we happened to run into one another, and that wasn't too often. I was busy toying with Lady Christine every time I had the chips to blow. I even got a room where it was sold, and it wasn't a big thing for me to blow as much as $2,000 on a cocaine set. But what I didn't know was that I was getting hooked on the horse that I was using to come off the cocaine. All of my so-called pals were telling her that I was a drug addict in hopes that they could steal her for themselves. The one thing that was right in what they were saying was that I did have a habit, and I was the one that didn't know it. I didn't know the feeling of being sick till I got to the apple, 'cause I had been using cocaine every day and using horse every day. So you can understand how I didn't know I was hooked. The year this was happening was 1946, and I had been fucking around since 1941. My man Chuck soon caught Marie, and I knew it wouldn't last 'cause he was a that was a pimp. He thought she was a top-notch girl just because I had her. Marie had Chuck just to drag me, but what she didn't know was I was a that thought nothing of a bitch, and I was the one that split. I gave Chuck a month to be with her or less because I knew Chuck was really a pimp and he thought she was a money getter when I had her. But he didn't know the bitch was a true fairy tale, and I was waiting on him to come into me about her. After close to a month, my man Chuck had left Marie and jived me a long time about her. He came to me one day and said,
"Damn, man, you mean that big red bitch was like she is now when you had her? Baby, if she was, it sure makes you a monkey-ass for having a bitch that was flying under phony colors."
"Yeah, I gotta confess," I said. "She was the same dizzy, simple, stupid, monkey-ass shit. I knew when you copped her, you wasn't gonna keep her long. In fact, baby doll, I make book on it." After Chuck and me had our kicks about Marie, I remembered I hadn't given my brother's girl his message 'cause I hadn't seen her. The one night at one of them pimp parties, I met the Lord, who was and who still is one of the top pimps, and who had a habit when he went to prison, and who hasn't used any horse since he's been out, and that's been 7 years, give or take a year. He can sit longer than anybody I know on a cocaine set like he was doing this night. I never will forget the day when him and another pal were rapping about whose car was the heaviest. My man, the Lord, had a Cadillac, and the other cat had a Buick convertible, both the same year. While they were outside rapping about it, I went into the bar to try another pluck at a real choice waitress. As I made my move in on her, she said,
"Ain't but one man I give my money to, and that's the Lord."
After I come to learn that I couldn't get her, I went outside where I left the Lord. The Lord had lost the bet. The Buick was the heaviest. I walked up to his car and said, "Lord, baby, while you out here bullshitting about the size of your car, there's Dream in the bar that says if she gets in the streets, you are the only man it will be for. So, yo, Big Daddy, go in there and start getting that bread she's gonna give you. With this bitch, Lord, all you gotta do is find her an edge to gig on. She's already hip to everything about life, and this bitch is insane about you. I've been to her mama's pad trying to cop her, but all I got was the Lord in every word. So, Lord, get the bitch and start selling her that dick. All you gotta do is hit, and I'll make book. The little tidbit is yours." Well, the Lord did as I told him, and things turned out like I told him they would. In fact, she was with him for close to 10 years. When Carrie got back to Detroit from New York, I had to watch myself because my arms were really marked up from running cocaine, and God knows I didn't want her to dig 'em. There was nothing she could do for her brother but get him out on bond. The beef couldn't be fixed because it had drew too much of a smell in the New York papers. I put her to work on the same edge on Hastings Street and fixed it where she could take her dates to a pal's pad to turn 'em. He's a big man in Detroit now, but then I always called him the youngest land drop in the city of Detroit. And at that time, he had 2 ribs himself working on the same corner. But like I said, he's a real big man now. But he was, and still is, my righteous mellow fellow. A lot of girls used his pad with their tricks, and him having 2 girls himself, well, you know how long his bread was when you add the cocaine to it. Yeah, he was selling cocaine also, but he, like everybody else, has gone to prison. He had to do a dime, 10 years for the government. His first week home, he had an El Dorado Cadillac and was dealing in drugs. But now, he's a big, rich businessman, and I love him. You know I hadn't given my brother's girl his message because I hadn't ran into her on the street as yet. But tonight was the night a party was being given at her pad, and all the players were going to be there. Willie's girl's husband had killed a deer, and it was going to be a party with all the town's pimps and players there, popping up their bread on their deer dinners. Cocaine, bull, crap games, poker games, and all kind of drinks. The Lord, Bump, Derby, my man whose rib that I had a part of, were there, just to name a few. I stopped by Chuck's to see if he was going, and he said he'd go as soon as he dropped his girl off at work. I got in the car after speaking to her, and we rode off. When he set her out of the car, he said,
"Baby, try not to show home with less than $50. You know how bad we need it."
He kissed her and drove off. After we had moved a few blocks, I said,
"Say, man, that was real sucker talk." "What do you mean sucker talk?"
he cracked.
"Just what I said, man. 18-carat sucker talk. Man, has this been your claim to fame all the time?"
"Look, clown,"
he cracked.
"I don't dig where you coming from."
I said,
"I'm talking about those last words you said to your woman when she got out of the car."
"Man,"
he said,
I told her not to bring her ass home with less than 50 bills. Now what's so sucker about that?"
"What's wrong with it? Those were words of a simp, not a pimp. I'm gonna hip you to why I said it was a fool's rap. And keep in mind that I said it's what I think. And baby, I don't have to be right. Look, Chuck, when you told her not to be home with less than $50, you put a maximum on the cakes you want. Now, you might think that's how it goes, but I think it was bogue. Now to me, I feel there is no maximum on the money a bitch should make. Now read me, Chuck. She's a thief in the streets and just might run down on a real live one anytime. Now suppose she takes off a 5-bill sting and you already told her 50 is righteous. Why, this will give her $4.50 to toy with. Chuck, baby, she could slip and slide 5 nights and peel you your 50 a night. Or the bitch could give Handy Andy the biggest end of it. Now, don't get me wrong. I ain't saying she's yarding, but we both know she could very well be kicking the gong around. Daddy, there's a right way and there's a wrong way to do anything. And I think your move tonight was the wrong way. Now, old dude, if you could look at me and tell me to my face that I'm wrong, I'll kiss your black in Kennedy Square during rush hour. You see, baby, he who thinks in terms of catching mice will never catch lions. Just keep that in mind.
Damn, man.
He cracked.
I can't fight you on that because you're dead right. Gee, baby, you went to Jackson. You sure got your coat pulled to a whole lot of shit.
You can get that Jackson shit out of your mind,
I said.
I didn't learn nothing up there about life. What I just ran to you, I got hip to when I was 17 on Napoleon and Hastings, and I was driving for my man. Sweetheart, while I was on the corner with all the old heads, I was looking, listening, and taping all that I heard and all that I saw.
It was then that Chuck said,
Look, Stoney, you might have the edge on me since you were with the old heads while you were a kid, and since we were both arrested by the desire to be 2 of the youngest pimps in Detroit. Man, why don't we kick our Mac and wisdom around and see what we come up with?
Sounds righteous with me,
I said.
And Chuck, honey, since there's a party happening at my brother's ribs pad, let's move that way and rap till we get there. Go on, Chuck,
I said.
You start the ball rolling. I'd like to hear some more of that monkey-ass style of yours.
He iced that by saying,
Since you caught me off base with my woman, I feel you should kick it off.
Okay, Mark,
I said.
Drive on to the party and let your teacher bend your ear. When you feel that I'm vogue or off base, feel free to step in on me. Righteous? Baby, we both know a lot of that's living a fiction life. That throw parties every week that last 3 days. We call them pimp sets now. But at one time, they were called rent parties. Or a cat that has a crap joint, or 2 cats like us, we could steal if we got her. Yep, Chuck, for a fellow to be a true pimp, he has gotta be a that doesn't know a damn thing about making a living on his own. Daddy, when a genuine pimp starts to fail, he fails fast. Because he don't know a damn thing about keeping himself going. But you and me, we should start catching it bad. We can keep up our front because we can steal. And Daddy, if we go to prison, we will be in top-notch fix when we go and in top-notch fix when we return.
I got to running off at the jib and still had a lot more I could have said when we pulled up in front of the pad where the party was. When we entered, the party was well underway. Most of the Major League Mac men were there, drinking, blowing, and kicking. After speaking to Huck, Bump, and the Lord, I hit on Bump, where the lady was. He said,
Man, she all over the house.
I then told him I wasn't talking about cocaine. I was talking about my brother's rib. He then told me she was in the kitchen serving the deer. I asked Chuck if he wanted a deer dinner, and he said yeah. The party was indeed in order. The girl with the boss cocaine bag was on the set, and there was plenty Christine in different spots around the house. A lot of outlaw girls were there, and I felt I'd be able to pluck off one of them. And from different hangouts in Detroit were there, and all had the same idea about the outlaws that was on the set. Me and Chuck ordered a drink and was giving a 2 to the girl.
Hi, Belle. How have you been? Long time no see.
Hello, Stonewall. Happy to see you home. And I'm sorry about Willie. Really sorry.
Yeah, I said.
I was drunk about Willie, and I know it hurt you as much as it did me.
Bell baby, fix 2 dinners, and I'll tell you the message Willie sent to you.
While she fixed the dinners, I went on to say that the message was in the form of a poem, and I liked it so much I read it enough to damn near learn it by heart. After giving her the message, I dug a few tears in her eyes when she gave me the 2 dinners that I ordered.
Well, sweetheart, those were Willie's last words to you. What you think of them?
She was too full to speak. She just gave me the dinners and wiped the tears from her eyes. As I walked back up front where the mob was, I had to walk through a tight hallway that looked like a railroad car. It was long enough to have 2 bedrooms, one on each side. When I reached the halfway mark, her husband stepped out of one of the bedrooms with the look of death in his eyes and with the same gun that he had killed that deer with. As I stood there with the barrel of that gun against my chin and with the 2 dinners in my hands, I swear I've never been quite that shook up before in my life. My dear Rita, I was scared half to death. I had no idea what this was all about until he said,
Willie, what the hell are you doing in my house? Again, I told you not to never set foot in my fucking home.
With the gun pressed against my neck, I found it hard to say,
Man, I ain't Willie. I'm his brother Stonewall. So you never told me to stay free of here. Willie is dead. He died in the joint.
Bullshit. I know you're Willie, and I know who you came here to see. And man, I gotta kill you because of the nerve you got. And boy, oh boy, do you have nerve.
I knew close to all the cats that were at the party, and all of them knew I was Stonewall, and my brother Willie was dead. I didn't want to call Chuck to tell him who I was because we came in together. So I called Bump and said,
Bump baby, come on and tell him who I am. He really plans on killing me. Oh, Willie,
Bump cracked.
The man knows who you are. Damn, man,
I said with grim bitterness.
This ain't no time to crack wise. This man got his gun, and he is as serious as a motherfucker with cancer. And you're gonna bullshit at a time like this? Tell him he is wrong, Bump. Tell him who I am, Bump.
My man Chuck told Bump to tell him who I was. The Lord told him that I was not Willie and that Willie had died in prison. And then all the fellows hipped him that I was Stonewall. But this creep, Bump, it made the second time I found out he was an initial that wanted to see me get hurt. While late, he said,
Put the gun down. He ain't Willie. He's his brother Stonewall.
I knew Bump and him were real tight, but I didn't know just how tight they were till he relaxed the gun after Bump told him what all the other fellows had told him. Still, however, he told me to get out of his house and not to ever show back. He told me he'd blow my head off if I ever in life came back into his home. I know Bump ain't kosher with me at all, and God knows I really don't know why. Later in this book, you'll read where Bump and me have another sort of run-in. But this one I can halfway understand, because damn near every pimp has played on his girl at one time or another. I put the 2 dinners on the cocaine table, and as I did, I looked at Bump real grim and real bitter, and me and Chuck split. Once in the street, I said to Chuck,
Man, oh man, what did you think about that? And how about that nigga Bump? Damn, a rifle in my mouth and him shucking around like that. Chuck, he ain't kosher. I don't know why or what it is, but I do know he ain't right with me.
We drove off, not saying much to each other. We stopped at his pad and took us a fat fix, and I went home. Soon after that, I got a girl from a guy named Barry. And if you get a girl from a guy, that's a pretty good pimp. And if you get a girl from a guy that's a pretty good pimp, it means the girl is indeed a good girl. The girl I'll call Satin Doll. I had her during the time I had Corrie, but at that time, I was getting backdoor stuff. But now she was 100% my rib. I was still blowing all the bread on cocaine and horse and living like there wasn't a tomorrow. There was never enough chips, no matter how much I was getting. Then one day, my man Chuck was found dead in his apartment. His death can prove just what Joe Chink can do to the fool that starts to with him in the first place. When I say Joe Chink, I'm talking about heroin or any other kind of narcotic. You can take it from me, because I know. I've had a habit for close to 30 years. Joe Chink is by far a cruel, cold-blooded motherfucker who will cause you to rip and run damn near every day of your life. And after you've did all the ripping and running, you end up with nothing but a fix. You see, some men and women have the habit, and some the habit have. But before I allow a habit to have me, I'd go to prison. Now dig this, my man Chuck had 3 girls, and he had 5 bills in his kick when he stole what turned out to be his death fix. Now here's a blow-by-blow on just how he came to die from a hot shot. Chuck had a real plush apartment in one of the terraces on Brush near Wilkins. It was there when he was found dead by one of his girls. You see, there was a dealing drugs, and this guy had what dope fiends called the bomb. This stuff was his personal dope, and nobody could buy any of it. The stuff was so good till Chuck had been beating him for it whenever he had the chance. The guy got fed up being beat all the time, so he fixed up a hot shot for the unknown thief to steal. Chuck stole the poison and went home to run it. He ran it all right, and when his rib found him dead, he had turned blue in color, and there wasn't but one empty cap found on the kitchen table. Yeah, it was like I told him. He was a thief, and the larceny in his heart ended the life of what could have been a great pimp. And my dear reader, this was the hang-up of us both, but I consider myself lucky. I've made it to be 50 years old and write a book about those that didn't make it to be 25. Later in this book, you'll find a whole chapter about the cold-blooded Mr. Joe Chink, and I hope and pray that it helps some of the young, 'cause God knows they need it. Chapter 12. I soon got hot, and the police were looking for me all over town. I checked out the hotel where Corrie, Marie, and me once lived and got a room in a small hotel right across the street. I had left Marie. Corrie had left me because of what had been telling her about me being a dope addict, and because I had shot up all her Easter outfit money and had to have the land prop let me use her charge account to get her the outfit with. Of course, as you read this book, you'll see where I had Corrie 2 more times in my life. But right now, all I had was Satin Doll, who was by all means a true gem of a girl. I got a front room in this small hotel so I could dig the law when they came by the hotel across the street looking for me. I called my land prop and hipped her to the jam I was in and told her I'd see her when it was possible. I was sure nobody knew about my land prop's pad, and I prayed they wouldn't get hit, because if they went to her place, they no doubt would run into something that would cause her some smell. When I was in my hideout, I saw a lawman when he came to the hotel looking for me, and I dug him quizzing Marie about where I was, and I was kind of worried because the bitch knew where I was. She didn't open up on me then, but the bitch
made many trips from the bar to the hotel, and at every trip she stand out front and laugh real loud like she was the happiest half-breed. I just didn't trust Marie. I didn't really know what she would do, so I made up my mind to set Detroit down. I told Satin to pick up her things because we were splitting the city tonight or in the morning. While she was gone to get her things, I called the bus station to find out how far our bread would take us, and Cleveland was it. While Marie was still rubbing salt in the wound with her laughter, like life was all roses with her, Satin and me slipped out the city early in the morning. By the time we got to Cleveland and checked into the Majestic Hotel, we had $5 to our name. Satin had all her things, but I didn't have a change in socks. After we were set in a hotel, I took Satin and we copped a cab out front and had the driver to take us to 39 in Scoville, where I had the same pal that was selling the boo back in the hotel where I just split from. During one of my many trips to Cleveland, I had seen him and he told me he had 2 girls that worked on 39th Street. The hack pulled up and stopped at the bar, and I got out and dug the edge, had about a dozen girls selling their things, and one of them was my man's woman. After we got through helloing and I introduced my girl, I asked where her man was, and she told me he was home and pointed to the house. I asked her to help Satin cut her teeth, and after she said she would, I went to look up my man. When I knocked on the door, I knew he was still doing his thing from the cloak and dagger shit it took before I could get inside. Once I was inside, I dug 3 dope addicts squatting and doing their Jones. And for as many addicts that I know in Ohio, these 3 were strangers to me. Me and Jim went through that long time no see shit, and that how you been doing, boy, and who you got now thing. After the junkie split, Jim gave me a fix, and it hit me harder than the stuff in Detroit. I gave him a rundown on how I happened to be in Cleveland, and I pulled his coat to the fact that his uptown pad still had the police padlock on it. Jim was groovy with me, but he had an odd way of taking care of his business. Jim was the only guy I knew that had a shooting gallery where you can cop a speedball by buying a half-cap a girl and a half-cap a boy and take it off right there. He also was a guy that also liked having $1 bills. This guy used to kill me. He could have $1,000 in his slid, with most of it being $1 bills, and this egg would break a 20 just for a pack of cigarettes. While we rapped, junkies came in and copped their speedballs, ran them, and split. I hunched him to the fact that I had left my girl, with his piece, on the edge and asked her to break her into the action. I then hit for a breakdown on the chips around the edge for a girl, and he said,
Baby, the money is honey, but most of the tricks are black. Tricks, Stonewall, means you gotta have a real strong and healthy girl. If not, she'll break down on you.
I thought to myself, this black-ass nigga said the bread was swell, and at the same time, he got a dope sack and living in his outhouse he called his pad. Plus, he's got 2 girls. Hish, I'd be lucky if this edge would bring me another night's rent at the hotel. Jim, old dude, I said, what time do the girls call it a day?
7:08 in the morning, unless a blessing happens.
Good, I said. At least that'll give me a good chance of getting off E. After I made that crack, Jim set out some more boy and girl. I put heat to the boy and dropped the girl in on him and drew it into the dropper till the cotton turned white. At this stage in my life, I had plenty plush veins and could hit without tying up. Once I got hit, I ran it all in and pulled the point out. All during the time I've used stuff, I never toyed around with it. Once it was in, that was that to me. A lot of fellows liked cash once they struck red. They would play with it till the point will plug up on them. But to me, this kind of hish was all in the mind. 'Cause once the dope was in you, pumping it adds nothing to the bang. Well, as always, the girl hit me first, and then the boy set in on top of her, and that made everything cool. Goofing and crazy, wailing, and I was as relaxed as a slab of liver. As I was enjoying the groove I was in, Jim said,
"Let's go get some coffee and see how the girls are doing."
"Jim, baby," I said, "I ain't got no bread. I told you I had to split Detroit, and the rush of the thing caused me to leave on E. Man, I may have to hit on you for $1 or $2. Old Jim reached in his kick and laid $50 on me. And now I was sure to get over the hump without sweat. Even if satin didn't break luck, I could pay rent for another few nights. And since I knew another girl in Cleveland that once lived in Detroit that was a star booster, I could hook Satin up with her during the day and put her on 39th Street during the nights. The fact that Satin was another Corrie made me feel even better about success. Satin Doll was a real trooper as far as being a was concerned, and she was a top-notch booster. She was short and cute and had a good enough to sop with a biscuit. She also had a way with men. In short, I'd say she was a better money getter than both of Jim's girls together. Satin was a trick could score a 3-base hit with, and at the same time, she'd be trying to beat him. Yeah, I couldn't miss with a rib like my Satin Doll. I knew if Jim's people broke her in right, and if any bitch on the edge made money, Satin would be one of them. Out of the dozens of girls that were on the edge, only one of them looked halfway as good as Satin did, and the rest of them looked like diseases. Jim didn't know I'd lost Corrie. I found this out when he said,
"It'll be good to see Corrie. It's been a long time, you know."
"Corrie," I said, "left me in Detroit for some other
"Left you?"
he said.
"I know it wasn't without a fight. I know what a good girl she was to you."
"Fight? It don't go like that," I said. "No, Jim, there was no fight. In fact, I held his hand, wished him luck, and hipped him to what she was worth to me each week and told him not to let her cheat him. Of course, I was never more drunk in my life, but you know how it goes. Cop and blow. It's the name of the game. Some do, some don't. Some can, some can't. But nothing stops life, Jim." Jim and I went to the sweet shop where the girls spent time cheating. We were about to order coffee and toast when Satin and Jim's girl came in. I could look at Satin and know she broke luck, so I said to Satin, "Say, girl, feel like packing?" And I said hi to Jim's rib.
Yeah, Daddy,
she said.
order me a chicken dinner while I go straighten myself out.
Yeah, I could dig it.
I said. She turned and smiled and entered the hen's room. Jim and his rib took a squat at the counter. I got up and went to the jukebox and pressed 5 buttons and came back to the table. Satin came out the hen's room and took a squat in front of me.
How things go, sweetheart?
Slow.
She said.
And it was a drag. Daddy, do you know all these bitches are phony? And Daddy, I mean phony.
Now, dawg, I said. Run it to me just like it was.
Daddy,
She said.
they seem to dislike a girl that gets down to business. All but 2 of them like to sit, sip suds, and bullshit all night.
Don't sweat it, honey. Just do your thing and let 'em sit and sip and bullshit all they wanna. I'm getting up looking for us an apartment. In fact, I ain't going to bed. I'm gonna just stay up and find us a place. And Satin baby, while I'm up looking for the place, I'm gonna try and find Big Nell and her man Sid. Once I find them, you'll be able to start stealing with her. And little doll, I want you to listen to her. She knows what's happening here in Ohio. Satin baby, you know right now we're a bit uptight and we both will have to push on it till it gets silky. And once I get you some kind of help, you can relax.
Daddy,
She said.
forget about the hell. I don't want you to have another girl. Darling, I'm as good as 3 ribs myself and you know it. So forget about that shit.
I told Jim I'd see him later, and I took Satin to the hotel. I told her I'd see her when I got back from getting the apartment and tracking Nell down. I got an apartment over the Cedar Gardens on 97th and Cedar, and I got a make of where the 2 people lived that I wanted to see. After we moved into our new place, I ran Nell and Sid down and got my rib Satin hooked up with Big Nell. Satin and Nell were doing their thing together in grand style, and Satin was doing her humping bit at night. Things were really shaping up fast, and Cleveland was like any other city or town. Things was really shaping up fast, and Cleveland was like any other city or town to me. I felt right in the groove of things, and I got hip to the city quick. I hooked up with a fellow named Art who was tight with many of the Italian mob. He was also righteous with a cat that owned a place on Quincy Street. He and I got tight enough for us to get down on a few fat strings together. My man Art owned a city block in the 60s off Cedar Avenue, and he didn't around with stuff. By that, I mean he didn't have a habit, but he did blow a little girl every now and then. We turned large amounts of boy and girl, but with him it was the bread, and sometime he'd blow some girl, like I said. He knew I had an oil burner, but he also knew I never once tried to get him to use during all the time we were running buddies. I didn't want to see him blow all his pads, and God knows using stuff would cause him to blow. If you ever used drugs, you know whatever world you lived in would soon come to an end, and you'd find yourself living in a brand new one. You see, I really liked the guy, and I didn't want to be a part of seeing him fail. And I know a drug habit will cause anyone to fail, and fail fast. After 5 months of getting major league bread, I copped me a brand new hog, just like my man's. The only thing different in our wheels were the tags. One night, after I'd had the wheel about a month, I was parked on the edge of 39th and Scoville, waiting on Satin, and a big black detective, who I'll call Ned, walked up to the car and said,
They call you Stonewall, don't they?
"Yeah," I said. "Some call me that." "Why?"
Then
he cracked. You got a girl called Satin that works on this corner. Am I right so far?
Yeah, I said. Some call her that, and she kills some time around here. Why?
Well, Stonewall,
He said.
I'm Detective Ned, and I'm a vice here in Cleveland, and I got the wire that you and your woman are out of Detroit. Is that right?
Yup, you caught the right dice, I said. I've been to all the big towns. Why? What's the quiz all about?
Well, Stonewall, the point is, I want you and that woman of yours to get out of Cleveland by the end of the week.
The thought that hit my mind was that this guy was trying to get him some bread other than his pay. So I said, Detective Ned, I can dig it, and I ain't hard to get along with, and I'm sure we could reach an adult understanding with each other. Just read it out.
Look,
He said.
I've told you what you had to do, and if you're wise, you'll start doing it now, and baby, you can ice that static and start making your move.
Look, Ned, I can't pull up just like that. This car was bought here in Cleveland and has to be paid for right here in Cleveland. What do you want me to do? Tell him you ran me out of town?
Listen, Stonewall, since you gotta pay for that car here, you can stay, but just keep that girl of yours off this spot. Is that understood?
Yeah, I said. I'll take care of it. Can I ask you, just why me and my rib? After all, there are quite a few girls on this edge.
Just you do as I say, and stop quizzing me about it.
Well, as things were, I couldn't do too much fat-mouthing about it because of how I had to split Detroit, and since I didn't want to bring up any old news, I accepted it without a word of protest. After thinking his words over, I couldn't find anything in them that said I had to stay off the edge, so it had to be the bullshit bitches that put him on Satin to get her off that corner. I went into the bar, copped a Coke, and waited on Satin. Before I finished the Coke, Satin walked in and took a squat next to me. After she'd taken a squat, I'd asked her to get a taste, and after she had copped her vodka and orange juice, I said, Sandor, I just had a visit by a big black that knew all about me and you. The called me by my name, and he called you by your name. He knew we were out of Detroit. Just as I was about to tell her and what he had to say, she broke in and said,
Daddy, I betcha I could tell you who he was, and I knew it was gonna happen. The name was Ned, and he was a big, black, funky wasn't he?
Satin, my love, you hit the nail on the head, but how come you know who he was?
Sweetheart, it's like I told you from the jump. These are all bullshit traps, and every one of them are named Ned for nothing. He hit on me, and I iced him and told him just how much it would cost him. I could dig it, Daddy, if the did anything to help a girl when she gets uptight. But that black motherfucker ain't gonna do a damn thing for any bitch when he needs to. I let the fool know he wasn't any different from any other trick that comes to this edge. And baby doll, that burned him up. It was just tonight he called me a bunch of dirty names and told me I wouldn't be around here by the weekend. So, sweetheart, that sucker is just living up to his words.
I guess he got a make on me from the that he on the corner, I said. Whatever the does, he is still the police. There's nothing for us to do but give him some air. You see, little mama, there are times when you gotta bend with the wind or break, and right now it's bending time. Baby, that guy hangs out at the barbershop across the street from us. I've seen him damn near every day, and I wasn't hip to his hold card. I wonder why Art never told me about him.
Daddy, Art might have thought you were wise to him.
Well, Tidbit, I said, Since this is your last night on this edge, you got something you want to say to the tramps before you set them down?
You must be a mind reader. You know I want to call them all a bunch of dirty, stinky, funky, bum-ass bitches.
Okay, baby. We'll drive around the block and stop in front of them, and you can speak your piece, whatever it is.
Later, I parked the car in the rear of the pad and walked across the street to the restaurant that was owned by Robin, a West Indian female of about 40 and real black in color. She and I had f***ed a few times, and she was dead set on not giving anyone that even thought. Once inside the restaurant, I walked over to where Robin was behind the checkout counter, riding shotgun over the bread that was being taken in for the grits that was going out.
Hi, Lady Robin. How are you?
Oh, Stoney, you startled me. I'm fine, and I'm just living for our date tonight. I went and got me a new riding habit this morning, and I feel like riding a wild horse. Stoney, I really feel like doing everything with you tonight. Everything, sweetheart.
Chapter 13. I took a squat and ordered something to pack for myself and ate it while Robin sat at the table and rapped. When I got done eating and rapping, I ordered something for Robin. While I was waiting on the food for Satin, I wondered just how long it was going to be before I found a way to trim Robin out of some kind of bread. When the food came for Satin, I walked over to the checkout counter and held Robin by the hand real tight, yet tenderly, and told her I'd see her in time for our date and not split. I'd stop paying for the food the same day Robin and I started to When I pulled up in front of my man's house, I dug his ride was bent up in the front. I parked and went in, and as I rang the bell, the plot Robin was already in my mind.
Man,
He said,
you never would believe how it happened. Stoney, dig this. Last night, when I left the hotel on Quincy, I stopped at a red light just a few blocks behind the horse wagon. And man, this dizzy horse backed up and the wagon bent me all up in front. Look, dig the repair bill. Everything on this bill is what Cadillac service says has to be repaired. Dig the bottom of the bill. $1,752.13. All because of a silly horse. Look, Stoney, I got a move to make tonight, and I want to use your ride.
Baby,
I said.
I insist. I got a plan that might help me rip Robin off if I take your car tonight.
What do you mean, rip off Robin?
He asked.
Dig.
I said.
You know how she feels about pimps. Well, I think I could get her to pay for the repair of your car.
Stoney?
He said.
My insurance people are going to take care of it.
Yeah,
I said.
just let me have your car when I let you use mine. Dig this. We remove the tags, you give me the repair bill, and baby, tonight I think I'll trim Robin out of the $1,752.13. Then you take your car to Cadillac service and let them fix it. It's as simple as that.
Chapter 14. Satin was a bitch that had one of those real rare fuzzy cups, the kind a man runs into once in a lifetime. It's the kind of that feels like it has ribs in it. I call them washboards because it feels like your is sliding down a washboard. I can say there isn't a in the world that's as good as one of them, and I've been lucky enough to have had 3 of them in my lifetime. 2 of them were my girls, and 1 was a buddy. Yep, little Satin was blessed with one of them. I've often thought about a like that, why some of them felt that way, and the only reason I could come up with was perhaps it's her insides. Or maybe it was the fit of the warmth that caused it to feel that way. And I gotta have a lot of thought about the size of my and I've been told it so this could play a part in it. At any rate, the why of it ain't the point. The point of it is, there's no nowhere that's as good as one of them washboard And my dear reader, if you're a female, you could very well have one and not know it. And if you're a male and you've had one, baby, you know just what I'm talking about. Still, however, I think a man has gotta be a bit to get that washboard effect. You know, I came close to violating the codes of the pimp game simply because of a bitch that was blessed with one of those divine fuzzy cups. I got back to the pad and satin, and after undressing, I slid into the bed beside her. For she still smelled nice and exciting, real clean, with fragrance that would make a headman out of a priest. And since I had a hot knot by nature, you can understand what this kind of exciting female did to a like me. She had taken off her baby doll outfit when she seen me get into bed like I came into this world. I cut the lights off and we went right into our thing. After going through the preliminaries, which had us both upset and eager for the main event, I heard and asked her to fit the... And as always, it was a bit tight from the jump. But after her became wet and was ready to accept if it had, things became quite easy for the joyride into outer space. Gee, but it was a thrill beyond all expression every time my slid down on those ridges in her house. We began to sweat, and the sounds of our bodies beating into each other made set even better. Satin rubbed my back and held me real tight. She bit her lips and she gave out with all the sounds of passion, and when she hollered and screamed, and her tasty became quite sloppy with joy water. After she had done the 3 or 4 times, she wanted me to pop it to her. I tried, but as always, it never would get in, not even. And believe it or not, I couldn't get it how we and it always pissed her off. Satin was the only woman that really wanted me to every time we after trying to get it in and failing, I'd always drop it down in fashion. And right here, my dear reader, I gotta confess, looking down at her while she was on her scene with her well-rounded dump propped up in the air, really made a freak out of me. And I guess we really did look like 2 dogs. While I'd be popping it to her, she'd wiggle till we were on cue with each other. And while we wiggled, she will reach under herself and at the same time, I'd be and gee, God. But the little bitch will be going insane with those delight. We f***ed till we passed out and didn't come to life till it was 8 o'clock that night. Well, this was the night I was to rip Robin off, and I was to pick her up at 10, and Satin was to be on Euclid Avenue by 9 doing her thing. We took a bath together, and after we were done, I called a hack to take Satin to her gig. When it came, I embraced her. She gave me a big, fat, juicy taste of honey, gave her some mad money, and told her if I wasn't there, to cab it on in after she split. I looked out of the window and saw Robin's brand new Ford parked in front of her restaurant. I got clean, put put my riding habit in a grip and went to Artie's beat-up wheel and pulled around in front of Robin's place and parked. I walked in with a grim expression on my kisser. The part I planned to play was important to me in more ways than one. This act of mine had to work, and the stage was set. The joint was filled with folks from all walks of life, and my prey was sitting at her usual spot, which was indeed cashier counter. And that spot was of paramount importance to me now. I guess it was not the fact that this Robin was so dead set on not giving a any chips that made her my prime desire. I just had to get her to give me the money to get that car fixed. Yeah, getting her to do that was eating at me like a cancer. When I walked up to her, she said,
"Hi, you ready for funs and thrills tonight? Say, is everything all right? You look like you're mad at the world."
"Oh, Lord, my God," I said. "The whole damn world is wrong with me."
"Daddy, what is it? Has it got anything to do with our date?"
"Sweetheart," I said, "nothing could prevent us from going out."
"Then for heaven's sake, what's wrong? What's the matter? You certainly don't appear excited about it."
"Robin," I said, "come outside with me just for a second. I could show you a lot better than I could tell you." After we got out front, and with tears in my eyes, I said,
There, that's what's wrong with me.
pointing at Art's bent-up car.
Somebody up there really hates me.
I touched the car as tenderly as I'd touch my mother if she was on her deathbed. While looking at the car with a bleeding heart, Robin said,
"Oh, Lord, my God, what happened, Stonewall?"
I told her Art's story, and then she said,
"Darling, I'm sorry this happened. It'll mean you have to use my car till your insurance company fixes it."
Insurance? Robin, if I had some insurance, I wouldn't be as salty as I am. Plus, that bum that had the horse wagon was a junk man and without a dime.
"Stonewall,
she said,
do you mean you've got an investment like a Cadillac on the street and you didn't have any insurance on it?"
I had it, baby,
I said.
but it ran out about a month ago, and I never got around to renewing it. To top things off, I got a note coming up in a few days. Gee, life can sure deal some rotten hands at times. Baby, keep from blowing the money I've already put into this car. I might have to hit the road. Of all the people in Cleveland, I only hate leaving you. With things going as bad for me as they are, I doubt if I can make the repair bill and note too.
"Sweetheart,
she said.
what do you think it'll cost to repair it?"
Darling,
I said.
I already know what it'll cost. I took it to Cadillac service as soon as it opened this morning, and here is the repair bill.
I reached in my kick and got the bill that Art gave me and told her to be in for a surprise. I told her when the man is a CC&I man, the cars cost a great deal to fix. CC&I means Cadillac, Continental, and Imperial. She took the bill, and as she was reading it, I dug Art's name and tag number on it. Right after she saw the sum, I snatched it out of her hands like I was mad at the sight of it, and I balled it up as though I was going to throw it away.
"Well, Stonewall, take the car to them in the morning and tell them to fix it."
I knew she meant she was going to foot the bill, but I said anyway,
Robin, my love, I could have left it there this morning, but I couldn't see me getting that kind of money anyway.
"Stonewall,
she said.
take it to them. Tell them to have it fixed as soon as they can. And Stonewall, please, don't worry about the money. I'll take care of everything."
I grabbed Robin right there in the streets and kissed her. I held her tight and swung her around in my arms. This kind of shit made her quite happy and at the same time caused her to be a bit embarrassed. She was like a mother that had bought her child a new toy and was thrilled beyond words because the child was happy over the toy. After leaving Robin, I took my man his car. She'd given me an envelope with $2,000 in it. She had overpaid the bill by a little better than 2 bills. I moved to meet a pal in a hotel on Carnegie Avenue to get me a piece of cocaine. When I got to the hotel, I parked in the lot and walked into the lobby via the lobby instead of the bar just in case my man was there. He wasn't. So I walked to the bar from the lobby, and as I was about to enter the bar, I looked up at the desk and saw 2 Detroit detectives standing in the desk rapping with the day clerk. One of them knew me well from my Hastings Street days. So the first thing that came into my mind was that they were in Ohio to get me for that sting that I took off damn near a year ago. I moved on in the bar without them seeing me. And while I was in the bar, all kind of shit started to go through my mind. Things that I never thought about before. Like, why did it take them so long to get a make on me? That I knew must have been sent to get me because he knew me. Out of all the things that passed through my mind, there was one thing that was for sure. I was too damn close to the city of Detroit. And once more, I had to split. I stepped up to the bar and said to the barmaid, "Look, Diane, when my man shows, tell him something came up, and I'll catch him later."
Will do, Stonewall.
She said. Chapter 15. Satin and me split the town, passing through the Ohio toll gate into Pennsylvania and on into Jersey. And from Jersey, we passed through the tunnel that joins Jersey to Manhattan. Once in Manhattan, I called the High One, an old pal who I grew up with in Detroit. He wised me to a hip hotel in Lower Manhattan. And while me and my one rib were driving to the hotel, I was looking things over. Satin went ape when we rolled through the Great White Way. Satin worked 111th and 8th Avenue for a while, and then I put her in a hotel in Lower Manhattan on Lexington. But after a while, that got to be a drag to her.
Damn, this is Monday night, and of all the nights in the week, Mondays is the one I hate the most. God knows I hate to be there on Mondays.
Monday is just another day, I said. What's so bogue about that day down there? I thought it was the day you had that sweet paying freak.
It is,
She said.
And even though he gives me a bill and a half, it's gonna take him so long on the cash before he reaches a.
What's wrong with that? I asked. All the freak does is watch you and the guy f***s while he runs off a batch.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
She said.
It's just the fact that his f***men smells so damn bad. Plus his f***men got a big fist raised that gotta be washed because it stays loaded with duck butter and stinks like hell.
Baby, let me hip you to something. You gotta read into this act just what's there.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But this man, he smells so damn bad till I feel like I'm gonna pass out from smelling the for 15 minutes till the freak reaches a time out. And Daddy,
She went on to say.
what do you mean I gotta read into the act just what's there?
Now, baby, I said, put this on tape. You're gonna run into many far-out freaks while you're at the hotel. So try and make it your business to get the inside story on the nature of them all. Now, Satin, the nature of this guy you gotta see tonight is a sadistic one. Baby, he was cheated at birth by not having a when he was born. Instead, he was given a so he gets himself a man that has a bullhead to do his for him. Satin, the fellow likes seeing pain brought to a female. That's why the guy with is his paid man. Sweetheart, you can cut the 15 minutes down to 4 or 5 by satisfying his nature and not him.
What do you mean, Daddy?
She asked. Darling,
You gotta give him what his nature wants him to have. By that I mean, let him see you suffer while his damn is putting it to you. You already know how to keep him out of you, so all you gotta do is scream and holler like the guys. Mama, if you do this, I'll bet the 15 minutes will cut down to 4 or 5. Remember, Satin, the louder you scream and fight the quicker the paymaster will drop his batch.
Gee, Daddy,
She said.
how come you know so much about this kind of ish?
Satin, my love, I said. It could very well be because your daddy is a freak himself. Baby, it's the same thing when a cat, it's not the cave he wants. If it were a pound note, would take care of that for him, and he'd have his pick of choice bitches to choose from.
Stony,
She said.
if a guy was here, it's gotta be the trim he wants. But he is just a sick person.
Sick. That's right, I said. But not sick just for her son. Baby, the guy gets his off from seeing that phone in the root. He likes to see the woman protest. That's the time he am out. Mama, should you ever get stopped by one of those fiends, don't fight it. Just tell him to come on and get it. And you could damn near make book on it. He'll forget the whole damn thing. A person's nature works in a lot of strange ways, baby. Get wise to the nature of a person, and little mama, you've got him hook, line, and sinker. Try to learn the whole card of all the tricks you have. They all got one. Satin finished dressing, and I took her to her spot in Lower Manhattan, sat her out at her hotel, and told her if I wasn't by to bring her home, I'd dig her when I got there, and I split. I was heading for the Bronx. I had to get a rundown on the star of my life, Corrie, and I still had her mom's address, and if she was in New York, her mother would be the one that was sure to have a make on her. After reaching 157th Street off Jackson Avenue, I found a place to park and went up. Mom and me were pretty tight. She had received me with a real warm embrace and told me Corrie wasn't in. I had to talk through her sisters to get Mom to understand what I was saying. You see, although they were black, her mother was unable to speak the American language. They were Cuban, and if you saw them standing on a corner, you'd swear they were all black. Zig. The sisters saw to it that Mom received my honest, warm regards, and I asked the kids to tell Corrie that I was in New York and wanted to see her. When I got home, I took a fat fix and got in the bathtub. I wasn't out of the tub but a few seconds when the phone rang, and before I could say a word, a voice on the other end said,
Hi, el tipo chulo.
which means fine guy in Spanish. Corrie, I said. How are you, mamacita? Your voice sounds wonderful. What are you doing right now?
I'm fine.
She said.
How are you? And how long you been in New York?
Sweetheart, I said. I've been in New York close to a week now.
A week? And again, you just got around to looking me up?
Well, Corrie, I said. You know how we parted in Detroit.
Yeah.
She said.
And you know why it was that way.
Well, sweetheart, I said. That's yesterday's headlines. And ain't nothing as dead as that, is it? Today, now, this moment, that's where it's at. Today, my love, is the very first day of the rest of our lives. Tell me, who's the lucky guy in my girl's life now?
No, fellow.
She said.
I've been out of the life since I left Detroit. Just a woman taking care of her 2 kids.
Crazy. Then there's nothing in the way of our having dinner tonight, is there?
Nothing.
She said.
Nothing at all.
Righteous, baby, I said. I'll pick you up at 9. We could go to that little Spanish restaurant we like so much. The one in the village. Can you recall it?
Swell.
She said.
I'll be looking for you.
Chapter 16. A little while later, We reached the restaurant. It was a bohemian kind of place with dust all over the pictures that were on the walls. Wine bottles hung from the ceiling on strings. Cheap candles were on the tables, and a group of Cubans played music. Many nights after I dropped satin at the hotel, I'd stop by here and relive moments of our togetherness. And now here she was, sitting with me at the same table, and the stage was set. To any other than a New Yorker, this restaurant will seem like a greasy spoon, but to people in the Apple, it was far from it. The food was delicious and expensive, and Carrie enjoyed every moment we were there. We left and made a few stops at bars along Broadway, and it was in a bar not far from Birdland that we found all the drinks our friends had bought for us had turned us upside down, so we split. Back in the car, I hit on Carrie for a shot of her Cuban desert dish. She looked at me and said,
Well, how about that? The big, cruel, hard man wants to give away some dick. Stony baby, when did you stop selling it?
"Come off it, bitch. It's like I told you. I'm stuck on you too,"
How?
she said.
You told me that more times than I can remember, and I know it's bullshit, but I like it.
"Now tell me," I said, "just why is it bullshit when I'm the one that says it? It happened to you, didn't it?"
Yeah,
she said.
it happened to me, but I'm a woman, and a woman can fall in love. But a man? Well, it happens, but not to your kind of man.
"Listen," I said, "and I think we went through this back in Detroit, but just in case we didn't, I'm gonna say it one more time. Baby, for every kind of person on this earth, there's a mate for 'em. Now, there are many men that would rather die than take money from a woman. And to have his woman selling her body is out of the question. Now you're a and it's not by choice, it's nature. Carrie, you'd be quite lonely if God hadn't put your kind of man on this earth, and that's a man that could have you and love you just as much as any woman gets loved. Carrie, that kind of man is called a pimp, and that's I, your guy, Gemini. Sweetheart, me and you are as we are because of a power much stronger than your own. And since we are as we are, the best thing for us to do is accept it and be as happy as anyone else. So let's stop acting like two kids and try and make it work this time. What do you say?"
Stonewall,
she said.
any girl that gets tied up with you is in a whole lot of trouble. She no longer can think for herself, because you'll be the one that thinks for her. Right now, I don't know what's happening.
"You know, as well as I do, what's happening," I said. "You're coming home with me and have me like you've never had me before,"
There, you see? You already started to do my thinking.
she said. "Bullshit. You know, as well as I do, nobody can do another person's thinking. You're as hungry for me as I am for you. And baby, that's why you're going with me. Carrie, let's stop talking about nothing and let's go each other."
Well, Stony, I'm helpless. I don't want to use her bed. Let's go to a hotel.
We drove to a small hotel east of 7th Avenue on 118th Street and checked in. Once in the bed, we savagely ripped each other off, and God knows it was a treat from start to finish. If you never had with a Cuban girl, I've got to say, you've been missing a real ball. I guess it's the wild animal way they act when they're putting it on you that gets to you. And when one of them reaches a hammer, the changes they go through are beyond expression. I could rap about it to you for a month, but I guess you just have to be on a set to dig it. And if a Cuban bitch cares for you, a new world will open up to you. And our insanity was over. We talked and she told me she'd come out of retirement just to give me 1 year of her priceless time. I sent her to work in the house in Hartford, Connecticut. I took Satin out of the hotel like I told her. Satin picked up 3 beefs in 6 months, and since the high one was an undercover bondsman, he raised her each time. I was still juggling drugs and doing a little bit of everything to get a buck. My habit had got to be a New York oil burner, and that's a motherfucker. Believe me, I was throwing a lot of rocks to keep myself ahead of Joe Chink and to get me a fat bankroll. You already know I was a CC&I man, and I was changing cars twice a year for 7 years. A paper top in the summer and a hard top in the winter. And at the same time, I'd be going to the bank every day with not less than $30. If I'd miss a day, I'd double it the next day. I was doing a little bit of everything to keep me in the lead on Joe Chink. And my dearest and most worthy reader, I did it, or I'd be in the penitentiary somewhere. Satin copped another beef, and this time the high one raised her, but she had to do a 3-year bit. Corrie was still working at Hartford and came to the Apple twice a month. Soon Corrie got sick, and I had to sit her down. Now all I had going for me were the many things that I was juggling: drugs, queer, hot furs, vines, diamonds, shows for the freaks that wanted to see 'em. I had 2 girls, sis that put on the shows, and I paid 'em all with queer 20s. If there's a room, I'll tell you about me and a white boy playing police. And take it from me, this white cat really knew how playing cop really goes. He had more nerve than a toothache, 'cause he'd lock 'em up in one of the many jails just to give 'em time to think about the real thing, or till their habit got next to 'em and they were ready to see things our way. Yup, he was truly a cop, and I'd make book on it that he'd fool you. Yeah, my bread was long, really long. I had 3 plush apartments, one in Manhattan, one in the Bronx, and a hideaway apartment in Long Island. All were plushly laid out, and I was able to put my hands on 75 big ones whenever I wanted to. I was indeed able to take care of Satin Doll's needs while she did her bit, and quite able to get Corrie all the penicillin she had to have to fight her thing. Yeah, old Stonewall was now in the major league as far as chips were concerned, and even though I didn't pimp up on it. Then one day, a pal from Detroit showed up and wanted a kilo of stuff, and he wanted it to be a 9-to-1. Well, that was no sweat. I knew where I could cop a stand-up 20 if he wanted it. In fact, it was an 18 that I copped. I got his bread and went to my man's spot on Madison Avenue to get the Jones. When I got there, I used my knock to be let in by my man's rib. After I was in the duplex suite, my contact came out the bathroom, removing his mask. We spoke, and I stated my business. There were 2 other men and 2 females in the place. The 3 men were hooked up and wore their guns, police style. The duplex was well laid out, and everything in it was plush. I had come during a time when the stuff was being cut, and although I've been around drugs of all sorts over half my life, I'd never seen as much dope in one place before. The bathtub was damn near filled. The sifter was a window screen laid across the tub, and the mixing spoon, now dig this, was a fireplace shovel. Now you tell me, was that stuff? When he served me, it wasn't taken from the tub, and it was indeed an 18. Since my people wanted a 9, I sat right down and cut it in half, so they could get their 9, and I'd also have a 9 for myself for free. If you know anything about dope, then think about yourself getting a kilo of 9-to-1 stuff for nothing. The amount of bread it would cost you would stagger the mark that gigs for a living. It cost my Detroit people 20 grand, and once it's cut, it will be 9 times that much. And I got the same thing for myself for nothing. Plus, I was given a piece of cocaine from the contact, and the cats I copped for gave me 2 grand for the turn. Plus, I had over $1 grand in my kick when I turned the deal. Yeah, Oh Lord my God, was I in top-notch shape. I was fixed for life, and fate once more dealt me a fool's hand, and I, like a sucker, played it, and ended up in Sing Sing prison. Now dig this, it's just like it happened. When I got back with their stuff, I hipped them to pull up stakes and see the apples some other time. I told them since they had what they came for, it would be dizzy for them to get cracked just because they wanted a taste of the apple. They dug the wisdom in my words and they split. I was now on my way to the pad I had in Manhattan on 85th Street between Riverside Drive and West End Avenue. But when I got to 108th Street in Central Park West, I remembered a guy owing me $3 for a seal fur coat, so I stopped to get my chips. I put the dope under the front seat and went into the building to get my bread. I got it and left thinking how wonderful it's going to be to lay up for a month. When I got in my car and was about to turn it over, both doors opened and a .38 snub nose was placed in my ear.
Hold everything and don't move.
I thought it was just another stick-up, but after getting downtown, I learned that the building that I went into to get my bread was being staked out by the narco that were trying to catch any coming out with drugs. Since it would have been a meatball bust had they got someone like they were waiting for, it could have turned into a sale for the pusher if the junkie had allowed him to turn him around. Me and my man had played this thing many times, but this was the real thing. I was busted, and it was a 1751, which was a felony. At this time, anything over a quarter of an ounce was a felony, and anything under a quarter of an ounce was a 422, a misdemeanor. Well, this shit I was cracked with was indeed a felony. I was charged with felonious possession with intention to sell. I learned the dicks that busted me said in their write-up,
he had large sums of money and couldn't explain his livelihood.
And I was given 1326, which means 1 year, 3 months to 2 years and 6 months. Since my man, the high one, had raised me on bail, I was able to bring Satin and Corrie up to date and what to look for. It tore 'em up, but not half as bad as it did me. Satin would be out before I would, and I wondered, would she stick and stay? Chapter 17. While out on bail, I tried to reach the dicks, but as you already know, I failed. I just couldn't get it out of my mind. These two sitting and waiting on some junkie. Yeah, once more I say, fate is a real bitch. When the 38s were first put in my ears, I thought it was a stick-up. Even after they told me who they were, I still thought it was a stick-up, 'cause I played that cop thing myself many times. It wasn't until we got downtown that I realized it was the real thing. The two cops were really cops. I had taken close to an over amount of heroin when I entered the Tombs prison in the city of New York to wait transfer to Sing Sing State Prison. It was in the Tombs that I kicked the hardest habit that I'd ever kicked cold turkey in my life. I made the first day and damn near the second day without sweat, and it was easy going through the usual jailhouse bullshit, answering a lot of things like who's doing what, how long Joe Blow been dealing, how'd I get cracked, who cracked me, and as always, everyone in jail said, didn't do it. Maybe one of these times I'll find someone else in jail that's guilty besides me. Soon the lights went out and the place went to sleep. That morning I was really uptight. Nobody had any stuff, but damn near everybody had some works.
I was able to get up, but was unable to do any pecking other than drink some juice from the wagon. I began to throw up and that green poison. I laid on the floor for 14 days, and the only eating I did was orange juice that I bought off the wagon. I began to that green poison all in my pants, and I was sicker than I ever been in my life. During the time I was on the floor, came in my cell and used my bread like they wanted to. An old pal of mine died while kicking his habit cold turkey, and believe me, I thought I wasn't going to make it myself. On the 14th day, I got up and found out that I lost so much weight that my rings just slid off my fingers. My pants wouldn't stay up, and when I looked into the mirror, I looked like death took a holiday, a complete stranger to myself. Then I found I had what addicts call the chucks. The chucks is a state of being so damn hungry from the meals you've missed till you feel like you could eat a wet mop. In my case, it was 14 days without food, and it was 4:30 in the morning when I got up. I found nothing in my cell to eat. I didn't want to call anyone and ask for a helping hand because I'd wake everyone up. So I just sat on the edge of my bunk and waited for the hack to pass, making his rounds so I could hit on him to see if there was a loaf of bread or anything he could find to eat. After what seemed like a lifetime, he showed making his rounds. I stopped him and hit if there was anything left from supper. The hack was righteous. He went and got a loaf of bread and gave me some of his tea that was part of his own lunch. I asked him what time was it just to see if my chimer was right, and he said,
"It's now 5 a.m., and I see you made it, which makes me the winner of about $50. All the other turnkeys were betting you wouldn't make it, and I was taking the bets. But I gotta confess, I wasn't sure I'd win."
"Yeah," I said, "somebody up there likes me."
"Your trip upstate was held up because you wasn't in shape to make it. I'll leave word that you're able to make it now. I know you want to get out of here and get someplace where you can take care of those chucks,"
he cracked. "Thanks, officer," I said. "And you're 100% right. God in heaven knows I want to get to prison so I can eat up the whole damn place." The next morning, I was transferred to Sing Sing, and after the usual quarantine was over, I went to work in the barbershop. I'd say Sing Sing is the largest prison there is. By that, I mean in overall size, because it's understood that Jackson Prison is the largest in population, but Sing Sing is so huge that the New York Central Railroad comes through the center of it. You could see the people in the trains going and coming from their jobs in New York City. And if you were on your job and had a call to the front for something, you have to take a cab to get there. Cabs in Sing Sing are panel trucks with seats in them that take you where you have to go. In the recreation room, there was some 50 gas ranges that cons use to cook on. It's the only prison that I know of where a man can have all the cooking things as a person on the street has. The inmate store is an A&P, and you can buy damn near everything you could buy if you were in the free world. Sing Sing is quite a prison, and all the men try their best to stay there and do their bits, but very few do, and most are sent to other prisons in upstate New York. After all I did to anchor in Sing Sing, was sent to Auburn. If you recall, I told you I sent Corrie to New York back in the 40s to see what she could do for her brother being in a jam while I had her in Mansfield, Ohio. What I didn't hip you to was the fact that I never met him, so I had no idea what he looked like.
It was in the 40s when he got in the jam, and now it's in the 50s when I, by the act of fate, happened to meet him in Sing Sing while he was serving time for the very same beef. Now, this is how I met him. One day, while I was on my job in the prison barber shop, a fellow took a squat in my chair for a haircut. This fellow looked so much like Corey, it caused me to ask, "Say, can I ask you something?"
Sure,
he said.
go right ahead.
"I'd like to know if you got a sister," I asked.
Yeah,
He said.
I got 5 sisters.
"Tell me, is one of them named Corey?" I asked. He looked around at me and said,
Yeah, the oldest one. Her name's Corey.
"There's no doubt you know of me. My name's Stonewall," I said. He moved around so quick that I damn near jabbed the clippers in his neck. And right then, the haircut stopped for the moment and he said,
Stonewall Jackson? Man, she talked about you all the time. Stonewall, how about that? Man, she talked about you so much till I feel like I know you myself.
He said. He went on to say,
I like what you did when I first got into this jam. She did all she could do, and her help did give me a break.
"Baby," I said, "you mean this is the same beef? Damn, man, you said you got a break, and you still here? How much time did you get?"
Yeah, Stonewall,
he said.
This is the same bit. I got 7.5 to 15. And Daddy, I could have got life or the hot seat for what I did.
"It's been a good pound since that went down, and that's all you do for 7.5, ain't it? You should be ready to pull up soon. It's a bitch. 15 years is 15 years. You gotta do it one way or another, either in or out."
Stonewall, it's been over a pound,
he said.
I've been to the parole board, and they hit me with a year fly. I can't pull up till next year now.
"Well," I said, "you're a lot shorter now than you were from the jump. Say, hit me to something. What has a guy got to do to anchor here in Sing Sing like you did? I've been living in fear of being on the next draft out of here. Baby, believe me, I like to stay here and do my bit."
It's hard to do,
he said.
If you ain't got folks here in New York to stay on the ass of the people up in Albany, if you got folks in the Apple that will tell them they can't make the trip to visit you if you're somewhere in upstate New York, they might hold you here. That's what my mom did for me.
Well, you can believe it or not, that's how I come to meet Corey's big brother, and he was indeed a swell guy. I was soon put on a draft and sent to Auburn State Penitentiary. The prison sits in the center of Auburn, New York, with the front gate opening up on State Street. While I was there, I met a white cat that was really hip to the ways of playing a dick. He played it so good till he played past the real New York finest a number of times to my knowledge. He was tall, blonde, and hip, enough to the ways of the FBI to be one. He and I got pretty tight while I was doing my bit there. Every time he got in my barber's chair, we'd go through our police bag thing. And 3 or 4 times a week, we'd go through our detective thing while we'd be on the yard. We had it down pat because we were going to play behind it once we hit the stem. We played behind it once we both were on the stem, and this is how I'm hip to just how bad this guy really was. He played it so tough till he had me on edge one day while we had a bitch in the car right in front of the door of the police station on 123rd Street off 7th Avenue, and the bitch had cuffs on at the time. But I, being the warm and he being the cold, I was able to get her to give up the source of her supplier, which was all we wanted from the jump. But the bitch was a true diehard. This is how we happened to be sitting in front of the police station in the first place. The bitch was gonna go to jail before she gave him up, and it wasn't till I brought up the 3 kids who were also in the car that she broke down and felt she had to give him up or leave her kids in the street while she did her time.
We thought for a moment that we would have to turn this thing into a stick-up, and neither one of us wanted to do that. We played this thing for 3 years, and out of all the people we busted, we only had to rough stick up 3 of them. He didn't use any heroin, but he did use cocaine. This meant all the horse was mine and half the bread. And my dear reader, the bread was quite long indeed. While I was making my bit, I learned that the high one had somehow killed one of his girls. His mom spent a lot of bread fighting his case, and she had to down one of the rides to help put him on the street. Yeah, the high one beat that beef and picked up another one that was even harder on a cat like the high one. And that was Joe Chink, a monster of a habit. And any habit that's a New York one is by all means a true son of a bug and no shit that ain't did nothing but pimp since he was 16 years old. He had stopped buying a new hog every year. He had ended his bondsman thing. In short, old Joe Chink had stepped in and ended his whole way of life. He had allowed himself to become hooked on the one thing he'd always disliked. It hurt me to see him like this, and I feel deep down inside that this turnaround in his life was because he had killed, by accident of course, a real top-notch girl of his. I never mentioned it to him. In fact, I've never mentioned her at all since it happened. And she was a very dear friend of mine also. I should never forget her as long as I live. Soon the time came for me to split Auburn Prison. I did my bit. The whole 1326 was mashed out, and there was one thing about getting out of New York Penitentiary that amazed me. When the day came for you to pull out of Jackson, they would around for 5 or 6 hours before you be on the bus going home. But Auburn Prison didn't put you through a lot of bullshit before they set you on the outside. The week before I was split, I picked out my vine. So now that was taken care of, and this is how fast I was set on the street. The year was 1956. I was dressed out in the vine that I picked, and I walked into an office and picked up my bread. I then walked through another office and shook hands with the warden. I walked to the front gate with a hack, and he put a key that was close to a foot long in the gate and turned it. The gate opened. He stepped out on State Street with me and pointed down the street and said,
"When you get to that light, turn left and you'll see the bus station. Get the bus that will take you to Syracuse. Then take the train for wherever you're going, and good luck."
Chapter 18. From the time I put on that monkey-ass vine till the time I hit State Street, it only took 17 minutes. And if that's not real quick when you're getting out of prison, I'll kiss your ass anywhere you name. When I reached the Apple, I got off the train at the 125th Street station, and I was too late to learn how much my bread had earned in the 2.5 years I've been gone, so I'll look into that tomorrow. It was raining like hell, and believe it or not, I didn't know which way 7th Avenue was. I looked for the marquee of the Apollo Theater to get a make on my next move. It was ironic because I've had a few ribs that worked the bar just a few steps east of the station. I dug the marquee, so I headed that way, going to the high one's pad. And the rain was doing tricks with this stiff-ass vine I had on. While walking west, I was on the lookout for an empty cab. An old con and fake named Frank saw me, and I guess he thought he found a live one and tried to dip on me. When he dug who I was, he greeted me with his well wishes. He was a pretty good fake in his day, but he couldn't show his mug around any of the dampers in the Apple, so I gave him £1 and grabbed a cab. I had a few hundred in my kick and another pair of Stetson shoes under my arm, and I had a whole lot of catching up to do. I got to the boss of Pimpdom's pad, and when I first saw him, I really didn't like what I saw. I guess I didn't like the fact that my man, God's gift to all females, was an addict, and that he hadn't yet changed his 1955 Eldorado, which wasn't like him at all. As far as I was concerned, the high one sold more since he was 16 than any of any time, and now Mr. Joe Chink had him, and it hurt me. Now that I'm back in the apple, I will give you a quick rundown on the kind of fix I'm in. While I mashed out my bit, I never touched the bread I had in the bank, and it was pulling in 4.5% interest. I had little over $1,000 in my kick, so as far as bread was concerned, I was in very good shape. Plus, and most important, I was free of the most worthy Joe Chink. The only time the high one had seen me without a habit was during our school days, but ever since we were adults, I had a Jones. Yet, I had never once tried to pull him into the way of life of a fool. And yet, while we sat and rapped, he was hooked and I was clean. A bitch, ain't it? The high one hit me. That satin had did her bit and went back to Toledo. I thought about running her down and try to recop, but I never did. In fact, I haven't seen her since. I asked the high one to let me have his ride so I could get downtown and get out of this real bogue front I still had on, and he tossed me the twisters and asked me to get him something from the store. I told him righteous, and I split. I drove to the bar on 118th Street and double parked out front. I went in the bar still wearing that funny-looking getup, and all the fellows gave me their phony greetings, and some of them laid some chips on me. None of them cracked on me and my monkey-ass vine. I guess they all understood. After I got cool from the drinks the fellows had bought me, I went to the Teresa Hotel and caught me a suite for a month. I parked the high one's wheel in the garage on 124th Street between 7th and Lenox Avenues, went to the subway and copped the A train that Duke made so famous, and went downtown to get sharp and pick something up for my man, the high one. After doing this, I went back uptown to catch me some DOS. I got up early that morning and ding-dong Corrie, and this time I caught her home. After she said hello, I said,
Hey there, with the stars in your eyes. How are you? I hope you've been missing me like I've missed you.
She knew me from my voice like I knew her from hers.
Stony Daddy, when did you get home? How you feel? Your voice sounds wonderful and happy.
She cracked.
You never missed anyone in your life, but it's good to hear you say so.
Thanks,
I said.
I got home yesterday, my love. I'm starved to death for the nearness of you. When can I see you?
Stony,
She said.
I gotta be in Manhattan at 9, and by the time I take care of my business, it'll be around midnight. So we'll meet at our bar on 118th Street. Is that okay?
Righteous.
I said.
Now give me a taste of that Cuban honey to hold me till midnight.
She blew a kiss through the phone. When I reached the bar on 118th Street, my star hadn't got there yet, so I stepped out of the bar and smoked some of the Queen's Major League pot with a pal of mine. After we smoked a few joints and killed about an hour, Corrie pulled up in a cab. I walked to the cab and held the door open for the goddess, who was as clean as a female could get.
El tipo chulo. Hello, good looking.
She said.
Corrie, when a cat wants a fine, tasty dog, such as you, he's gotta look good, or some other might beat him to the punch. And baby, taking a dish like you to a bar like this is like taking a sandwich to a banquet. And love, if some should beat me to the punch right now, God, baby, I really don't know what I'd do.
She gave me that cute smile, and when we entered the bar, every hungry pimp in the place started to drip at the mouth while looking at her and at the same time speaking to me with their wet, juicy chips. After the Wolfmen split, she said,
Stony, you always look so good when you come home for a bit. And God knows, you not only look good, but you smell so nice also.
Thanks. Did your brother hip you to how I come to make him?
Yeah, he told me all about it. You know what? He thinks the world of you.
What's he doing now? And where is he doing it at?
Believe it or not,
she said,
he's doing a little macking, and that's something new with him. His hangout is still Lower Manhattan around Broadway.
well, we rapped and had drinks till we were cool, and I hit on her if she wanted something to eat. We slid out of the bar and went around the corner to El Mundial's on 116th Street so she could cop some Spanish food. Carrie had a big meal, and she enjoyed every bit of it. After she had a glass of chilled wine to wash her dinner down, we went to my hotel and got down to the business at hand. In every degree. Since I hadn't had a female in 2.5 years, you should know just how starved I was for it. And now I was gonna feed my starvation with the queen of my life. Once we were in bed, we put an animal kind of vicious oscillations on each other. We made all kinds of love. Old love, new love, odd love, strange love, upside down love, backward love. Love, my dear reader, of all kinds, without pulling any punches. She clawed my back like an animal, and the odd thing about it was she didn't know she was doing it till I sat up after the thrill was over.
Oh, Stony. Oh, my daddy. What have I done? Daddy, please forgive me. I swear, I didn't know what I was doing.
Carrie, my love, I said, was so carried away till I didn't know, nor did I give a damn, that you were ripping me up. To me, sweetheart, it's a wonderful thing for a man to set his woman in motion while he's f***ing her to the point she's unaware of what she's doing. It proves the man is top-notch at what he's doing. Forget about it. Just keep on loving me that way. We rapped till we got sleepy, and I put one of her well-shaped and very firm titties in my jib and went on to slumber. After we came back to life from that brief but tasty bit of death, I said,
Gee, baby, my back feels like it's on fire. I think it's wise if I go to have it looked at the same time, get me a lockjaw shot as an ounce of prevention. But I want you to tell me 2 things right now. First, how bad does my back look to you? It feels like hell to me. Second, I'd like to know right now, baby doll, if you will come out of retirement and be my rib, just long enough for me to get a good girl.
Stony,
she said,
once more. Just once more. 'Cause you are the kind of guy that just can't seem to dig the meaning of money. Daddy, right now, with me alone in your life, you should have everything that bread can buy. But oh no, not you, my sweets. Yeah, Daddy, I'll be a fool once more.
She leaned over and started to kiss the wounds on my back with tears running down the cheeks of her face. Yeah, she was really a true trooper, and she came close to causing me to shed a few tears. The was 100% right in everything she said. I was a prize fool. Still, the game must go on, rain or shine, and she had given me the green light, and I didn't plan on pushing it. A year was all that I needed, if I needed that much. After that was understood, I told her to come on and go to the hospital with me. My back was burning like hell, and looked like I'd been in a fight with a Bengal tiger in the phone booth. We took a bath, got dressed, and I balled up the bed sheets and dropped them at the door so the maid wouldn't dig the bloodstains of our insane madness. When we reached the hospital, she didn't want to go in with me. I guess she didn't want it known that she was the guilty party. I was sent to a nurse that was indeed a fine, choice black bitch. She was tall, about 29 years of age, but built nice. When I took off my shirt and sat down with my back to her, she said,
Gee, she really did get excited, didn't she?
"Just a little toying around with a friend," I cracked.
Yes,
She said,
I know it was a friend, and a very close one at that.
"I see by your nameplate that you're Miss Nelson. I wonder why a female that's as lovely as you are hasn't stolen some guy's name by now. Tell me, have you ever reached a point in your young life where you were arrested with the bliss that will cause a woman to do to her man what has been done to me?"
Now, I think that's a rather personal question.
She said with that friendly smile. "Well, Miss Nelson, this is a personal world in which we live. You and I are adults, so why can't we speak as such? I doubt if you're the only female that has a guy that's not quite up to pat in his events. Many men are inadequate in a little attempt to satisfy their mate, and I feel the woman is half to blame. You see, Miss Nelson, I feel the female should tell the male which moves to make when he himself isn't wise. And by you being a nurse and knowing all these things, I believe you can make a wizard out of."
I'm through with your back. Now please get ready for a lockjaw shot.
I was standing up and about ready to drop my pants when she said,
There will be no need to do that. You can take it in your arm.
since I wanted her to dig my I had to ice that in the arm. This bitch had to see my because I felt she was already steaming. And it was her actions that made me feel that way. I felt the rapping that I was doing had put heat in her. And I also felt this big fine shit again was ready to be had. And I swear I wanted to upset her even more.
Let me take it in the hip.
All right, take him down.
I couldn't help saying, I wish we were somewhere else and you asked me to take 'em off. She didn't say anything, but I could dig her blushing. I dropped my pants, but she got in back of me to avoid seeing my hinker and all he him. I turned to hit her where to hit me, and she turned right along with me and hit me with the shot. Then I turned around and faced her where she couldn't miss seeing my and she froze for a few seconds while hawking. After I upset her day, I pulled up my pants and shorts and split. Chapter 19. Yeah, it was about right here in my life that I was played for a sucker a couple of times. The first time was when I met a hen at a girlfriend's dope joint on 7th Avenue and 120th Street. The girl that I had the pad was a real good pal of mine, and I spent a great deal of time in her apartment shooting speedballs, and I say to Queenie, she had the best cocaine and horse in Manhattan. The cocaine at Diane's was so good that I caught me a room in Diane's place just to be near the stuff. Now there was this bitch that thought so much of the Jones till she started to turn a lot of her tricks at the pad. When she finished her date, she spent the bread with me and Diane. Why me? Well, it was her way of letting me know she kinda liked me. Her name was Rose, and she really liked heroin, cocaine, morphine, and every narcotic you can name. Yep, I call it the course of life. Rose and me got pretty damn tight. At least I thought so. I had been checking her trap for more than a week and found it worthy and well-founded enough so that I felt it was righteous to step in on her. After I'd been checking her trap for over a week, she said she wanted to be my woman. Now, any cat that knows anything about the pimp game knows that if a girl wants him and has proven it in a whore's way, he must without a doubt step in on it. Well, Rose had proven herself, and I was ready to accept her regardless of what it might cost. After we reached an understanding, I told her we'd get a place tomorrow and start the show rolling. It was then that she said,
It can't be did that easy, Stoney.
"Why, Rose? What's in our way?"
The guy I had has all my things,
she said.
and I don't think he'll give them up since I stayed away from him since we met. Stoney, I can't go to him after being gone for more than a week and hit on him to give me my things. Plus, I ain't got a dime to give him.
"Look," I said, "do you think I know this fellow?"
I doubt if you ever met him before. The nigga's name is Ace.
"Ace," I said. "Is he the Ace that got the business in 118th Street between St. Nick and 8th Avenue?
That's the same Ace.
She said.
And he is one real bitch. You know him. I seen the two of you together a number of times.
Yeah, Rose, I know him. I've known him for a long time, and you're 100% right. He ain't gonna go for you showing up with no bread after a week in the wind. So, baby, ain't but one thing to get understood. Are you willing to tell him you picked me for your man?
Yeah, sure, I'll tell him. If you're with me.
She said. Then, Rose, get ready to split. We're gonna go to his place and get an understanding. I then went to Diane and got her gun because he was a hard pimp and just might not accept this kind of ish. The only thing I had going for me was the fact that Ace wasn't a kid, but a man who had pimped long enough to know just how the pimp game goes. Who knows? He may have did this same thing to some nigga in his time. When a man's woman plans to split on him, and this thought is in her mind, there is nothing any man can do about it. And Ace just could be the kind of man who'd realize that. Yeah, he might be smart enough to know a woman's mind is like the wind, and if he plays out of that force bag, he might just end up in prison for a pandering rap. If this happens, he's out of it, and the bitch is free to make whichever move she wants to. A true pimp will think before he acts. Yeah, it's a drag to blow a girl, and it hurts right where you live. But if you have to kill a guy about something like this, he is out of it forever, and you'll end up in the joint doing all day, and that leaves the rib-free and fair game for anybody. Whichever the case, the rib is the winner, and the talk that remains over the two dead clowns will be just two dead that died over a black, nappy-head, funky bitch. But being tied up in this game made it my duty to accept this bitch, even if it had to be over the smell of gun smoke. With Diane's gun in my kick, me and Rose left to confront Ace. When we reached his place, I went in to get an understanding with him. Ace was standing by the jukebox, and I walked over to him and said, "Hi, baby. How's it been going for you, old dude?"
Hey, guy, when did you show? How long you been up?
"I was blessed with my liberty about 3 weeks ago."
It's good to see you. Here,
he said while holding out a $50 bill.
put this in your pocket. It ain't much, but it's the best I could do right now. I got a girl somewhere in the streets of Manhattan that's giving me road trouble.
Damn, I said to myself. This is really going to be hard to do. I got to tell a guy that his missing girl has been with me after he offered me a $5 bill. Then I said to myself, hell, that's how the game is. What will be, will be. So I said, "Nay, Daddy, I'm righteous as far as bread is concerned,
And the reason I'm here is because of that missing girl of yours. Ace, old dude, Rose has been with me since you saw her last. Believe me, I didn't know she was yours till this morning, and by then, it was too tardy.
Stonewall,
He cracked.
do you mean you've only been out of the joint 3 weeks, and in that time, you've been with that black, funky, dirty bitch of mine? Where's she at now?
Look, I didn't take the bread from you because I've been spreading your chips for the past week. Baby, I'm fresh out of the joint, and I'm hungry for help. So try to dig my point of view. Rose wants to leave you. Why, I don't know, but she wants me, and you know I gotta want her.
Yeah,
He said.
Where is she now?
He was real grim and real bitter, and I could understand it. I was hawking him like he was a wild tiger, and I was ready to protect myself at any second. While looking him in the eye, I said, before I bring her to you, I want you to know that the girl is my girl, not yours. And I'm like any other Ace. I don't want no one punching on my girl. I think you feel the same. With that in your mind, you can come around the edge and see Rose. Ace looked at me real hard, and I could understand everything that was passing through his mind. He was blowing 7 or 8 bills a week, and I knew from that feeling I had when Carrie split on me. This was the moment. Was Ace a giant, or was he a fool? Whichever the case, I had to play it out, whatever the climax would be. Would there be the smell of gun smoke on 118th Street, or would there be the parting of 2 adults? After rounding the edge of 116th Street into St. Nicholas Avenue, we stopped in front of Rose. I was behind him with my hand in my pocket, gripping the gun, when Rose looked at him and said,
Ace, I've chosen Stonewall for my man. Will you give us the keys so I can get my things?
He looked at her for a few moments. Then he looked at me with contempt, and a ton of things went unsaid. As he passed the acid test of being a giant, he reached into his pocket and gave the twisters to me, and then he turned and walked back around the edge. Yeah, he was indeed a man. Rose and I went and picked up all her things and moved into an apartment on 151st Street and Broadway. The very next day, I picked up a quarter of a kilo of 19-to-1 heroin, and I was bagging it up when Rose said she was going to go downstairs to the store. I let her out and went back to what I was doing. Then I heard a knock on the door, so I placed a New York News over the Jones and got up to answer the door. When I got to the door, I asked, "Who?" And she said,
Me.
And I opened it up. Yeah, it was her all right. Her and 2 of New York's finest. I looked at her in sheer amazement, and I thought, this dirty, funky, rotten-ass bitch had brought him to the pad to bust me. But why? She knew what I was doing when she left, so she had to be getting me cracked for dope. Then one of the officers said,
She just wants you to let her have her things without any trouble. That's the only reason why we're here.
Sure, officer, she can have them, but God knows she didn't need police to help to get them.
Well, she stopped us and she said she wanted to leave without a fight.
Well, she didn't need to repack because she never unpacked in the first place, so the dirty bitch picked up her shit and split. I got through bagging the Jones, and I sat there and thought how much of a sucker I'd really been. The nigga didn't want me for her fellow. This nigga just wanted me to free her from the pressure of Ace. I think Ace will be reading this book, so I'd like to say to him that I'm really sorry that I was the cause of this black bitch getting from under the pimp game he was putting on her. And of course he knows I did the right thing, and it was far from a violation of the Mackin game. God knows it was that I was a sucker. I only regret that it was him
a top-notch pimp. Had it been one of those Bush League pimps, it wouldn't have been such a paramount drag to me. And a fellow that's a pimp at heart hates to be played for a sapsucker. Chapter 20. One hot day, while I was in Queenie's restaurant on 7th Avenue near 118th Street, I dug a truly choice freckled-faced girl sitting in the booth at the window having a cup of coffee and toast. She was a dream in looks and structure, but as fine as she was, the girl was wearing a man's shirt, gym shoes, and a pair of tight-fitting blue jeans. The pants were tight all down the legs. This was how I came to know she was really jacked up. Her legs were big and very shapely, and her dump was plump. The man's shirt was small, and it fit quite tight, causing the breasts to be easily noticed as large and deliciously firm. Yeah, she was a fine tidbit, and all she needed was a good bath and a top-notch place to work out of. If I copped her, then getting her into the money spot wouldn't be no sweat at all. The only hang-up she had was the fact that she was indeed a junkie, and at this point in my life, I never had a girl that was a dope addict. But I, for some reason, felt I could make it with her, even though she was a dope fiend. A musician pal told me she was once a dancer at a well-known bar and club in the village. This was a club where every girl had to be, regardless of what kind of gig she had, even if it was the powder room. Me and a pal named Ben stopped in the club many times in hopes of plucking a girl, but during the times we stopped there, this girl wasn't working there. I dug her having a bit of static and getting her fix because she was a few bucks short, and this gave me my cue to move in. So I said, "Come on, baby, stop selling socks for a fix. Come on and go with me." She got ready to split in a hurry. I know she knew about the bag I had, and I was ready for her to play tag with the man and his bag. Well, at least I was ready for that, if she had that kind of thought in her mind. We left the Queen's place and went to my rooms at the Teresa. I gave her the fix she needed, and as soon as she ran it, she broke a record getting out of the things. Thinking I laid the stuff on her, just a shot of her nuts. Yup, this bitch was all ready to play dope addict tag with the man and his bag. But what she didn't know was my actions had nothing to do with me being a crab. As fine as she was, and as bad as I wanted to bust her out, I was looking for a good whore to enrich my life, so her big red ass was out as far as I was concerned. But I must confess, looking at this banana-colored bitch in the nude and digging that she was yummish damn near caused me to blow my cool. Yup, all she needed was a good bath, something to wear, and a spot to gig. With these thoughts in mind, I said, "Baby, what's your name? And how long you been wearing this kind of getup?"
Tina's my name, and this get-up, as you call it, I've been wearing it since my girlfriend stole my things 2 weeks ago. I plan on getting some new things within 2 weeks.
How long has it been since you've been clean?
It's been a lifetime ago.
Why, baby? What happened? Did Joe Chink cause the wheels to run off? I got the wire you were movie star sharp when you were at the club.
Yeah,
She said.
I was once as well dressed as any girl in New York. I lied when I said my things were stolen. The truth is, I shot up everything I had, from my furs to my last pair of shoes. I hate to think about it, and talking about it hurts. What do you say we talk about something else?
Righteous, I said. We'll ice it. Tell me, how bad is your habit?
Not too bad.
She said.
I use about an eighth a day.
Look, Tina, how'd you like coming from under the pressure of old Joe Chink and get sharp one more time?
Oh, Stonewall.
She said.
To get Joe off my back will be like a dream come true. And to be well dressed once more will be out of sight.
Good, good. Now listen, I said. How would you like it if I got you some nice things to wear? Things that would do tricks with that figure of yours and get you a tasty place to work. A place where the bread is beyond righteous. Tina, baby, a few weeks in Danbury, Connecticut will get us top billing on the marquee.
Gee, I'd like that.
She said.
'Cause I'm fed up with the kind of life I'm sleeping in now.
Righteous. I'll get you the things you'll need for a 2-week stay at the Roadhouse in Danbury. But Tina, there's one big hang-up. You can't take any stuff with you. You'll have to take some methadones. I'll get them for you in the morning. In the meantime, you can spend the night here, and you can use as much stuff as you wanna since it's your last night as an addict. Well, the bitch took the bath she needed for so long and shot stuff as often as she wanted to. We got in bed, and as bad as I wanted to sock it to her, I didn't. We got up that morning and we had a coffee on the corner. Then we went downtown and did her shopping, and after that I picked up the methadones. Now everything was in divine order, and everything was go all the way. After we took a good fix, we got dressed, and while she was standing at the mirror, adding the final touches to her pretty kisser, I was busy hawking this nigger from the rear. Yeah, she was a fine red motherfucker, and if you think it was easy for me not to fuck this girl, you're dead wrong. It was a job. Yup, she looked so good till it would be impossible for anyone to buy the fact that she was a junkie. I drove her to the Roadhouse in the High One's car. The Roadhouse was a place that had a band. You could eat, dance, drink, and there were rooms upstairs where the truck drivers could do their sleeping. Tricks came from other parts of Connecticut, such as Hartford and Bridgeport, and it was really a bird's nest on the ground. And this red Higgins that I spent close to $5 on turned out to be a prize fairy tale. The bitch was back in the apple after just 4 days at the bird's nest. Yeah, it was just as I should have known. Joe Chink put pressure on her and made her pull up in 4 days. It was on a Mother's Day when she showed up, telling me she'd gotten a ride with the band that played the place. When she got back, she didn't have a dime and told me she must have got beat for chips by one of the cats in the band. When she laid that on me, I was one mad motherfucker, and I pitched a real bitch. I acted like I was a madman. I knocked her down and kicked her ass. I acted like I was gonna kill her by dumping her funky red ass out of the window. And out of all this, she still didn't come up with the bread. I pulled my blade, and in a wild, insane way, I tried to make her believe I was gonna kill her. And still she hung on to her story. I tore all her things off, looking for the bread. And while she was standing nude and looking like she had been kissed with an H-bomb, she still didn't come up with the money. I felt sure now that she didn't have it because I looked everywhere. I thought to myself, either she got beat like she said, or the lady was a nut. While she was standing at the foot of the bed cleaning the blood from her mug, she said she was hip to where one of the musicians lived. So I hooked up, went to an apartment on 147th Street off 7th Avenue. When no one answered the door, we went down to a restaurant just around the edge on 7th Avenue. She was gonna ding-dong one of them because she knew him from her dancing days. At least, that's what the red bitch told me. I went to the counter after she went into the phone booth. After I got my coffee, I took a sip or two, then I looked back at the door where the phone booth was and saw her still in the booth. I took another sip of coffee and turned around to check her out and saw two of New York's finest coming in the slammer. The waitress walked over to him and said a few words, and then Tina stepped out the booth and stood with him. While they rapped, I was looking at him and dug the waitress pointing at me. "Damn," I said, while the cop was walking over to me. This red dog had called the cops knowing I was dirty. When I dug him coming, I damn near panicked, but his man was at the door with the red dog. So I went on and sipped my coffee while he said,
"What's the trouble, Matt?"
"Trouble?" I cracked. "I ain't hit. If there's some kind of trouble, you'd better tell me. All I know is I'm having woman trouble," I told him. I told him that 'cause I knew she had called him.
"Yeah,
He said.
she just called us. She said she just wants to get away from you. What happened?"
"So the dirty black bitch called you," I cracked. "Man, this is my woman, and the dirty rotten motherfucker went in my pocket and blowed all my money last night with a lot of other creeps. Now I can't even buy my mom a box of candy on Mother's Day. What would you do, officer, if your wife did a thing like that to you? Plus, she was pissy drunk and all the money was gone. Well, I kicked her ass real good, and as mad as I was, it's a wonder I didn't kill her. She told me she had a friend she could get some money from, so I came in here for her to call that so-called friend. Well, as you already know, the so-called pal was you." The fuzz told his partner that it was just a family beef. I heard his partner say,
"Yeah, I could dig why she's mad. I'd be the same way."
"Go on, take her out of here," I said. "I don't ever want to see that dog anymore." They took her, put her in the car, and drove down 7th Avenue. As soon as they got out of sight, I broke a record getting out of there. After all, I was still hooked up, and I didn't know what she would tell him now that she was free. I told the high one and his mom about it, and the high one's mother said,
"Stoney, she could have had the money on her all the time."
"But old lady," I said, "I told you I undressed the bitch, and after going through all the pockets, she was standing in the nude."
"Yeah,
She said.
but did you look in her body pocket? Every female's got one, you know."
"Damn, do you know I never thought to look there? But old lady, if she had that money and didn't give it up behind the way I acted, Joe Chink is really worse than I ever thought he was, 'cause I damn near killed that bitch." Ever since the old lady told me that, I've wondered about it. And the fact that it could have been there is why I say I was not just a sucker, but a sapsucker. To ease my mind about Tina, I just called it a bad investment. An investment where I could have won a barbershop and couldn't lose a shave. A few pages back, I mentioned the word mistake. Well, the mistake I made with Tina was when I gave her methadone to take with her instead of giving her some heroin. After all, I did have a ton of it. Why should I have thought she would be able to do something that I myself have never been able to do, and that's kick a habit? After all, she was a woman, and females are far worse addicts than men. The only reason I am no longer using drugs is because I'm too damn old. Thank God. A policeman once told me that there are just two things that will stop a person from using dope: death, and when he gets too old. Well, I guess I'm just too old. Thank God.
Thank God Almighty for the freedom.
My man, the high one, had to send one of his girls to Danbury to take Tina's place, and believe me, it was no sucker move for him. Me and Curry got a nifty studio apartment on 85th Street between West End Avenue and Riverside Drive, just 3 blocks from 2 very, very famous singers and a fighter who was and still is considered the greatest fighter of all time. Curry worked the hotel about 6 months, and then I hooked her up to work out of a bar on Lenox Avenue. Of all the far-out freaks that I've heard of in my life, there was one that she had who was really far out. Not that his desires were so way out, but if you saw this fellow, you'd never believe it. He was very clean-cut and a real gentleman. He didn't want to see her till her day was over, and he wanted her to keep the waste of all her vastness till he got there. He wanted her ass to be good and strong and filled to the brim with the daddish and hamburger sush that day, and the more, the merrier. He paid her well for her adult understanding and his hang-up. Some days she'd have over 20 tricks, and this little guy would hold it and enjoy how she. Yeah, Curry was God's gift, but oh, a real top-notch girl for any pimp to have. She and I had a wonderful understanding with each other. She was cool, cold-blooded, and very, very businesslike, and I was the same kind of pimp. This made us two of a kind, a perfect mate for each other. Perhaps that's why we had each other 3 times in our lives. Then one morning, after the bars had closed, I stopped my man that I did my dope juggling with, who also had the number bag going for him, and placed my digits for that day. After I paid him the $20 for my digits, I closed his car door and told him I'd dig him that night and pick up my cookies. JJ told me he'd bring it to my pad if one of them came out. He also told me that a party would be in New York to cop a half a kilo that same day. Chapter 21. As JJ pulled off, I walked to the edge where I was parked. While standing on the edge of 118th Street and 7th Avenue, I checked my chimmer to see how much time I had before picking Curry up. She would sometimes go to another pad just around the corner after the bar closed to check out the action in it. If there was something there, she'd anchor. If not, she'd go home if I wasn't around. Just as I was about to get in the car, the voice of my party girl said,
"What are you thinking about, pretty papa?"
I looked around, and it was Slim, the barmaid. "Hi, long goody. I was just thinking where we could have breakfast. How about the ham and egg?"
"Sounds good to me,"
she said. I held the car door for her, and she got in. I drove to the Queens to pick up a good smoke, and I took Central Park for Broadway. We fired up and smoked and rapped. I think I better tell you about Slim. Slim was what a in sporting life calls a showcase girl. I like showcasing with her, and I take her to all the sets with me. That is, if Curry didn't want to go. We'd damn near every time we went anywhere. She was forever doing things for me that would cause me to take her for my rib. Whenever I came in the bar and had a few drinks, she'd pay for it. We spent a weekend in Atlantic City together 3 or 4 times. I really liked Slim, and I liked to have her for my girl. But Slim was a barmaid, and this was the only reason I didn't accept her. She was taboo to a pimp. You see, my dear Rita, I lived true to the code of the game. When we reached the spot, we were quite high and ready to eat and rap with all the night people that hung out there. After we ate, we sat and talked and cracked with people that we knew. Me, I was busy cracking on the fine hens and coming up with nothing. I stopped one girl and said, "Not fresh, just friendly." And she said,
"Sorry, sweetie, but I'm already taken and I like it."
Then Slim said,
"Stony, why hit on every girl you see? You ain't doing no good at it. And besides, you're sitting with the right woman for you. Stony, do you know all you gotta do is accept me? And do you know damn near every man in here would jump with joy to have me?"
Oh, come off it, Slim. You know we can't have each other. The best we can be is f***ing buddies like we are. You're a barmaid, and I've got a in the street. The last thing I could do is come up with you for my girl.
"Yeah, I know.
she said.
But have you ever known a pimp to take a barmaid and make a sporting girl out of her?"
Yup, I've known it to happen,
I said.
but I just ain't got the time to turn the girl out. When I get a girl, I want her to be ready-made in sporting life.
"Stony, baby, I'm yours to do with as you please."
she said.
"And Stony, take the time. I want to be a part of your life. I swear, I will not let you down."
Well, Slim, I said, if things work out, I'm gonna take you home for a month's visit. How'd you like that?
"Gee, baby, that'll be crazy."
she said.
The quicker we get the show on the road, the better. So tonight, when you get to your job, tell your boss it's your last night.
Just like that.
Yup, long girl, just like that. I'm gonna set you somewhere that will get you 5 times as much money a week as you get now, and that includes tips.
But Stony,
But nothing. Slim, I'm doing what you said, taking the time to make a sporting girl out of you. So do like I say. Pull his coat tonight. Tell him to find another girl. Tell him you're gonna take giant steps from now on. Slim, tell him anything, but tell him you're splitting tonight, righteous?
all right, Daddy. If you say so, I'll tell him.
Good girl,
I said.
That's the start of a beautiful relationship. Just keep doing like I say, and everything's gonna come up roses.
We got up from the table and she went to get dressed for her last night as a barmaid. While she was dressing, I wondered just where I was gonna set her. All the hip spots, Albany, Boston, Danbury, Hartford, and Bridgeport, were filled. Then I recalled a hip little supper club on 3rd Avenue near 58th Street that was made to order for Slim. That is, if I could sell her to the owner of the spot. "Hi," I said to the bartender. "My name is Dulaine, Marcel Victor Dulaine. Tell me, who is the manager here?"
He's the fellow standing at the door with the lady.
I turned and saw a rather young, rather nice-looking, and rather sharp cat standing with a chick near the door. He was the kind of guy that made you realize that a ain't the only stud that could get sharp. This fellow was sharp in a black man's kind of fashion, and the things he was wearing were far from being slum. Yeah, this cat was dressed as hip as any black man that I've seen, and if you'd seen him standing at the door with this little chick, you would have thought he was a Mac man himself.
"Would you be kind enough to tell me his name?"
"His name is Gordon," he said,
"but he likes to be called Frank."
After I had about 3 drinks, Frank ended his rap with the lady, and was on his way to the rear of the bar when I stopped him.
Mr. Gordon, may I have a word with you?
Sure,
he said. After he sat next to me, I said,
Can I get you a drink while I tell you about this piece of property I'm sure you could use?
Thank you. Nick,
he said to the bartender.
Give me a drink. And you? What did you say your name was?
My name is Marcel Victor Dulaine. I was told you like being called Frank. Me, I like being called Stony.
Swell. I'm Frank, and you're Stony. Now bend my ear about this property you got.
Well, Frank, this property has an excellent foundation, and it's in very good shape.
How's the property with male occupants?
Frank, the property is quite amorous, and you can make book on that.
Well, Stony, so far so good. Now tell me how the property is built.
Believe me, Frank, this piece of property has the structure of a Greek goddess, and that's no stage joke.
Sounds like you've got something that'll sell anywhere. But Stony, what's the chance of someone losing something in this piece of property?
Frank, this property comes complete without larceny.
Now, Stony, what color paint job has it got?
The paint job, Frank, is golden bronze and without a spot on it. Yup, not one damaged spot.
Stony, my man, it sounds swell. Now when can I dig it?
I'll have it here tomorrow night. Now can I buy you another drink?
Nay,
he said.
I'll buy you one this trip. I gotta move to May. Bring the property in tomorrow night. We might just be able to work something out. Nick,
he said to the bartender.
Give him another drink.
It'll be here, Frank. And thanks.
Chapter 22. I drove a few blocks down to Lenox to see if Carrie had made it all right. I parked and went in the bar and caught her standing just inside the door, rapping with Carmen and Ruth. I spoke to him and pulled Carrie to the bar.
Steve,
I said to the barkeep,
give us a taste and tell me how things are at the top.
Man, I should be asking you that,
he said.
Man, if you did, you'd be asking the wrong cat, 'cause if it wasn't for bad luck, I wouldn't be having any luck at all.
He laughed and set the drinks in front of us and left. I turned to Carrie and said,
Mama, I got good news for you. Baby doll, we got another girl.
She smiled and asked me, when did I cop? I said,
Baby, it's been around all the time, but I just got around to accepting her yesterday.
Where's she humping at?
Right now, sweetheart, she's a barmaid.
A barmaid? No, Daddy. You wouldn't play me like that. You wouldn't play me that cheap.
You're right. I wouldn't. This is her last night as a maid. Tomorrow, she'll be downtown in another bar, and she'll be on this side of it. I just left the bar, and I am to have her there tomorrow night.
What kind of bar is it?
she asked.
Baby, it's a hip little supper club on 3rd Ave, and a lot of actors are the tricks, and most of the girls are gray and classy, and the bread is long. I know she's done all a woman can do to get me to have her, but I couldn't have her as she was because it would be a bring down to you and a blow to the game. Till now, I never had a time for a turnout. She's been an outlaw so long till the bitch got a wardrobe that's out of sight. First like horse shit and racks of choice gowns and dresses. Yeah, we got a winner, sweetheart.
It's cool with me, Stony. Just don't let the winner cause you to forget where home is.
She cracked. I went by to see the high one and give him a blow-by-blow of my new pluck. I hipped him to the club where she'd be gigging and told him she'd be starting to work tomorrow night. He was happy for me and told me the whole thing was righteous. Him telling me my pluck and my setup for her was righteous made me feel swell, since to me he was the high priest of pimpdom. Yeah, whatever my mellow fellow said about the game was solid with me. We then went to our hangout bar on 118th Street to peck, and after that we went to the bar where Slim was putting in her last night as a barmaid. She smiled at me and said hi to the high one. When she brought our drinks, she looked at me and said,
"Hi, my guy."
"Hey, girlfriend," I said. "Did you hip him?"
"I always do what my man tells me,"
she said.
"I told him when I first came in tonight."
Righteous. That kind of action will get you to be my main rib. He must have taken it hard from the way he's hawking me. I did him a big deed once. Right now, if it wasn't for me, he couldn't be driving his Eldorado around Manhattan.
After having a few drinks and after telling Slim I'd dig her later, we were on our way out when her ex-boss stopped me and said,
"Well, Stoney, I've been told you stolen Slim from me."
"Oh, dude, you've been told right, but I didn't steal her. She stole me. You know how things are. No 2 days are alike in New York. And in a case like this, her real man would wish her guy success. Are you gonna wish me luck?"
"Yeah, sure. I wish you both the best of everything. And Stoney, thanks for that deed you did for me."
"Thanks. I hope you mean it from where you live."
And me and the high one split. We went to my pad in the hotel to take off. When the sea hit us, we started into rapping. We sat there and kicked and stomped. All over the city of Manhattan. Every time the buzz would leave us, we shot more cocaine. After 5 hours of shooting cocaine, we took a big fat fix of heroin, to shake the frustration cocaine leaves you with. When the heroin set in on the girl, cocaine, and slowed us down, the high one said,
"Daddy, I got a pull. I got a bitch that's been giving me road trouble. Cool goofing and crazy wailing with that devil you just caught." "Thanks,"
I said.
"but you ain't the only one that's got a split. I gotta check Korea out."
He left, and I ding-donged Corrie at the bar. Ruth answered the phone, and after speaking to her, I asked for my girl. She called her to the phone, and after the hello, I said,
Look, baby, I can't pick you up this morning. I gotta put the locks on Slim.
"I can dig it.
she said.
With her tricks being rich actors, she just might allow one of them to set her down. After all, she does seem like the kind of girl that likes the silky life. Look, Daddy, I'm gonna go by my mother's when I leave here. I'll stop by the house and leave the bread."
Righteous, sweetheart.
I said.
And baby, wish me luck.
"Wish you luck."
She cracked.
"Daddy, if you lay that tying of the knot of yours on her, you don't need nobody to wish you luck. The poor kid ain't got a chance. Nope, no chance at all. See you when I see you."
We blew a taste of honey to each other and hung up. I checked my chimmer, and it read 4:15. When I reached the bar where Slim gigged, it was 4:30, and Slim was standing in the door waiting for me. She stepped out and got in the car, and we drove down 7th Avenue. I had to take her where all the things were that played a major part in the role of my tying the knot. Slim was a that I really had to put the locks on, or I could blow her to any one of those rich actors. Everything I needed was at my pad on 85th Street, and Corrie wouldn't be home till late this evening, so home is where we go. I drove by the Queens and picked up some pot. Then we rode around the Apple, smoking and rapping. And at the same time, I was killing time to let Corrie get home and drop the bread and get out. It was 7:20 a.m. when I pulled up to the pad and was lucky enough to catch a working Mark pulling out, giving me a parking spot right in front of my joint. Slim looked at the building and then looked at me and said,
"Nice place."
When we entered the apartment, I noticed how in order the place was, so I knew Corrie had been home and knew I was coming there with Slim. I knew for sure when I turned the hi-fi on and my kind of music was on it. Slim was busy hawking everything and cracking about how fine the place was laid out. I told her to make herself at home and relax while I get us a drink. She got comfortable and so did I. We drank, we smoked, we blowed cocaine, and we rapped till we were cool. As we relaxed and while we toyed with each other, I thought to myself, this is the moment, the first day of the rest of my life. It had to be done right. I've always known how important is with a female of any breed, and I realize it has to be done like an art. It's not a thing you rush through, and it's important not to leave a girl hanging. She must reach her busters too. Sure, you could rush through a set of nuts, drop your load, and leave her up tight, but this kind of thinking will never tie a knot. I call this kind of action a quickie. It happens with a guy that's only interested in his kicks and fuck the bitch. To me, I think any cat that does it is a crab. If you want to turn out to amount to anything, take it from me, it's gotta be done kosher. Like I said, you can win a barbershop and can't lose a shave. Now what I'm about to say you may find in bad taste, but as a man, I assure you it's a way of life when 7 out of 10 men and women in this world in which we live in today. I know I've heard many talk about the sex life of men, and no one can know as much about men as a If you want to know the whole card of the male, ask a not a housewife. So I beg of you, my dear reader, should you find it in bad taste, blame it on my nature. Like I said, cannot be rushed. Do it like an art and realize it's a business with you and you're not a crab. Even a crab gets tired of the same ass. He'll jump off one ass on a dish bowl and catch a new ass to ride. Before you get down to your business, be sure the cocaine, the drinks, the light green pot, and the righteous sounds to groove by are on the scene. Be sure the rib doesn't get too cool or she might forget the sex madness that you put on her. Now that things are as I just mentioned, I'm ready to tie the knot on Slim. Slim was laying back on the bed with her drink in her hand. I walked over to the bed with my drink and took a squat next to her. The hi-fi was playing a side called April in Paris, which could have been called Turnout in Harlem, because that's what's about to happen. I got up and stood at the foot of the bed and looked down at this fine, delicious-looking bitch. Slim was 6 feet tall, with burnt orange complexion, and with measurements like 40, 26, 40. The hi-fi rejected, and the song called That Reminds Me slid into place. Yeah, I thought to myself, Slim was reminding me of an all-day sucker. I sat down on the bed. Slim kissed me on my side. She kissed me on my back. She kissed me on my thigh. And at the same time, she was, which was now harder than Japanese arithmetic. I put some cocaine on her and some on her syrup and the lips of her. I cut the lights down to a cozy tone, which made everything righteous for the big feast and the tying of the knot. That reminds me, rejected, and a big rhyme slid into its place with her round down on candy, and Slim was indeed yum yummish. I started my artwork by tenderly rubbing the inside of her shapely thighs, and at the same time I sucked her neck. Her eyes were closed, and she was I gently rubbed my finger up her thigh and tenderly touched. When I touched it, she tightened her grip more and let out some of the sounds of excited womanhood. And when my she closed her thighs and let out with more sounds, and her was as hard as a pinto bean. The sounds this bitch was making damn near had me ready to nose this batch right in her hand, but I couldn't let her know I was that keyed up, so I held back the desire. Her joy pocket had become quite juicy, and I felt now that I was sure to come out a winner. I sucked her neck, her chin, her lips, and I put one of her cocaine-soaked When I started to suck it, she screamed with passion. She clawed the bed sheets and started to wiggle her ass. I slid across to the other without lifting my mouth from her body. I slid down to her navel and on down to her juicy fuzzy. I pressed her and it jumped out, looking like a pinto bean, but twice as hard. When I placed it in my jib, she really did scream with ecstasy, which made me become more voracious on it. Then suddenly, her hips took on velocity, and without warning, this big tasty exploded with a violent, vicious girl. Her big thighs embraced my head like a vice. I was being smoothed and baptized at the same time. Then there were a few quick jerks in her hips, and she passed out, freeing me from being killed. While she was out, I took the towel and blotted her, being very careful not to dry any of the joy water that had ran down my arrows. It had to be wet when I put the main event on her. I went to the bathroom and washed the animal smell. Now I was ready to put the main event to this big, choice, tasty, voluptuous hunk of womanhood. When I came back into the bedroom, she opened her eyes, and after looking at me without a blink for damn near a full minute, she said,
Daddy, oh my daddy, you made me proud to be born a woman. Darling, I've never felt so good before in my life. Oh my daddy, my daddy, my daddy, you'll never regret having me for your girl.
Chapter 23. I hipped her about her wife-in-law, and I also told her where she was working. Slim accepted things without a beef, and I felt good just knowing that she was an adult. Slim took a bath, fixed something to eat, and after we were through, we went to her place and went to bed. We got up at 8:30 p.m. and had coffee. While she was dressing, I broke down to her all the little things she needed to know that would make life a bit easier for her. I hipped her to the fact that all men like hurting a woman when he is putting his to her, as if she made him think he was killing her. He draws it out a lot quicker. I told her to make a guy think he has a hit of hell, even if it's not as large as her. Talk that close built to him. It's his nature you want to take care of, not him. I pulled her coat to what she should do when she really ran into a trick that had a bull head. I told her the way to keep him from hurting her was to place her knees lightly on his ribs. Just let him touch him, and he won't be able to go any near than you want him to. I told her to carry her bread in her stockings at the instep of her foot. I also told her if she gets an all-night date to leave word with the bartender or call me. I told her to watch all the other girls. Seeing how they take care of business will mean a lot. And if you feel they're doing it wrong, then you do it your way.
Daddy, you think this kind of thing like it's a business. How did you come to learn all this you're telling me?
Slim, it is a business with me. The oldest there is, I've heard. I learned most of it from your wife-in-law and a little from some other girls I've had. Who knows? I just might learn something from you. And baby, if you should want me, call the High One, or the bar on 118th Street, or your ex-bosses, or the pad. Slim stood in front of me, ready for her first night as a girl for sale. Baby, you look good, and if you wasn't my rib, I'd try to spend some bread on you myself. How much money you got?
I got $60. It was my pay for the few days I worked.
Give me 35 of it. Put 15 in your stocking for mad money, and put the dime in your purse. Let it be that way all the time. A dime is the most you carry in your purse. Righteous, baby? As we rolled to the club, I was still lighting her pipe to the things I wanted her to do. And as the big hog moved onto the East Side Drive from 125th Street, I said, Slim, if I get word that you've been smoking pot with any of them girls, I'll crack your head. So baby, get that in your mind now.
All right, Daddy, no pot.
You keep sounding more like my woman every time you open your mouth. Baby, you can run into a trick that may want you to do something to him that may seem sick to you. When it happens, I want you to do it.
What do you mean, something sick?
Sweetheart, you might run into a lot of off-base things with these actors. Some of them might want you to I'm in the sick, man. Marvel out. Just do it, and don't feel it's a sick act. Look at it like it is. It's his nature. Satisfy it. And baby, be prepared for a 3-base hit should a trick request it.
You mean I should like I do yours if he asks me?
Baby doll, the only way for you not to is for you to have lockjaw. Just as I said that, we reached the bar, and before we went in, I said, Well, Miss Fine, we're here. I want you to knock 'em dead, and keep in mind that there is no such thing as too much money. We kissed and went in. We sat at the same end of the bar where I'd sat last night. Nick, the bartender, came to us and said,
Hi, Mr. Delane. What do you have?
2 ducks, I said. Where's Frank? He looked around and then said,
Here he comes now.
Frank stepped up to me and Slim and said,
Hi, Guy. How are you? Is this the property?
Yeah, Frank, this is it. How far wrong was I?
None. You really got a winner.
After I introduced him, I asked him if he wanted a taste, just as Nick was sitting the ducks on the bar. He said he had to make a move and told me to leave Slim, and the sooner I split, the better. I downed my cold duck and left, leaving Slim on her own. The place had many well-known people in it then, so I was sure it wasn't going to be a dry run for Slim. It was 4:25 when I went back to the bar, and I caught Frank standing in front, rapping with a well-known actor. When he saw me, he went in and got her for me. He winked as though everything was kosher. A few minutes later, she came out and got in the car. We both waved at Frank, and I pulled off. Slim looked pleased and was high, so I said, Gee, love, you must have had real big fun tonight.
Yeah,
She said.
everything was fun. And I'll bet you can't guess how much money I got.
Whatever you got, I'll bet you it ain't enough.
Daddy, I got $465. Here, you count it. And Daddy, one of the actors I had only wanted me to get naked and stand in the nude so he could just look at me. I had 4 well-known people tonight, people I thought were great, but I learned they were just like you and me.
She named them with pride and said,
If the one that just wanted to look at me had known he was my favorite actor, I wonder would he have got down like he did? I wonder if his wife and family are wise to him. Well, I guess it's like you said, nature.
Things went swell for about a month. Then I received a call while I was at the High One's pad for Corrie. She was calling from her place of action to tell me Slim was there. I told the High One that I had to split because Slim was giving me road trouble on Lenox Avenue, and I'd catch him later. I only had to come from 112th Street off 8th Avenue to 111th Street and Lenox, which meant I only had 3 blocks to ride. I was there in no time. The first thing I dug was Slim in her white fur sitting at the bar. Slim stood out like a fly in a glass of buttermilk. She saw me, but tried to act like she didn't. Corrie was sitting at the bar in front of her. I walked up to Slim, and she turned the bar stool around, and when it got to where her kisser was right in front of me, I dropped a left hook right on her chin, knocking her out and off the stool. She was on the floor with her dress up high enough to be taking snapshots of every person in the bar. Her white fur was folded back under her head with blood from her mouth dripping on it. All the hoes and tricks were looking at her and then at me. I took her drink and poured it in her kisser. I found out it not only works in the movies, it also worked in that bar. Slim came out of it, and I iced the help some of the people were gonna give her. After she stood up, I said,
Take your big funky ass out to the car and anchor.
She went on out, but it was a gamble. She could have got a cab and split, or she could have got the law and put 'em on me. Yeah, things could have happened, but I had to play it to the letter. I knew Corrie in the seat when I knocked a bitch that was as fine as Slim out, but I didn't do it to tighten her. She needed no tightening. She was already as tight as beeswax. I did what I did only because Slim had done what I told her not to. I'd have done the same to Corrie or any bitch that was mine. I told Corrie I was taking Slim home, and if she ever came into this bar again, she could consider her an outlaw because she would not be my woman.
Corrie, baby, did you understand what I just said? I mean just that.
Yeah, I understand what you said.
She cracked.
Wait till I get you this bread.
She gave me the money, and I went out to the car, and to my surprise, Slim was sitting in the front seat. While we rode home, we didn't speak a word to each other. But once we got in the pad, I ran the law down to her, and I ran it in a way where she knew I wasn't bullshitting. When I was through running the law of the jungle down to her, she said,
Look at my fur, look at my dress, and look at my jaw. I can't go to work with my face like this.
It was those words that made me realize Slim must have been testing me. She wasn't upset like I thought she'd be, and she was eager to go to work. The door was open for her to give me a hard time, but she didn't. Yeah, the girl was testing me, and I guess I passed the test. She knew now she had a man who meant what he said. A bitch will test a man in a lot of ways. It's up to the man to pass it. If he don't, he can look to be pushed around, run over, and made a sucker out of, as long as he's got her. I've seen men fail to pass the test, and I've seen the outcome of it. The outcome will be she's having him, not him having her. And baby, that's a real monkey kind of life to live. Now back to Slim. The next day she went to work, and it was Carie's night of liberty. Me and her spent the night going places and doing things, and believe me, we had plenty of kicks out of getting down to the core of the apple. It was 5:30 in the morning when I dropped her off at her mother's. I told her I was going by to check Slim out and I'd dig her later. We'd share a long, tender kiss, and I split. It was 6 bells when I reached Slim's pad. We smoked, drank, rapped, and f***ed till we went to dreamland. When we came to life, we took a bath and pecked. While Slim dressed for her gig, I looked at her and thought to myself, this is the finest black woman I've ever had in my life. And believe me, I've had quite a few. Slim was too fine to be for real. Chapter 24. Slim had a very good night. That morning her take was a few bucks short of $1,000, and the next few months were all just as sweet. Then one morning I came home and found Slim sitting on the shitter, pissy drunk and out cold. Her drawers were down on the floor, and seeing her like this really did drag me. I really can't say just what happened to me, but seeing her in that kind of fix must have caused me to blow my top. She just didn't fit that kind of picture. I went and checked the spot where the bread usually was. It was there, and I picked it up and put it in my kick and felt relieved that she hadn't got beat. I went back to where she was and looked at all this woman sitting on a shit bowl, dead drunk. As choice as she was, and as nice as the bread was, the sight of her bugged me to the point where I slapped the shit out of her. When she came around, I was still slapping the shit out of her. I slapped this bitch till my hand was hurting.
Daddy, why?
Look at yourself.
She looked down and pulled her panties up.
But I'm home, Daddy. The money is home, Daddy. What's the matter with you?
Yeah, I know. But the sheer thought of you being as high as you are and the thought of you being in shape to be robbed by some of them junkies that hang around that edge must have caused me to flip. So, bitch, don't ever get that tore up no more.
I had Slim close to 2 years, and I only had to rock her jaw twice. That time in the bar on Lenox Avenue, and this time at the pad. I say that was pretty good with her, and few men can make that statement. I undressed and got into bed, and during the time I was undressing, I was telling her how dizzy she was for getting as drunk as she was. She was stalling and bullshitting at the mirror, looking at her face where I'd hit her. After I finished my cracking, I got into bed and opened the New York News and started to read. A few minutes passed with nothing said by either of us. Then,
Stoney!
I looked over the paper and saw Slim standing at the foot of the bed with my pistol aimed at my chin. I looked into her eyes and dug this bitch was for real. With fear in my heart, I tried to act cool. Slim, baby, what are you doing with the gun? Put it down. It ain't nothing to toy with.
You know what you told me about guns, don't you?
Woe be it for me to cry, oh Lord my God, did I know what I told her about guns? I had told her never to pull it unless you were really meant to use it. Plus, I had taught her damn near all there was to know about a gun. To top that off, I told her the way to hit what she aimed at. Yeah, I told her everything. And now, All this wisdom I put on her about guns was gonna cost me my life. I never dreamed anything like this. The gun was aimed so as to hit me between the eyes. With the thought of being taken from this earth in my mind, I said, "Come on, give me the gun. Give me the gun, Slim. What's with the gun anyway, baby?"
It's me with the gun.
She said.
And it's you I'm gonna kill first, and then I'm gonna kill myself. You've given me a whole lot of nothing for close to 2 years. You've beat on me for nothing. My mind is made up. You first, me second.
Slim, put the gun down. You're still drunk. You don't know what you're doing. To kill me and kill yourself, what would it prove? Nothing. We're both too young to die.
I'm not putting this gun down till I do what has to be done. Killing us both may not prove nothing, but then I'm not trying to prove anything. But it will get me from under the lock you got on me.
I began to think of a way to dick the bullet and a way to disarm this bitch if the chance came up. During the times I was giving her gun knowledge, I remembered one thing about her that she never failed to do when she pulled the trigger. She'd always squint her eyes. I'd slid my feet up to where they were flat in the bed, and my knees were bent upward, ready to slide backward up the bed just before she squeezed the trigger. As it stands now, it was the only thing I had going for me, and I know it wasn't much, so my life was hanging on a telltale squint, and I prayed to God not to let her pull it without that priceless squint. I thought many things during the minutes, which seemed like days, while the gun was aimed at my chin. I thought about what all the fellows would say.
Did you hear about Stoney getting did in by his rib with his own gun?
Then Slim broke my thoughts.
You didn't have to knock me down in that bar where that girl of yours works. You did it just to impress her and make a big man out of yourself. And you didn't have to slap me tonight.
Baby, it just hurt me to see you, the only girl that I love, sitting there like you were.
Slim, my sweet, I'm really sorry about that. Come on, put the piece down.
All the time I was rapping, I was watching for that squint. She moved around to the other side of the bed, but still at the foot. I thought about rolling over the side of the bed and dumping the bed over on her, but it was too far of a roll.
Slim, you've always talked about us getting married, so we'll get married. The only reason I wasn't for it was because I was so tied up in this kind of life. And Slim, baby, it smells like armpits to me now, okay? We'll get hitched and get out of this life. Now come on and put that gun down.
Bullshit! You say anything right now. But Daddy, there is nothing you can say that'll stop me from doing what has to be done.
Well, I gotta face it. Up to then, my life was a silky one, and I enjoyed every bit of it. But now, it all was depending on a squint and how fast I can move. Looking at the gun aimed at my chin caused me to know and understand why a person gave into a hold-up man. It's a bitch looking at the hole in the barrel and seeing all the heads of lead in the chamber. Yep, it's a real motherfucker.
I am truly sorry, Stoney.
And then suddenly, there was the squint. I started to move backward in the bed as fast as I could, and when the gun fired, I was standing up in the bed and fell off the bed with a left hook on Slim's jaw. The bullet had hit me on the inside of my right knee, and believe it or not, I still at times think of her when I see the mark that the bullet left. Because I was in standing position when I left hooked her, it meant she was really knocked out cold. She fell to the floor and the gun fell behind her head. I picked it up, removed the bullets, and put it in the drawer. I then got a towel and wrapped it around my knee to stop the blood from dripping over everything. The sound of the shot was heard by people in the building, which in turn brought the police to the pad. By the time they showed, me and her got together on what we were going to tell them. When they knocked, Slim let them in, and the first thing they asked was about the gun. I gave it to him and told him Slim was toying around with it, and it went off. I showed them that it was registered, and they asked if I wanted them to take me to the hospital. I told them she would drive me there, and they followed us so they could be there to make out a police report. After the hospital did their thing, me and Slim went back home. The wound wasn't bad. The bullet had skinned the bone and went through the headboard of the bed and into the wall. We didn't rap at all on the way to the pad, but the bitch was crying. Baby, tell me something. Suppose you had killed me. What would you have did then?
Like I told you, I'd have killed myself too.
And baby, just what would that have proved?
I don't know. Perhaps nothing. But at that moment, that's how I felt. Please, Daddy, try to forgive me. I swear, I'm sorry.
Bitch, the last words you said before you shot me were, "I'm sorry." Bitch, tonight is supposed to be your night off, but you're gonna take your big ass to work right now. And baby, I don't want to see you till noon tomorrow. Just keep your ass in the street after the bars close. She dressed without saying a word, and at 6 o'clock, she was ready to split. I gave her some chips, and the way she took it, I could feel much went unsaid on her part. She put the bread in her purse and left without touching chops. My knee was killing me, so I thought I should latch the door and catch me some DOS. I night latched the door just in case she might want to finish what she started. It was after 2 in the morning when I woke and found Slim still gone. I called 10 Greenwich Avenue and Bellevue Hospital, and I was happy to know she wasn't at either place. I ding-donged a few hospitals to see if she was there. And it was then that I found out Slim really did mean something to me. I found myself thinking a great deal about her. How about that? Me, Stonewall Jackson, being wrapped up with a girl that had tried to off me. My leg was killing me, and there was a sheer as I limped out and copped a cab to take me to the Bronx. When I got out of the cab, I tried to walk around a limp, but I couldn't. When I entered her mother's home, Curry was eating. I walked up behind her and kissed her neck, and after the surprise, she fixed me a cup of coffee. While I enjoyed my coffee, I gave her all of the details on what had happened between Slim and me. I called Slim's pad to see if she had got back, and when no one answered, I hung up and said, "Well, she ain't home yet. Baby, I keep thinking she had pulled up stakes on me. I haven't seen nor heard from her since the day before yesterday. If it wasn't for the fact that all her things are at the pad, I'd consider her long gone. Yeah, she could have her furs and things, but I doubt if she'd leave her insurance papers."
Papi, the one thing that makes me feel she'll get in touch are those papers. So, Daddy, don't sweat it. Sit on it for a while. Sit on it a while and see what happens.
For the next 4 nights, I stayed at Slim's pad, just in case she showed. It was the morning of the 5th day that I went to the mailbox. This day, there were some bills, as always, and a letter addressed to me from Slim and postmarked Atlanta, Georgia. I opened it and read it in part.
My dearest Gemini, I guess you've been wondering what happened to me. Well, this is how it went after you sent me into the street that day. Knowing that I had had no sleep, on my way to work, I thought about us. I came to realize that I'm insanely in love with you, and I might someday really kill us both. You see, Stoney, I know you can never care for just one woman. You're the kind of man that has to sleep with one foot out of the bed. It's your nature, so I am not blaming you. I blame myself for not being able to accept it. Remember, Stoney, it was you that ran that nature thing down to me. And believe me, I understand. So, Daddy, it is best for both of us if we part now. Please understand, I am not blaming you for anything. I am, however, blaming your nature. You once told me some men have to search the whole deck to find the ace. Well, I guess you're one of those men. Please send me my insurance papers and you can keep everything else. Who knows? Perhaps they will give you reason to remember me. On the other hand, a man such as yourself just might come up with a girl big enough to wear them. Signed, Slim.
Chapter 25. I pulled the high one's coat to what happened between me and Slim.
Honey, hush. Don't let it stop life.
He went on to say that he blowed the girl too. It was the same nappy-headed bitch that had been giving me the road trouble. Right then he asked me to drop him at the 7th Avenue pool room. He had his cue and a date to play Bill. When I got to the pool room, I double parked in front and we both got out. Just as we were about to enter the pool room, the law that has the block said,
"Hold everything, Stonewall. I want to shake you down."
I eyed my move and wondered how he came to know my name. Then I realized all the fellows had been calling me by the name of Stonewall. The high one was still standing at the door of the pool room, looking back at me and the law. I knew I was clean, so I let him humiliate himself. After he found me clean, he hit for my car twisters to shake it down. He made it a point to let me know if he found something in it, I'd blow it along with my liberty, but I knew it was also clean. I told him that I was hip to the law, and I felt I needed a witness to him shaking my ride down because some New York dicks will put something in it and try to get you to give up some bread just to let you go. I looked at all the fellows that were standing around hawking everything to see who I'd pick for a witness. I didn't want to call the high one because he had a blow on him. I dug C. Rouse, a cat that blowed sacks with CB when he was in town at the Apollo, but there was the chance that he was dirty too. Then I dug Top, who was the brother to one of the high one's girls.
Top, baby, the law plans to run through my ride to look for something. Whatever it is, I ain't hip to it. Stand by and see to it that I get a fair shake.
Then I said to the roller,
"You don't mind, do you?"
He said it was cool, and I put my twisters on him. He did what he said he was gonna do and found me as clean as a hound's tooth. You see, in New York, there's a policeman that had damn near all the blocks that are known for some kind of underworld money being made. Every nigga that's doing anything wrong and getting an underworld buck gotta give the law a taste or he'll be given a hard time. I knew I was wrong by not putting a gapper from my drug business on him, but as long as he didn't mention it to me, why should I wake him up? All in all, I'd say the policeman on my block really had it made because he was getting a bigger buck than any nigga on the stem, plus his policeman's pay. You might not like it, but that's life in the apple, and it does give you a sense of protection. Me, well, I was trying to get away with 100% gravy, and I knew it was bogue. After the shakedown of my wheel, he pulled me over to the door of the car and said,
"Look, Stonewall, you've been jungling dope around the corner for a long time now, and you ain't gave me a hot dime. Now listen to what I'm saying. You can take care of your business around this block and have no fear of getting cracked if you treat me like a man. Or man, if you keep playing me for a chump, I'm gonna bend over backward to hurt you. I've been watching you go in and out of the hotel, and man, I know what you're doing."
He was calling the right shots about me, and yet I still didn't want to cop out. For some reason, I never liked copping out to a policeman, so I said,
"Look, Hoop, I don't know where you got your wire, but I do know your wires are crossed. I ain't doing nothing in this block to make a living. Man, I got a couple of girls, and my living comes from them. I get my bread from just 2 spots in New York, Lenox Avenue near 111th Street, and the club on Lower 3rd Ave. So Hoot, old dude, you shot a blank this trip.
Stonewall, you're a fool, he said. I know about Curry and Slim, but this kind of shit don't mean a damn thing to me. Stop pushing it, Stonewall. I told you what you're doing that interests me, so man, stop playing games. Take care of me and stay out of prison. Now you know you can't stand police heat on your ass, so give up a few bucks a week and relax.
Well, since he was really hip to me, I thought it was wise to look out for him, so I went along with his shakedown. After all, he didn't want my soul, so old Hoot and me reached an adult understanding with each other. The high one went into the pool hall to bump heads with his birdness, and I anchored outside, rapping with my man C. Rouse. Chapter 26. Corrie came from Danbury a week before she should have. I could tell from her eyes that my only real woman wasn't feeling well. She said she was cool, just a cold.
I'll be solid in a day or two,
she cracked. Then I began to smell an odd odor around the pad. It was the odor of something dead. To be honest with you, it smelled like a dead rat. As time passed, it got so bad till I couldn't sleep in the same bed with her. And it was this that caused me to get her to confess that she had had an abortion 5 days before. My God, my girl had been working with a dead baby inside her for 5 days. Oh Lord, my God, I thought. My girl was dying on her feet and had told me nothing, and she was still trying to work. Wow, what a girl. This put me in a strain because I had to spend $75 a day just for penicillin to keep the poison from the dead kid from killing my girl. Plus, my Jones cost me a nice taste every day of the week, 365 days a week. In short, it ran me close to $300 a day to make it. On the 8th day, I told her she had to take me to the person that had given her the abortion. She was really looking like death was going to take her at any moment. So when we got to the lady's house, I found she couldn't speak anything but Spanish, even though she was as black as I am. So I had to tell Corrie what to tell her. I told her to tell her that I knew who she was, and if anything happened to Corrie in any way, I'd come looking for her to do to her what she did to Corrie. Corrie told her all that I said, and the old lady told her to walk a lot, that it will help it to come out. When we entered our pad, we were so beat that we fell out across the bed and laid out for damn near an hour. She got up and fixed something to pack, and after we'd eaten, we went to sleep. I was sleeping in another room due to the fact that I couldn't take that rotten smell. The morning when she got up, she dug what was left of the kid all over the bed. She had had 6 abortions during the time I'd had her, and she went back to work like nothing had happened. The doctor said her breed of womanhood were the only ones who could stand up behind that many abortions. So I retired her so she could live the life of a mother with 2 kids. Right now, she is married to a cat who rents Cadillac cars for a living, and she's doing quite well for herself. I shall be forever grateful to her and her thoughtfulness and her warm personal concern. Keep that chin high and try never forgetting me, as I shall never forget loving you, and I shall be forever grateful to you for the years that you gave me. So I f***ed around and copped a girl called Joyce, which kept the ball rolling. My bank book was still righteous as it ever was. Then one night, when I came into the bar, my man pulled me over and said,
Stoney, The man just left here and he told me to hip you to the fact he had a sale on you.
A sale? Me? JJ, they gotta be bullshitting. They must want to roll me. It can't be a sale.
Nay, baby, I doubt if it's bullshit. I think it's for real, he said.
It can't be a sale, JJ, because I never sold anything to anybody who I didn't know.
Yeah, but you know you don't have to put it in the man's head to get a sale on you. JJ was right. You didn't have to give it to the man to get a sale on you. So the rabbit in me caused me to pull my bread out of the bank and cop me a kilo of cocaine and a kilo of heroin. And I always did have some stuff in the car for my personal use, and I set out for Detroit, leaving everything I had in the Bronx and Manhattan. I left it all, and I hit the turnpike. When I hit Cleveland, I pulled off the turnpike to see how my man was doing. I went by a hotel on Quincy to get a make on Art. I was told he was uptight and didn't have a pad. I went to my room and shot some cocaine, and as soon as it hit me, I thought about Ohio being the state where a guy got 99 years for dope. I hurried and closed my bag and got back on the turnpike. Once I was on the pike, I stopped and ate and shot some cocaine. The cocaine had me jumpy, so I hit the highway. I wasn't on it, but about 10 minutes when I dug the light on top of a police car behind me, I panicked. I cracked the door and spilled all the stuff out on the turnpike and dropped the bags. When the law pulled me over, all they wanted to tell me that I had one light on. They didn't even look into the car. I had both lights when I hit the high beam, and all they told me was to have it fixed at the next plaza I came to. I stood looking back down the pike at all the snow and where I dropped all the dope till my feet got cold. Then I got back into the car to warm myself and think of my next move. After much thought, Detroit was the spot for me to go to, since it had been over the time for the statute of limitation law. Chapter 27. I've been to prison 7 times in my life, and I've had a habit 30 years. And out of the 7 times I've been to prison, I have done only 11 years and 11 months. The last time I was in New York, I was with a gem of a woman, and I tore my Cadillac up on Lexington Avenue. I have but one regret, and that's the fact I used heroin most of my life, and I blame by being in prison as often as I was on Joe Chink. The price that Joe Chink had cost me throughout these years would astound you, because as I look back on it, even I find it quite hard to believe. Still, however, I could say with all sincerity that Joe Chink has never had me. I've always had him, or was in prison. He caused some addicts to sit around dope pads and beg for just a few drops of the stuff. He caused some addicts to answer the doors in dope joints. Some clean up the pad like women. Some allow themselves to be put under the gun like fall guys. Some allow themselves to be talked to like punks, and a great many of them are patsies just for the sake of being near the most worthy Mr. Joe Chink. He is the bad motherfucker who will wake you up out of a sound sleep when he needs you. Joe Chink is the gent that will cause you to wake up in the mornings looking around the pad for something, anything to steal. He is the fellow that will rob you of all your outlook on life. Now just think about that. Womanhood, the thrill of it, all gone just for the sake of old Joe. Think about the thrill of eating like you once did. Now think about those hot dogs, soda pop, ice cream, and all that other bullshit that Joe Chink is causing you to eat. I lived in New York for 15 years and lived in grand style. I've been to Havana, Cuba, Acapulco, Mexico, San Juan, Puerto Rico, Canada,
and I've seen the Hicks point in awe at the out-of-state tags on the cars that line the street of Walnut Avenue on the first Saturday in May of each year. Yeah, I've taken Joe Chink on a joyful ride through Frontier Street in Las Vegas, Nevada. I have given him baths in the mineral water at Hot Springs, Arkansas. I've also taken him to a great many jazz festivals at Peabody Park during the Newport Jazz concerts. Yeah, baby. God knows I enjoyed the set at seeing the King crowned at the festival held each year in New Orleans. Well, as you no doubt are hip to, I could take you down near everywhere in these United States with Mr. Wong. But since this is a book and it has to end somewhere, I shall ice it right now so I can bring this morbid confession to an end. I want you to know that all the places I've told you where I took Joe Chink are 100% kosher, and I went to them all in first-class condition. You see, I knew it was I who had the habit and not the habit having me, and God knows I've paid for it with blood, as you already know. This I say to all parents who have teenage kids. I have been reading the past few years about some kind of gap between the older people and the younger ones. I can't say if you alone are able to fill that gap or not. If you can't, then I feel it imperative that you, as a parent, come to learn just what your kids are talking about. There are many old words that now have new meanings. Words that can mean more than just one thing. Words are also part of the drug subculture, the private world of those individuals who choose to use drugs without medical supervision. Those people have developed a language of their own to set themselves apart from the squares and to protect themselves by masking or concealing their conversations. The liveliness and color of the drug jargon has captured the imagination of the young people, and it has, to some extent, crept into common usage. Should one of your kid's pals come to your home and ask your kid to come on with him so he could buy your kid some candy, what would you think? If you thought the kid was really going to take your child to the candy store, you could very well be wrong. The candy could be some kind of barbiturate. Well, I said it from the jump. Only a fool such as myself would write a confession as morbid as this. But I would like to leave you with some words to remember me by, and they go something like this. The clock of life is wound but once, and no man has the power to tell just where the hands will stop at late or early hour. To lose one's wealth is sad indeed. To lose one's health is more. To lose one's soul is such a loss as no man can restore. The present is our own. Live, love, toil with a will. Place no faith in tomorrow, for the clock may then be still.